Good morning. Today, Thursday, December 12th, 2004, Coastal Commission hearing. 2004. Oh my God, yes, 2024. It feels like 2004. Back to 1999. Well, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I guess we'll start with roll call. Ms. Miller, please.
Commissioner Aguirre,
Here.
Commissioner Bochco, Commissioner Cummings,
Here.
Commissioner Harmon, Commissioner Eckerly,
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel,
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg,
Here.
Commissioner Nothoff,
Here.
Commissioner Rice,
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Okay.
Vice Chair Escalante.
I'm here. Thank you.
You have a quorum.
Appreciate it. Staff, good morning. I guess this would be Mr. Schwing, or staff for virtual meeting procedures.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at calspan.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request form may be found on the commission webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittals are available on the commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comments may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comments are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go on the commission webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you so much. And now to Mr. Schwing. Sorry.
Thank you, Vice
I
Chair
will
Escalante.
get this right. Agenda changes. Thank you.
All right, so we do have a number of agenda changes this morning. The list that we published on Monday remains accurate, but we are adding 3 more items to it. So I will note those as I walk through the list. So item 9A, that's CDP application number A2 PAC 2229, the City of Pacifica's safe oversized vehicle parking, that's postponed. Item 9B, similarly CDP application A2 PAC 2231 for the City of Pacifica's safe oversized vehicle parking on San Pedro Avenue, that's postponed. Item 12A, the County of Santa Barbara's LCP amendment on the Housing Bill Implementation Ordinance is moved to consent. Item 15A, Local Coastal Program Amendment, LCP 5 DPT 29631. This is the Housing Zoning Code update for Dana Point. That's moved to consent. And then adding this morning, item 15B, this is City of Huntington Beach's LCP amendment on the Magnolia Tank Farm. This is the suggested modifications time extension that was withdrawn. And on that item, I would note that although the time extension is no longer needed, as staff will be reporting out on the city's adoption of the modifications tomorrow under item 6.1. And then continuing with the list, item 17A, that's application A5 LGB 19171, the Estafanos application, that's moved to consent. Adding this morning, item 19A, that's Local Coastal Program Amendment, LCP 6 COR 2418-1, the Coronado Housing Element Update is moved to consent. Item 21A, application 624-347, the Seaforth Marina Dock Replacement in San Diego. That's moved to consent. Item 21B, it's application 624-480, the Camino Del Mar Bridge Replacement. That's moved to consent. And then last item that we're adding today, that's application 620-240A1, Channelside Water Resources LP. That is moved to consent. And that concludes the agenda changes.
So that last one was
22A?
22A.
Correct.
What, just to confirm, because I'm looking at this pink sheet and I don't see 15B. Will you please confirm it's 15A and 15B? 15B was withdrawn?
15A is moved to consent. 15B is withdrawn. That's probably on the addendum sheet that's at the end of the agenda.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Schwan.
Thank you.
Much, much appreciated. All right. So now we'll move on to general public comment. And Chris, folks, will you take over?
All right. Thank you. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you're participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we'll invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute your phone, or you can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. So first up, we have in person about 15 people. We're starting with Adam Leverins, Ann Stenton, and then George Helkema. If you've heard your name, please approach.
Thank you. Chris, how many people on Zoom do you know?
On Zoom, we have 9 people. So that leaves a total of 24.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good morning.
I have a couple slides if you could call up, please. Good morning, commissioners and staff. And again, welcome to Newport Beach. It's great to see you here in person. The 3 images on the top of what I have up on the screen are helical anchors. I'm just learning about these. They're also referred to as earth screws, which seems like an apt name because they screw into the planet to serve as attachment points or anchors for something else. The first image on the bottom is one of these installed in a submerged environment, and the next 2 images are the installation process, which to me looks like hydraulic or pneumatic drills being used. As I understand it, if the water's not too deep, they can also be installed using a surface floating drill rig. Next slide, please. At the Harbor Commission meeting last month in the city of Newport Beach. They revealed the Harbor and Beaches master plan projects going forward. And line item 4 from the bottom on the second page is excerpted on the top, which is described as mooring helical anchor upgrade onshore and offshore. And they identify 1,500 units at $7,500 apiece for a total cost of $11.25 million. Project design is this year. Construction start is designated to be determined, but the next item down was an agenda at the same meeting, and the city is converting 3 of their moorings to this system presently. And they claim that they can do this without any permitting or environmental analysis. And to me, these things are required to be screwed a minimum of 10 feet into the floor of the harbor. The wholesale removal of existing mooring weights, which are owned by the permittees, for substitution of something different that's going to be screwed 10 feet into the ground, seems like both a project and some sort of environmental analysis would be required, and I hope it goes that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Ann Stenton, George Hilkema, and then Richard Navarro.
Good morning. Could I get my slides up, please?
Give us a second.
Good morning. My name is Ann Stenton, Coastal Commissioners and Coastal staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. As president of the Newport Mooring Association, I'd like to welcome you to Newport Beach for this month's meeting. The boaters of Newport Harbor are incredibly grateful for all of your support for affordable moorings and access here in Newport Harbor. Your dedication to equity, access, and environmental stewardship resonates deeply with our efforts to protect and enhance Newport Harbor as a vital coastal resource for all Californians. Today, I'd like to take just a couple minutes to highlight some of the contributions of founding and still active NMA board member, Mr. George Hilkema, who's here with us today. He's also our NMA's 2024 recipient of Skipper of the Year. Mr. Hilkema's work in the harbor exemplifies the core goals of the Coastal Commission, including the protection of water quality and the promotion of sustainable access for boaters. As you can see in the picture here, George is always happy to help people out around the harbor. One of George's contributions is the popular shuttle dinghy concept, which has helped many mooring permittees access their own boats over the last 15 years. Next slide, please. Next slide. One more. Yes, one more, please. Thank you. Another and perhaps one of his biggest contributions has been his particle separator, which has played a vital role in keeping marine sanitation pumps up and running in our harbor and protecting water quality. Prior to this invention being implemented, many small metal objects would get sucked into the sensitive pump equipment, and it would basically result in the pumps breaking down, sometimes for months on end. The device that George invented filters these objects out, and it keeps the pumps running. The end result being that, if we have pumps running, it keeps our water quality better. It keeps it, healthier and prevents sewage from getting into the bay. So regardless of, vessel size or resources, all boaters can adhere to best practices for environmental stewardship. The Newport Mooring Association hopes that by sharing George's ideas with you here today, that perhaps other boaters in other harbors may be able to benefit from them as well. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hilkema so he may share a little bit more about his particle separator. Thank you for all you do.
And George Hilkema.
Good morning, Honorable Coastal Commissioners. Welcome to Newport Beach. My name
Sir,
is
just
George.
speak into the mic a little bit more, a little bit closer. Or you can pull it closer to you. Yeah, thank you. And your name?
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Coastal Commissioners. Welcome to Newport Beach. My name is George Hilkema, and I wanted to show you a device that I call the particle separator that has helped the city keep the boating waste pumps up and running for the last several years. I've worked with John Kapler, the Newport Beach Water Quality Manager, on this project. Newport Beach installed 5 new Sandy Sailor waste pumps about 3 years ago. For the previous years, we had many pump failures caused by ingestion of metal items such as screws, bolts, or other objects that would destroy the inner hose used in this type of pump. Such items are often found in the bilge of a boat. If the pump is used to pump bilges, there is a danger of such damage. With the particle separator in the flow before the pump intake, we have had no pump failures in 3 years. The contents of this device are checked once a month, and at least 10 times we have found metal items that would very likely have destroyed the inner hose. Repair of such damage requires replacing the hose, with this part costing $1,300 just for the hose, in addition to 4 or 6 hours of labor. The particle separator device with stainless steel dock-mounted housing will cost, at low manufacturing volume, perhaps around $2,000. The prevention of one internal hose failure will about pay for the device. Recently, I made the rounds of Newport Beach pumps with Claire Comberget of the state inspector from the Santa Monica Bay Foundation. She said that her inspection rounds in Southern California, she found at least 20% of the pumps out of order. Now I'd like my first slide. The first one, please. This is one of the Sandy Sailor pumps. Is that my 2 minutes?
Yeah, it goes by fast. Why don't you wrap it up in 30 seconds, please?
I just wanted to show you that
You have to speak into the mic, though, or pull it towards you.
this is some sample fasteners that one might find in a bilge of a boat. And this is the device that takes them out. And I've had, they would
Back
be
into the
found
mic.
in here. They would be found in here. This goes in here. And this is the device you see in, this is the device you see in the stainless steel housing there. So once a month, we check this, and there have been over 10 times in this period where such fasteners are found would destroy the hose. And this is the hose. The second slide, please. Second slide, please. This is a peristaltic pump. This is where the hose is flattened in order to push the fluid. And then the third slide. And this is an actual pump that's in our Sandy Sailor pumps. And you can see this hose in the bottom of that. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate show and tell. We rarely get.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Richard Navarro, Peter Kaz, and then Samantha McDonald.
Good morning. So nice to see you all in person. My name is Richard Navarro, and I'm here to read a resolution for George Hilkema. Whereas George Hilkema has resided in Newport Beach since 1974, and a tireless defender of access to Newport Harbor for all California residents and boaters worldwide. Where from 1992 to 1994, he owned the Sam Morris Company, building the Bristol Channel Cutter in Costa Mesa. He's a founding member of the Newport Mooring Association, established in the late 1980s. He has served on the board of directors of the Newport Mooring Association since its founding, volunteering his time. He has served on numerous City of Newport Beach and Harbor Commission committees and subcommittees advocating for the interests of mooring permit holders in the harbor and achieving mutual beneficial solutions. He served the boating community on land and moorings, designing public docks for more dinghy storage, constructing onshore dinghy storage racks, and facilitating access to the moorings, including myself, as you saw in the picture. He developed this innovative filtration device, and therefore it's resolved that the Newport Mooring Association, in the presence of the California Coastal Commission on the 12th day of December 2024, present this resolution to George Hilkema, and that the title of Skipper of the Year be bestowed on this distinguished member of the Newport Harbor community. And in my mind, he's a skipper of the century. Thank you very much.
Aw, shucks, thanks.
Congratulations. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Next, Peter Kaz, Samantha McDonald, and then Bud Coomans.
Good morning, commissioners and staff, and thank you to be here. And first of all, I want to thank you for looking at the discrimination in prices for the mooring and the dock people that with the dogs. And second, I was going to talk about the budget deficit that the city usually has, and they come up with the ideas to put the moorings together, like head to head, to have more space. And one of the reasons could be they want to add more mooring into the harbor to cover possibly for the budget deficit, and then we getting the harassment and we getting the discrimination. And hopefully we can look at the matter of the dock paying much less, like a fraction, and maybe that could resolve the budget deficit for the city, and to be more fair between the mooring people paying much more and compared to the dock owner people. So hopefully that could roll up faster, and then we can have a resolution and might be covered. So we don't have to go through putting the moorings together to add more moorings. That's what the city is gonna do in future. And also want to let you guys know that we own our mooring equipment, so we are responsible to service it. And then we also have a parking issue here for vehicle as well as our dinghies. And we're getting harassment by the city, or they spend a lot of time to just come and tag the mooring. I wish you guys, since you guys here, you could see it, the public docks. So there is a lot of human time, or harbor department spend a lot of time to just come and put the tags on it, and then just hopefully you guys can take a look at that issue as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Samantha McDonald, Bud Coomans, and then Patricia Coomans.
Hi, my name is Samantha McDonald. I'm a liveaboard in the Newport Beach boating community. I spoke last month, and I'm just here to reiterate that the city has passed a last-minute closed-door proposal to eradicate the liveaboard community. Whatever you guys can do in the power to help support us and stop this from happening, I would greatly appreciate. The city has had tremendous influence over our everyday actions of us living in the harbor. However, I know that you guys have authority over them. There are many proposals that the city of Newport Beach has done that show clear discrimination, and I would encourage you guys to take a quick drive over to the new public dock in the Balboa Marina Park as an example. The so-called public dock was built in conjunction to a massive expansion to a series of private slip parking for basically massive yachts. I'm assuming this was as a way to kind of say sorry for putting more private docks in a public fairway, but this dock that they built, which you're more than welcome to see today, was called a public dock, but one, it's in a private parking lot with a giant private parking only sign. The closest public parking is a quarter-mile walk away on the Pacific Coast Highway. The dock does not allow for fishing, which is really strange because you can fish on many other docks in Newport Beach, and you can only park your boat for 3 hours if you do go to the dock. It's very clear for those that use the docks every single day that this one was designed for wealthy boat owners to use the restaurants that are located in the parking lot and then leave. There's no other possible use that can be used because of the design and the restrictions. Newport continues to design for deception and to push the public out of enjoyment of the coast and tidelands, and they will continue to do so when California agencies step in. So I'm asking you to please monitor all of Newport Beach's actions and step in when they take these discriminatory practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Bud Coomans, Patricia Coomans, and Susie Whitelaw.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Well, my wife always tells me I should write things down, but I keep it on electronics and I lost it. It was pretty boring anyway. I want to talk more about the rates. And back in 2012, there was an appraisal by Netzer, the rates in Newport Beach. And they came up with rates that remained pretty much today risen by CPI. CPI from then is about 31%. The marina they based the appraisal on in 2012, today that marina for a 50-foot slip is charging 48% more. Yet the city wants to raise a 50-foot slip rate to 400% more. We have a 50, for the moorings, I'm sorry, not for the slips, for the moorings. One of the recent meetings, a few of you acknowledged that 400% rate increase was at best inconvenient and at worst unmanageable. Many of the people out here are retirees, whether they live aboard or not. I happen to be a live aboard. But many are retirees. They were blue collar workers and they just on fixed income now and they just can't afford 400%, especially when rates in general have risen 48%. So I don't know how they can acknowledge or rationalize that high rate increase. I didn't care all the years I've lived here what anyone else was paying. I was happy with our rates. It was manageable for us. We bought a boat that we knew we could manage the cost of owning the boat with those rates. Now I hear what the others in the harbor are paying, mainly the pier owners, the homeowners, and it just has me very, very upset. I thank you very much for listening. I hope you'll continue to look into it. I appreciate the looking into it you've already been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Kuman, Susie Whitelaw, and then Michael Brandon.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Patricia Kumans. I'm nervous,
Just pull
so-
the mic a little closer
Oh,
to you.
sorry, hi, my name
No,
is.
you can pull it to you. Yeah,
Better?
that's it.
Okay, thank you for being here. My name is Patricia Kumans, and I live on my boat in the Newport Beach moorings. We are hearing a lot of rumors that would change my life and that are very scary for us. In 2017, the harbor wrote Title 17. They wrote all the rules for the harbor. We went to many meetings and crossed the T's, dotted the I's to make sure it was all, with a lot of input from everyone, that the rules were written clear. We purchased our mooring with a plan to retire on our boat. The city guided me through the process of buying my mooring, getting my permit to live on it. That was now the only way to get a mooring was to purchase it. Things were notarized and filed. I felt it was a written contract. It was supposed to go up with the cost of living every year. I know more than half of the 48 liveaboards in the harbor. We are almost all retired, the one couple here. And we almost all are boaters, captains, and have worked in the field. All of us have stories of saving boats from damage, sinking, and even lives. Myself, more than once, have saved lives in the harbor. We are an addition to the harbor. Pricing us out is just mean. If the fee for the liveaboard went up, cost of living this year, plus 10%. Is that going to be every year until they finally price us out? And now they want to take away our purchase price for our purchase of the mooring. I know they say it's not an investment, but it sure felt like it when we were putting our down payment for a condo into a mooring instead. Now they want to change our. Okay, thank you for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susie Whitelaw, Michael Brandon, and then Jennifer Queston.
Hi, Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches, San Clemente. And I'm here today to save our coastal trail and the Mariposa Bridge that is really important for all of San Clemente. Most of the coastal trail looks like the foreground. It's just a decomposed granite trail on the right-of-way of the railroad, which we really appreciate that they let us use that. You can see in the background how it trends up into an elevated bridge. That's the Mariposa Bridge. Next slide, please. It's really vital. This is what connects North Beach, where we have our most affordable housing, a lot of young families and retirees there, and that connects it with the rest of San Clemente. And it connects Dana Point all the way down to the San Diego border. Without this, there is no coastal trail. Next slide, please. The reason for that is because if you look on the seaward side, due to coastal erosion, the railroad has thrown out so much riprap there that you can't walk along the beach without being battered up against the rocks. Then they're being threatened on the other side. You can see the part of that bridge is already down, and that's a landslide. Next slide, please. What they are planning on doing, there's no requirement for them to remediate the landslide because it's not on their property, it's on private property. So they're just going to build a big wall. They've already done 2 smaller walls, and now they want to extend that to a whole half a mile, which is the entire Mariposa Bridge, which is fine. This is supposed to catch the debris. The problem is they are redesigning the bridge and the access on the debris side of the wall, on the landslide part of the side of the wall, and at a lower elevation. Next slide, please. They've only shown, that was OCTA's kind of cartoon of how they're going to draw it. It's not a scaled engineering diagram, and that's what they're asking your CEO to permit based on that cartoon. Well, this is the wall that they have built so far, and so that pedestrian sidewalk would be kind of where that truck is. And so I'm just asking that you could ask them to redesign that to allow for more public access. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Michael Brandon, Jennifer Creston, Wade Womack.
Good morning, commissioners and esteemed Vice Chair Escalante. Thank you for coming to Newport Beach today. It means a lot to us.
Let's just 1 second.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Michael Brandon, and I live aboard my 37-foot sailboat in Newport Beach Harbor, right there. My objective today is to humanize and justify the existence of liveaboard sailors in Newport Beach. I want to put faces and stories to the liveaboard community that is doing so many wonderful things that often go unnoticed. If you could please advance 1 slide. This year, Dale Winson, a fellow liveaboard sailor, fulfilled his dream of sailing to the South Pacific. During his time there, he volunteered his time, his sailboat, and effort to deliver school supplies and Christmas gifts to children on a remote island. And you can see how happy they were there and the crew that he used to do it in the bottom right-hand corner. If you could advance the slide. Also this year, my partner Samantha that just spoke and I helped a sailing veterinarian spade and neuter 40 animals in Agua Verde. This type of outreach is only possible because of people living on their sailboats and freely giving their time to other human beings in need. I am sharing these stories with you today because the liveaboard community in California is at risk. Our community is not dilapidated or homeless. Rather, we sacrifice money for time while we travel slowly in our tiny sailing homes. The only reason we exist is because of language in a municipal code that legitimizes our sailboat as domiciles. Because of this unique opportunity, normal working class people can live along California's coast that otherwise wouldn't be able to. I'm humbly asking you to work with the State Land Commission to include language that recognizes and legitimizes our existence of liveaboard sailors in the final report on the investigation of Newport Beach's discrimination against tideland users. Thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter. It means so much to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Creston, Wade Womack, and then Daryl Gale.
Preston with a or maybe Womack. There it is. Good morning. It's really nice to see you all here. I'm Jennifer Creston, and I'm here to speak about the CDP apps in process with you. The first one, which is the one on the left, the mooring field densification, pushes boats on moorings together closer, makes mooring more difficult, more dangerous, and everyone I've spoken to who has a mooring is definitely opposed to this. It's very, very dangerous, and we're not interested in anything like that. But it would allow the city to apparently add some more moorings that they can then rent out. The Beacon Bay dock expansion allows docks to get larger, longer, so that the homeowners who own those docks can add more boats to them and get some rent. And the group who are in favor of this are basically the homeowners. But the issue is also that there are two different analysts involved in this, one on the mooring field densification and the other on the Beacon Bay dock expansion, and they're kind of be in competition. They're not proposing the same things. They're proposing things that are entirely different. And I'd just like you to look into it. Thank you very much.
Next, Wade Womack, Daryl Gale, and Diane Wolke.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Thank you for visiting Newport Beach. My name is Wade Womack. I'm an avid boater. I'd like to echo Ms. Crescen's concerns regarding pushing moorings closer together. The city has referred to this as the Open Water Initiative, and I too agree that it is inconsistent with the concept of expanding docks. I don't know how that falls in line with the Open Water Initiative. I'd like to thank the commission and equally important coastal staff who does all the heavy lifting for doing your best to create a level playing field in Newport Harbor, and for protecting and along the entire California coast, and for protecting and preserving access for generations to come. As a former state employee, I know the pay is not always the best, but it's the most meaningful work, and once again, it'll last for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Daryl Gale, Diane Wolke, and then Steve Ray.
Okay, new topic. I'm Daryl Gale. I am still having trouble comprehending how the Coastal Commission has let the Edison nuclear waste dump with its deadly, toxic 3.6 million pounds soaking in wet sand, flimsy containers, subject to cracking and chloride corrosion, which must be repackaged and moved inland. And this has been ignored, this dire problem, for years. 8 million people need you to proactively help us to take steps, get equipment like a hot cell so it can be moved, not ignored. Edison must be held accountable for monitoring and inspections, and it needs to get started now, no longer ignored. That's it.
Thank you, Diane Wolke, Steve Ray, and then we'll move to Zoom participants.
Good morning. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm a board member of Safe Healthy Playing Fields, and I'd like to briefly discuss the SEIR for the Port of Los Angeles West Harbor Modification Project. The project includes a 6,200-seat, 1,000 square foot amphitheater on 2.1 acres with over 50,000 square feet of synthetic turf in the seating area. You all know that synthetic turf is a fossil fuel-based petrochemical plastic, contains PFAS, other endocrine disrupting and neurotoxic chemicals, UV stabilizers, flame retardants, polyvinyl chloride, formaldehyde, and numerous other toxic and carcinogenic chemicals. These can cause disease, lifetime disability, and even cancer and death. Contribution to human health effects due to exposure from PFAS and other chemicals, bacteria, pollutants, and bacteria collects on these fields. They readily reach temperatures of 160 to 180 degrees, posing risks to thermal burns, heat stroke, and death. The off-gas methane and ethylene, CO2, create heat islands and contribute to climate change. Degradation caused by UV radiation exposure and friction will result in hundreds of pounds of microplastics released to air, water, and soil annually. These toxic chemicals not only leach from these fields and the blades, but they also adsorb other chemicals and bacteria. It's an unrecyclable plastic. These microplastics have been found virtually in every human organ and tissue, 1,288 marine species, 277 terrestrial and freshwater species, and they've even been found in the air exhaled from dolphins' blowholes. The city of LA is moving towards a ban on synthetic turf. California DTSC is bringing the product under regulation due to the toxic chemicals. We request that the commission disallow synthetic turf in this project should a port master plan amendment occur or the development falls under a category of appealable development. We also ask that you submit a letter opposing this installation before the end of public comments on the 10th of January. Thank you.
Thanks. Steve Ray, and then our first Zoom speakers will be Alina Bainan, Penny Aaliyah, and then Dan Stedjink. Steve Ray.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. First of all, I want to say to Commissioner Katie Rice that your calm, intelligent, and reasoned comments before this commission and its deliberations will be missed, as will you. Thank you for your service and good luck. And now on to my topic, Measure A24. In Morro Bay, there's been an effort to change some of the zoning in the downtown area, along the Embarcadero, along the waterfront, and in the old power plant property. The citizens were worried about this and decided to put together a measure before the voters that would require voter approval of any changes in the zoning in those areas. It was a hard-fought battle, but the good side won. The citizens won, and the measure passed by 60% of the vote, so it was very popular procedure. So citizens' participation will be required now in the process in the city. The thing is, though, that while it requires that, the city staff has indicated that they're not sure whether it has to go to anybody else like the Coastal Commission to get these changes approved to the certified LCP. I've informed them that it does, but I'm not a commissioner, so they don't believe me. So they're sending a letter to the staff about exactly how that stands and how that will proceed. And I would make a request to staff that they respond as promptly as possible to the city so the city knows how they're going to move forward on this issue of any attempt to change the zoning codes in the city in the LCP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're only seeing 3 Zoom speakers for the moment. Alina Bainan, Penny Aaliyah, and then Dan Stedjink. Alina Bainan, you should be able to unmute and turn on your camera now.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Coastal Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. I am a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, so I've been learning a lot about ocean law and policy, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn more about California Coastal Commission handles so many diverse challenges to keep the health and safety of the public and environment. I wanted to speak today about Agenda 5B in San Diego Bay to renovate the playground, basketball court, and comfort station, and to also install ADA compliant sidewalks.
Just one second. Would you hold off? This is for an item that's on the agenda, so you're gonna have to come back for that.
So sorry. Yes, of course. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Where was I? Penny Aaliyah.
Good morning. Happy holidays, everyone. Am I on? Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, and thank you, Chris, for working so late last night and getting back to me. I really appreciate it. Good morning, Penny Aaliyah. I spoke to you during your September hearing regarding concerns related to Caltrans's 10 projects along the Mendocino coast and focused on Jack Peters Bridge. Since April, I have attempted to work with Caltrans without success. Following the September hearing, Joshua Levine from your Arcata enforcement staff visited the site on September 30th and returned recently regarding lack of permit condition compliance. These photos were taken by the North Coast Regional Water Board Inspector on September 30th during the site visit Mr. Levine attended. Please note this area right along the creek. Mr. Levine has advised that this haphazardly placed structure has fallen into greater disrepair since the bomb cyclone hit this area recently. Natural resources don't appear to be of a concern throughout this site. Next slide, please. This is the cover sheet to an extensive 41-page report by the Water Board. Given time constraints, I am sharing only two comparisons between the deficiencies that were observed in September and the condition of those same areas months later. Next slide, please. The employee parking area, and please note, I have to take these pictures while I'm driving a car, so they're not very good and I shouldn't be doing that. The employee parking area deficiencies have not been remedied, and Caltrans refuses to consider a van pool that would relieve some of the challenges at this constrained site. Next slide, please. The slope deficiencies were exacerbated during the bomb cyclone and have yet to be remedied with the rainy season well underway. Last night was an inch. Mr. Levine is stretched very thin. Working with transportation, could you please provide direction and guidance as to how we can improve Caltrans's projects and natural resource impacts along this precious stretch of coast? Jack Peters would be a great start. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we had a couple more now, Dan Sedgink and then Bill McLaughlin. Dan Sedgink, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you
we can
hear me?
Yes,
Excellent.
we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint slide too, if it's around there.
We never received your presentation.
No problem. I had sent it on 11/25/24 on there.
We don't have it with us right now. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna read out loud. First of all, I'm gonna take 10 seconds to thank whoever mans the executive staff email and the materials email. You're prompt and good humored there. Offer best wishes to recent Guardian of the Coast Commissioner Carol Groom, and suggest that retiring Supervisor Dave Pine would be an excellent addition to the California Coastal Commission. My comments today are on the Pacifica draft LCPUP approved last month, and the Pacific Quarry Indigenous History. Basically, they've said that there is no indigenous history in the Pacific Quarry. There's a Smoking Gun 2010 Pacifica Village Center draft environmental report that clearly states two prehistoric sites on this project. Page 3.51, two prehistoric sites are recorded within the area of potential project. The former Rockaway Quarry was a significant contributor to the history and development of Pacifica. Tamigtac, the Native American village, is clearly located on Clara Creek at Rockaway Quarry. Page 3.5 says, at the Spanish arrival, occupied Ohlone villages were identified by Spanish chroniclers as Puristac on San Pedro Creek and Tamigtac at Rockaway Beach, likely right on Clara Creek. That's Milliken, 1983 and 1995. The quarry Tamigtac prehistoric archaeological sites include California SMA 162, 168, and 114. And again, that's 3.5-7 being outlined in that report. Orlins and Schrader on page 3.511 noted that SMA 2CX68, if the site is within the wetland restoration project, the significance of the site will need to be assessed with reference to criteria for eligibility to the NHRP, National Register of Historic Places. That's Orlins and Schrader in 1994. And further, we strongly recommend that the Environmental Management Office designate this site as an archaeological preservation zone within the Clara Creek project area. Neither of these recommendations appear to have been carried out. In 1963, they found 50 native bodies on the site. Jaw, skull, arm, leg, and rib bones, along with teeth, were found 2 feet below ground level by on-site workings while digging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill McLaughlin, and then I'll call names that we aren't able to see. Go ahead, Bill. Bill, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Bill McLaughlin, Ocean Beach surfer, fisherman, coastal activist, proud member of Surfrider Foundation, Save the Waves. I just want to correct the record regarding the South Ocean Beach armoring project. It was approved last month by this commission. The commission approved the seawall based upon inaccurate information, unfortunately. Namely, that a managed retreat strategy for the Lake Merced sewer tunnel would require the relocation of the entire wastewater plant. I was shocked to see this commission sold on that concept. It does not exist in the PUC's alternative analysis report. There, the agency acknowledges managed retreat is technically feasible, but is rejected mainly because of high costs, not because it couldn't be done, not because it triggers the relocation of all the remaining wastewater infrastructure. Where did this idea come from? It actually came from staff, not the city. It's in the staff report. You can check it, pages 63 through 65. There's a discussion. Additionally, perhaps most disturbing, you were told by PUC that insufficient public land was available in the project area to relocate anything. Virtually all the land in that area is public land. So managed retreat was technically feasible here. The point was that it was never properly explored nor analyzed. It was just dismissed arbitrarily out of hand. It goes without saying that this is not how to plan for sea level rise and climate change. It is also a direct affront to this commission's sea level rise guidance goals. Commissioners, managed retreat was not properly analyzed at South Ocean Beach. It's too bad, because even a hybrid retreat seawall project would have daylighted much more shoreline for restoration, sand replenishment, and safe public access. If there is a process to rescind a commission vote on a CDP, please consider that. Consider putting that in motion. The vote really was a major injustice for Ocean Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call names now. If you hear your name, please raise your hand. Lee Harrison, Suvan Gear, Sabrina Brennan, Bill Hickman, Marisa Sullivan, Irene Cook. Okay, I'm seeing one hand raised. You should be able to unmute under the name BSAWLACC. Please state your name.
Lee Harrison.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
I have some slides, I think.
Yes, we're bringing it up.
Thank you very much. Good evening, or good afternoon. I'm sorry, good morning. My name is Lee Harrison. I'm the CEO for the Western Los Angeles County Council Scouting America. We operate Camp Emerald Bay on Catalina Island, and I spoke a couple of months ago as we celebrate 100 years at the camp on Catalina Island. Next slide. What I'd like to talk about today is specifically our outdoor education program, focused on providing environmental science education to school students. Coming out of the pandemic, we had to restart the program completely from scratch. And as you can see, we've been growing our programs year over year. In 2023, we had 1,852 campers, and in 24, 2,688. And this year, of that, 333 were Title I schools. Next slide. Our programs try to emphasize kelp forest exploration, environmental stewardship, and island biogeography. Next slide. This last year, we will have funded directly 342 camperships, which allows students from Title I schools to come to the camp free of charge. This doesn't include all the work that we do with the schools to help them raise money to be able to come out to the island. Next slide. Here's a couple of quotes from some of our students. I learned that there are many little critters and animals decomposing and breaking down food scraps to help the environment to make new dirt. Next slide. I'll skip that rest of those. As we celebrate 100 years, the Outdoor Academy builds upon the 100-year legacy of scouting at Emerald Bay by introducing youth to outdoor skills and the patrol method. Next slide. And here's a list of the schools that we work with this year in 2024. And we look to add another 1,000 students to next year, and very excited about the programming. And next slide. And opportunities for anyone who has schools or students that would like to come out to the camp, please see here. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I'm seeing no other hands raised. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris.
Vice Chair.
Appreciate it. Great job. Great job. All right, now bringing it back to staff for any responses and then commission.
I guess I would just ask if the commissioners have any questions or want us to respond on any particular topic in general, and we'll be prepared to do so. But there's a lot covered, so I don't know what you'd like me to respond to.
Agreed. Commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Nothoff?
Yeah, couple things that we have ongoing in work with some of the jurisdictions that were brought up today. I wanted to check in on what's going on with in San Clemente with the OCTA, and also where things are in terms of the State Lands Commission and mooring here in Newport Beach.
Sure, I can start. I don't have much of an update yet on the mooring issues. As you know, we had Jennifer Lucchesi, the Executive Officer of the State Lands Commission, I think 2 months ago, presented to the commission on the process that they are working through. They're reviewing sort of the general, what the city has been doing in the Bay and the leasing, the whole thing. So we are waiting. That's ongoing, and we're sort of in touch with State Lands and, communicating with them about that as they go through a review. But essentially, they'll be completing their review, and then we'll bring that, kind of whatever the results of that review and whether it requires any action by the commission will be determined after that point. And then I'll turn it over to Carl to give a little bit more information on any updates on OCTA.
Thank you, Kate. So on OCTA, there are a number of issues going on in that area in San Clemente, South San Clemente. I'll just mention that we do continue to have twice monthly meetings with OCTA on their various projects. Right now, of course, a big component and focus is to identify sand sources to bring to the beach in order to provide some protection for the railroad, and that is currently ongoing. OCTA also, they did recently receive a $313 million grant. That's for the rail improvements, and they're actively looking at alternatives for the various projects that they're working on. One of those is the Cypress Shores CDP application. That's the follow-up for the emergency work at the south end of town. That is near completion, and we are expected to bring that in front of the commission in February. As far as the site on the north end of town near Mariposa landslide and in area 3 of OCTA's application, which is for the landslide stabilization and barrier walls at the toe of the bluff, that application is still incomplete. The OCTA is looking at alternatives, and an inherent part of that is looking at the coastal access impacts associated with that proposal, which is one of the things that you saw mentioned in terms of the alignment of the public trail along the rail corridor there. So that would be part of that alternatives analysis that we're waiting on. The two other applications for areas 1 and 2, that's for sand and rock placement. Again, at the north end of town, that's incomplete. And then the area 4 application, which is for sand and rock placement at San Clemente State Beach, that too is incomplete, awaiting the alternatives analysis, among other things.
Thank you. I think that's a good illustration of how engaged the commission is on this issue in that area in terms of beach erosion and public access. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders, please.
Thank you. My question relates to also the issue that was mentioned, Dr. Hucklebridge, about the mooring and the State Lands Commission. I really want to commend the folks from the public who came to present such an organized group of testimonies. And I'm wondering, because the wheels of government sometimes turn kind of slow, even though this is a priority, if we can have updates, maybe it's every other month or something like that in your executive director's report, so that we can keep this on the radar. And I just encourage folks who came today to continue to come back periodically to give that testimony. It was very compelling.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. We can definitely provide updates as we have them. I do know that the State Lands Commission is working as quickly as they possibly can. They do realize how important this is. So I'm in regular communication with them, as our staff are, and so we'll continue to try to get updates on their timing and how things are going, and communicate the urgency as we can.
I think that's it for the commission. I just wanted to thank the public for all your testimony. I think it's always very important for us to hear all of that. So thank you for coming in person and for calling in. So now we're going to keep moving on our agenda. This is to the consent calendar. Mr. Schwick?
Thank you. So that does take us down to item 5, which is the consent calendar for all units and districts on the agenda today. There's one item each from Orange County and San Diego County. We did receive correspondence on item 5B, which is the City of San Diego's Dianza Cove Park area improvements. One of the comment letters alleges that oversized vehicles are unlawfully parking in the Dianza Cove parking lot, and that vehicular habitation is unsightly and associated with crime, vandalism, and pollutant discharge. The letter makes a number of recommendations about changes to the city's project that might address those concerns. Most of those recommendations are well outside the scope of the proposal, and there are existing city laws in place to address the issues, and those are the city's responsibility to implement. We also received a second letter, this one specifically objecting, raising concerns about the use of PVC in the play matta product that is proposed to be used as a playground surface in that project. And that's the same material that was approved a few months ago in another project that we looked at. Our water quality specialist, Dr. Vanessa Metz, reviewed those comments and concluded that they're based largely, it appears, on a misunderstanding of what the specific product is made of. To respond to that briefly, to the various concerns that were raised in the letter, Dr. Metz notes that the PVC itself is not a known or suspected carcinogen. There's no known chemicals that are released into the environment with this material. There's no known toxicity effects that occur in the use of the product. The proposed PVC playground tiles and the underlayment do not use any of the glues, adhesives, or binders that are mentioned in the letter. The tiles also do not contain PFAS or phthalates or toxic flame retardants. Also, the PVC is virgin material. It's not made of recycled material in this case. And so staff has concluded that play matter product and the underlayment are an appropriate playground surfacing material that will minimize the discharge of microplastics debris and minimize leaching of hazardous chemicals. Dr. Metz did a quick write-up last night that will be made part of our record. But with that, staff isn't recommending any changes to the special conditions of the projects, and we continue to recommend approval on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck. Any commissioners have an ex parte for any of the items on the consent calendar? Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on any of the items on the consent?
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
Great, thank you. Chris?
We'll start with in the room, Diane Wolke.
Diane Wolke, board member, Safe Healthy Playing Fields. We're also an affiliate of Beyond Plastics. I have a master's degree in nursing. I'm a retired advanced practice nurse, as well as a public health nurse, and I could not disagree with the staff recommendations more strongly. PVC is being banned by the US EPA in California. It contains over 600 chemicals. If you avail yourself of the chem ChemSec report that was included in my letter. It's attached. That information is all there. It does contain PFAS phthalates. It contains flame retardants. It contains all kinds of toxic chemicals. It is a category 1A carcinogenic, full stop. We have no business approving these types of surfaces for our kids to play on and for these chemicals that do in fact leach from these plastic products. Again, fossil fuel petrochemical plastics, 99% of plastics. And we certainly have no business exposing the environment to these. This product has a 6-year warranty, which tells you how fast this is going to break down. It also will break down more quickly in heat and humidity, which I've pointed out previously in regards to the Newport Beach Elementary School project. It will not be recycled. Less than 6% of plastics in the United States are recycled. This product is from New Zealand. US EPA just in March of this year banned asbestos in PVC. Is New Zealand banning asbestos? We could not be more appalled at this choice, and we ask that this item be removed from the consent calendar and brought back or sent back to San Diego, where I'm also a taxpayer and do not appreciate my money being spent to harm children and the environment. This is crazy. We can't go from bad choice to worse choice here. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom speakers now, Julia Hill, followed by Nancy Okada, and then Ann Cantrell. Julia Hill, you're being promoted in as a panelist. When you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Hi there, my name is Julia Hill, and I'm a student of UC San Diego's Global Policy and Strategy School, specializing in environmental policy. And I agree that the playground, Playa Pacific Park, should be renovated, since playgrounds are an important part of childhood development and community. All that I ask is that the construction is very mindful of the impact on water quality. In the report, there were some concerns about water quality and runoff, since the park is right next to Mission Beach. That area is a popular spot for people to take walks, bring their children, and participate in water activities. And according to an article from the International Journal of Behavioral Nutrition and Physical Activity, play is fundamental for childhood development and helps increase physical activity. On average, children spend more time playing on playgrounds than anywhere else, so reconstructing the playground will hopefully incentivize more children to go out and play during a time where outside play is decreasing. The reconstruction is a great idea. However, losing a safe public area for the people of San Diego to go in the water would be devastating. With construction comes environmental hazards and waste that would run off into the nearby beach, which is arguably another designated safe place for children to play. So having, a safe playground that is also ADA inclusive and has a revitalized stormwater system is a playground that sounds like it is adapting to the current and future state of the world, which is amazing. I would just like to remind the commission to also be mindful of the impacts on this reconstruction and what it could have on the natural resources the community has used, and what the community treasures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada, Ann Cantrell, and then Alina Bainan. Nancy Okada, I see you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Oh, hi. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Hi. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. Nancy Okada. Regarding this item on the agenda. First, I want to thank you for saying no to the synthetic turf in Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara, a while back. Your, staff's excellent work on that was very appreciated. Now with this, we're moving into these playing surfaces that people don't know as much about and aren't as aware of the toxics as talked about by Diane Mulkey. I would really like this item to be taken off consent and sent back to staff to consider some nature-based solutions instead of the plastics that have PVC in them, even though it's supposedly virgin PVC. Basically, plastic is plastic, and covering the earth with plastic is not a great idea. If you could consider wood chips, bark, sand, pea gravel, all natural substances, or even engineered wood fiber without the chemical binders would be a much better solution for this. As well as the honeycomb structure of this playground also invites metals and glass to be embedded in various things and would impact the wildlife. So I would ask, please send this back, take it off consent and send it back to the staff for one more look so you can do a great job that you've done before. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Cantrell, and then Alina Bainan. Ann Cantrell.
Thank you, Ann Cantrell. I agree with what Diane and Nancy have said. This should be sent back for more study. I do not know what virgin PVC is made out of. I'm assuming petroleum products, and to say that this is not carcinogenic, I do not agree with that conclusion. Having kids play on plastics, even if it's virgin plastic, does not sound environmentally healthy. This is right next to the beach, as I understand it. Why not use sand? You've got plenty of material there, and I think this needs more study. There are people that are experts on plastic playing fields that are not paid by the plastic industry, and I think that you should take time to consult with them. Diane sent a long list of people in her letter that could be consulted with, so please take more time with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alina Bainan.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. I apologize for going earlier. I'm still getting the hang of all of this, so thank you for your patience. I do support this measure. I have been living in San Diego 12 years. I frequent this area a lot, and I know that it's an important part of the community to come and play and enjoy the area. I just want to note that I agree with the previous speaker. If you can just do more assessment to make sure that the runoff is taken care of. I know that in San Diego, this is a huge issue of runoff, especially when we get a lot of rain. There's flooding, there's a lot of ecological damage that happens to the area. And I think the more we take our time to make sure that we are ensuring the future sea level rise and excess water damage to the area to make sure that the pollutants are not going directly into the bay. I know that lighting is also important to make sure we are not impacting any animal species that are affected by excess lighting, even though lighting is important. With that said, I do support this measure. I think that it's important to invest into our community. It keeps the community safer when people can come and enjoy together as a family. And I look forward to seeing the improvements happen in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then now we have one last speaker who we were able to find, Leslie Purcell. Leslie Purcell, go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. I would like to support the previous speakers who asked to have this item taken off of consent. Sorry, this is Leslie Purcell, and I'm calling from Ventura. I believe that it's important to really understand these plastics and what their impact is on the environment and air, water, soil. They break down eventually and go everywhere. And there's been UN panels on this. We'd like to maybe have a coastal commission workshop on these kinds of plastics and artificial turf ingredients that are too pervasive in the environment in different forms. So adding another input of these kinds of materials where children play is
not advisable from my perspective. And as others have said, it's right next to the beach and ocean. And I think it's a real concern. And I would like the Coastal Commission to further investigate and put this off for another day and possibly convene a workshop on these kinds of materials and their potential uses and effects on us and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we don't have any more speakers, but we have 3 people available for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks to the public. I guess I'll bring it back to staff for any comments and then to the commission.
Yes, thank you. We do have a couple of comments. I think first off, I wanted to just assure the commission and the members of the public that we do take water quality issues associated with plastics very seriously. We have spent a good deal of time looking into this, and in a moment, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metz, who has spent a good deal of time looking into concerns related to the different materials. As you'll recall, we had a project last year where we had a playground material that was crumb rubber, and that's sort of what has started a lot of this conversation. And I'm really grateful to the members of the public for raising the issue with us and bringing their concerns. But I also want to note that there are a lot of things that local governments and others who are building playgrounds need to balance. And so that includes ADA accessibility. It includes fall, requirements around fall protection. It includes also environmental safety. So there's, a lot of the suggestions that were made today about natural materials aren't ADA accessible. And so you can't run a wheelchair over sand or wood chips. And we have, we've looked into all of these things. We have spent a good deal of time researching. So I just wanted to let you all know that we do take this very seriously. And I would like to turn it over to Dr. Metz, who is online, who can share a little bit more about what she has learned and her understanding of the materials that are being proposed here. Dr. Metz?
Hello, I'm Vanessa Metz. I'm an environmental scientist in the Commission's Water Quality Program. And we have looked into these issues quite seriously, as was mentioned. There are several natural materials that can be used for playground surfacing, but they need to meet both requirements for ADA accessibility for wheelchair access and also fall safety requirements for children falling from play equipment. And a lot of the natural materials such as sand and pea gravel and wood chips do not meet those requirements. There are a couple natural materials, cork, granules that are bound with a polyurethane plastic, and also a reinforced bound engineered wood fiber material, which is also bound in plastic. And so our understanding is that these materials, once they wear and are exposed to scuffing by users of the playground and UV exposure, will start to shed some of these granules or fibers that are plastic coated into the environment. And so we feel that the proposed PVC tiles are much less likely to shed plastics and microplastics into the environment, and so they seem to be a good choice. A lot of the toxic issues that were brought up in the letter that we received yesterday seem to have some confusion about vinyl chloride gas, which is used, it's an industrially produced gas that's used to produce PVC. That gas is toxic and carcinogenic, but PVC itself is not. And the EPA and also the National Sanitation Foundation have rigorous testing that they conduct to make sure that any residual traces of vinyl chloride in the product are below 2 parts per billion. So they're not considered leachable in any significant quantities to the environment or to anyone playing on these surfaces. And also the letter brought up a lot of different potential glues, weatherproofing, adhesives, binders, fire retardants, and UV protectant chemicals that are added to some types of plastics, but not for PVC. PVC, as you may be aware, is used as drinking water pipe, and so it has to meet the requirements for public health and safety standards. The only additive for UV protection and heat protection is a zinc oxide to this tile material. And as you may recall, zinc oxide is used in a lot of sunscreens for people, especially it's billed as sunscreens for sensitive skin. And it's also considered one of the coral reef friendly sunscreen ingredients that is safer to the marine environment as well. And so although we wish there were more natural surfacing choices that met ADA requirements, we have not heard of any except for perhaps the two that I mentioned, which have more of a potential for releasing microplastic debris. So we have not found any evidence that shows that PVC itself, as opposed to the vinyl chloride gas, is toxic. It's not a known or suspected carcinogen. The material safety data sheet for the product, the tile product, says that it is non-toxic. So we're pretty confident that this material is not going to pose an environmental or human health hazard.
Thank you, Dr. Metz. Very much appreciated. And just want to add that I feel like this is an evolving field generally, both in the science that's being done around it, the different materials that are being developed. So we will keep an eye on this. But with the information we have in front of us now, I think we continue to recommend approval of this on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Back to the commissioners. Commissioner Cummings wants to speak, and then Commissioner Nara.
I just want to appreciate the members of the public who spoke to us on this item and brought up their concerns. And I think what really helps me in moving forward today is also, when we have special conditions number 4, which requires the applicant to submit a stormwater plan that identifies stormwater pollution prevention measures to be used in the parking lot and describes how the stormwater generated from the parking lot would be captured and treated. And then also special condition number 5, which requires the submittal of a construction and pollution prevention plan to ensure that proper best management practices are implemented during construction to secure on-site materials and capture runoff that may enter nearby storm drains that flow directly into the waters of Mission Bay. And I think that, that's another opportunity for us, for staff, to, hold these people accountable, because if they don't submit those plans and the plans are inadequate, they can deny the permit for this project. And so, given the level of concern that's brought up, I'm confident that the staff is going to be looking at this very closely to ensure that these best practices are implemented for this project. And for those reasons, I'm happy to move forward with this today.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Commissioner Nara? Nara, yes.
I too appreciate Dr. Metz's explanation. I just wanted to note that this is an issue that we are repeatedly hearing about, and I think it would be helpful to kind of get together with stakeholders and see if there are some guidelines that we could have kind of some regularization. So just wanted to note that it is something that we're seeing more and more, and if we could have some guidelines for local governments, that might be useful.
Thank you, Commissioner Nara. Commissioner Machko?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank staff for that presentation, because I must admit, when you're reading the reports and you start to see these very educated complaints, we really do take a step back, and it's actually very rewarding for me to see how deeply you dive into these issues, so that we have the comfort of making these decisions without, just scrambling for information. And I just also like to underline for the public, thank you all for bringing this to our attention. It was an important issue. And I would like to stress that in the future, because science is under attack so much these days, that just remember that the people who are doing this work and looking into, the safety of products are people that we should be listening to and not disregarding. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for the thorough work. I also feel confident in the decision and the conditions that have been placed in the report and for the applicant. I do agree with Commissioner Nothoff. I think it's an emerging field, and we should be, keeping close attention to some of these emerging issues. As everyone knows, very familiar with the pollution happening in the Tijuana River, and sometimes just because there haven't been standards set doesn't mean that they're not causing harm. It's what we're experiencing down there. So I just be interested in taking a look at that. But for now, for this item and for the conditions that we've placed, I feel satisfied and will be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'll just make a brief comment just because this is an area, not specifically playgrounds, but, toxics and plastics that and I know that the state is sort of grappling of how to deal with PVC and some of the PFAS in food packaging in particular. So I appreciate sort of our staff's analysis of this. I do definitely want to explore into it more and to hear sort of different perspectives from the scientists out there. I still do have the thing about this is obviously for ADA laws doesn't mean that now all playgrounds are going to have these plastic materials coverage everywhere.
I think there are ADA accessibility requirements for playgrounds, and they are required to meet those requirements. And so right now, I think what you heard from Dr. Metz is we've been looking into different materials and doing a lot of research on what materials would meet those requirements. And the only ones she found that had natural materials also did have plastics in them and had a greater chance. So I do think as new playground, I mean, there are those requirements that are for all playgrounds. Also, the fall protection requirements is another one. But again, I feel like there's new materials out there. We need to keep looking and encouraging natural materials that don't shed or that aren't bound by plastic or something if we can figure that out. But as of right now, we don't think those are available. We haven't found them.
Okay, I appreciate that. I do look forward to sort of a more in-depth discussion on this because is definitely, it's just obviously going to be more and more area coverage by these materials, especially in the coastal zone. So we do need to be very careful about how we move forward and set precedent on this. And having grown up in the 80s, I do appreciate it. And I already have a 20-year-old, so I have gone through the transition of softening the playgrounds. Maybe we've gone too soft, but especially if we're just kind of relying on plastic to protect our skin. But I will not stall this process any further, but I will definitely be paying attention. This is something that we do care about. So please continue coming in and advocating and educating us on it. So anybody wants to move anything from consent? Oh, Commissioner Rice?
I'll second.
And if I could make a quick comment.
Please,
Wasn't
Commissioner
going
Rice.
to. Sorry. Yes, I wasn't going to comment, but I will add on. Commend staff for the deep dive and explanation around the materials. And I just want to really elevate the importance of the accessibility piece of this. Playgrounds of the past were not designed so that all children would be able to enjoy them. And so this accessibility piece is so important. And I think the most important word that has been used in this discussion is the word balancing. Our executive director used that in terms of what our local governments or what in the design of these playgrounds are needing to balance. And it's just so important that we are thinking about those children who for generations have had to watch from the sidelines as their peers who had more mobility were able to enjoy those play structures. So just want to call that out and happy to move consent.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Cummings seconds. I guess that's, can we do unanimous?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody okay with unanimous consent? All right, unanimous consent, moving forward.
Thank
Consent
you.
calendar, this is section, item six.
That's correct. Item 6, which is for items on regular calendar, moved to consent calendar. And I'll go over those that I mentioned earlier today. So the item 12, that's the County of Santa Barbara's LCP amendment on their housing bill implementation ordinance. That's moved to consent. All of these are moved to consent. Item 15A, that's the Dana Point LCP amendment on their housing zoning code update. Item 17A, the Estafanos application from Laguna Beach. Item 19A, that's the Coronado Housing Element Update LCP. Item 21A, that's the Seaforth Marina Dock Replacement Project in San Diego. Item 21B, the Camino Del Mar Bridge Replacement in Del Mar. And then item 22A, that's the Channel Side Water Resources project in Carlsbad. And I do have just a few comments on some of these. So on item 19A, that's the Coronado housing element. There is correspondence and an addenda making changes to the staff recommendation. These changes are largely in response to comments that we received from the owner of one of the properties involved, H.G. Fenton. Staff did reach agreement on some changes that address neighborhood compatibility between commercial and residential uses and address the owner's concerns, noting the outcome of a Court of Appeal decision on the status of their land. With the changes outlined in the addendum, we understand both the landowner and the city are in agreement with staff recommendation. On item 21B, and on behalf of our transportation unit, our staff would like to thank the city of Del Mar for working collaboratively with us on this bridge replacement project, which includes significant multimodal access, sea level rise resiliency provisions, lagoon habitat restoration, and visual upgrades. So we also wish to highlight that this is a project that was funded by Caltrans Local Assistance Grant. And then last on item 22A, Surfrider Foundation submitted comments requesting that surf monitoring be conducted at all 3 sites where sand is proposed to be placed. That change is included in the staff report addendum, and we understand the applicant and Surfrider are in agreement. So with that, staff recommends these items get moved to the consent calendar and approved per the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Schwig. Any commissioners have an ex parte for any of these items in the consent calendar to report? No? Any members of the public who would like to speak on any of this?
Yes, we have a handful. So for item 17A, move to consent, we have Don Schmitz in person.
Commissioners, good morning. Don Schmitz. Madam Chair, do you have any other speakers on this item?
No, there are no other speakers for this
Then
item.
we're here to answer any questions, and we want to thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. And one second, Commissioner Cummings has just remembered that he has an ex parte to report, so pause.
Sorry about that. So I had an ex parte on December 4th, 2 p.m. via Zoom with Don Schmitz. And my staff, Trina Barton and Sandy Brown, were present for that ex parte where more or less Mr. Schmitz walked us through the project and shared with us the different details about the project and how they've worked through the different issues that came up with the project and the Coastal Commission and how they've been able to bring it to a point where they think that there's mutual agreement in the project being able to move forward. And I submitted my ex parte yesterday, so it was a little late and I still need to sign it, but it should be going on file soon.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. And there's no other public speakers for that item. Anyone else for the other items?
For item 19A, we have Jesse Brown also here in person. Jesse Brown.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm a representative from the City of Coronado. I'm available to answer any questions on item 19A.
Thank you.
And then we had for item 22A, one member on Zoom, Kaylee Fish. We're not able to see them on Zoom, so if you're online, please raise your hand, Kaylee Fish. I'll wait a second. All right, I'm seeing no hand raised, and then we have a number of people for all the items available for questions.
Thank you, Chris. All right, so bringing it back to the commission, does anyone want to remove any item or make a Commissioner Aguirre has a comment?
Just a quick comment. I want to commend the city of Coronado for finishing their housing element and bringing it forward. And I also want to commend Surfrider for asking for the surf monitoring. I'm always very in support of that, so look forward to that too.
Thank you. A motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move.
And I'll second, and just thank staff for continuing to move housing measures like this expeditiously on consent and otherwise. So, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Okay, no longer anybody wants to speak. So everybody okay with the unanimous consent vote? Looks like we are, so consent calendar passes. Move on. So now to the North Central Coast District Deputy Director's report.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, is Dan Carl on Zoom. That does bring us to the North Central Coast District calendar. For item 7, there are no items to report, so it takes us down to item number 8A, and this is a Moss Beach single-family home appeal. And Isabel Cooper, who is our analyst assigned to this, is going to give our staff presentation. We do have a Zoom, or excuse me, we do have a PowerPoint.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Item 8A is an appeal of a San Mateo County coastal permit approval for a lot merger and construction of a new single-family residence with an attached garage in the unincorporated Moss Beach area of San Mateo County. Slide 1 shows a rendering of the county-approved project as seen from Cypress Avenue. Next slide, please. The project site outlined in red on slide 2 is located on Cypress Avenue inland of Beachway. The site consists of 2 vacant substandard lots in an existing residential neighborhood that would be combined into one roughly 5,600 square foot lot. Next slide, please. Slide 3 shows the vacant vegetated project site as viewed from Cypress Avenue. And as seen here, the site is nearly surrounded by existing single-family homes in a developed residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows the county-approved residential footprint in blue within the lot in red on the left, and a rendering of the completed house on the right. The house would be almost 2,000 square feet with a 1,000 square foot attached garage, or a total of about 3,000 square feet. The appellants contend that the approved house raises LCP consistency issues related to coastal hazards. Specifically, the appellants primarily contend that the approved development is inconsistent with the LCP due to a lack of adequate coastal hazard risk assessment, and because it is inappropriately sited and designed in relation to seismic and erosion threats. Next slide, please. In terms of seismic issues, the applicant's geotechnical study and 2 different county-sponsored geotechnical evaluations determined that a fault trace, shown in red on slide 5, intersects a portion of the site. The LCP does not allow for development on top of such traces, but the LCP does not otherwise specify any setback from such features, rather simply requiring reasonable and appropriate setbacks. Based on the recommendation from 2 out of the 3 of the noted geotechnical reports, The county ultimately applied a 10-foot setback extending from the trace, shown here in yellow. Based on the geotechnical recommendations, the county also required an enhanced foundation design. In our view, the county's action sufficiently minimizes risks consistent with the LCP, including in terms of setbacks. Next slide, please. In terms of erosion issues, although the county did not explicitly evaluate bluff setbacks, the approved residence is located more than 75 feet from the bluff top edge, where bluff retreat evidence in the area suggests that 75 feet is likely adequate to meet relevant LCP tests. The appellant's real concerns appear to be related to drainage across the site and how the project might affect the neighborhood in that respect. Here, the county previously installed a bioswale running east to west across the site along Cypress Avenue, noted here at the top of slide 6, and that bioswale would be retained in the county's approval. There is also a swale running south to north towards Cypress Avenue, perpendicular to the county bioswale. This drainage feature would be shifted to the eastern edge of the site to accommodate the home, whose footprint is shown here in yellow. County conditions require that post-development runoff flows and velocity from the site not exceed pre-development conditions, and thus the effect of the project on drainage heading west towards the bluff, which is shown towards the left in this image, should be negligible. In other words, it would not appear that the project would significantly alter drainage velocities or drainage water quality. Next slide, please. In short, it appears that the project adequately addressed seismic, erosion, and water quality issues here. Importantly, this project does not appear to raise the type of bluff top setback issues that might raise concerns about potential future shoreline armoring. And in any case, all risks to development that exist here are completely internalized by the applicant. This outcome suggests that the commission need not become further involved in this case, and staff recommends that the commission find that no substantial issue exists with respect to the county approved project's conformity with the LCP. The single motion and resolution to do so is found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Does anybody have any ex partes to report? Seeing none, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue?
In this instance, staff is recommending no substantial issue, so there will be a hearing on the question of substantial issue.
Gotcha. So then in that case, we just take the vote?
You need to ask for public
Oh,
comment.
that's right. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Public comment, please.
Yes, we have the appellants Michelle Wheel and Seth Wheel online. Michelle Wheel, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now.
Hi, thank you, commissioners and staff for taking on this issue of great importance to the community of Moss Beach. We're appealing this project. Oh, do you have my slides? Sorry.
Yeah, how much time do you?
3 minutes, 3-4 minutes.
Okay, why don't we set you off for 3 minutes and see how it goes?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next slide. We're appealing this project for 2 main reasons. Number 1, the unreasonable risks to inhabitants and neighbors due to the earthquake fault running through the property. And number 2, the drainage and coastal erosion issues that will be exacerbated by this project. I'll start with the first problem. Next slide, please. The proposed home is located on in the Seal Cove neighborhood, which is the site of the northern part of the San Gregorio Fault, a major earthquake fault. Geologists say there's a 6% chance of a magnitude 6.7 or larger earthquake within the next 20 years. Next slide. Trenching on the project site in 2016, backed up by evidence of nearby studies, showed that the fault runs directly through the subject property. While there was some disagreement between the project geologists, whose analysis has conveniently moved the supposed location of the fault further from the house over the years, and the county's geotechnical consultants about the exact location of the fault, the Coastal Commission staff report concurs with the county's consultant, CSA, that the fault trace is not a minor secondary trace, but instead part of the primary fault zone just west of the project site, as you can see here. I will also note that the third-party tiebreaker opinion on which the final decision by the county was based was paid for by the applicant and not the county as stated in the staff report. Next slide. In most cases, an earthquake fault running through the property would be the end of the project, as evidenced by the many unbuildable lots in Zone 2 and 3 of the Seal Cove Geological Hazards District. You can see the project here in red, located primarily in Zone 2, where the risk is moderate to high. The LCP states that no development should be allowed in this area unless the stability of the site is clearly demonstrated by the required geotechnical investigations, which we believe has not. Next slide. In 2022, a fault trace was found on a similar lot in the less hazardous Zone 3, and the county denied the permit and stated that a 50-foot setback was required. How can the county enforce a 50-foot setback for one project and allow another project just a block away in a riskier zone to move forward with only a 10-foot setback? This puts not only the future inhabitants of the proposed house, but also my own family at risk. Next slide. Our home sits 10 feet away from the project with roof lines that would be about 5 feet from each other. If and when a large earthquake occurs, I'm concerned about the risk to my home and my family posed by this new development. Next slide. Lastly, I want to briefly cover the topic of erosion to the coast below. This lot is a critical part of the 3-acre drainage area in the neighborhood. As you can see from this photo, the dense vegetation slows and absorbs a tremendous amount of water, preventing it from reaching the culvert in the corner of the lot that drains directly to the beach below. Next slide. We fear that the addition of over 2,700 feet of impervious surface on the lot, just 30 seconds more, along with the relocation and replacement of part of the drainage ditch with a concrete swale, will impose additional flooding on the rest of the neighborhood and result in more severe erosion to the beach below. Last slide. We're appealing to you, the California Coastal Commission, as a last resort to save our home and neighborhood from this unacceptable risk posed by the new development. Please find that there is a substantial issue with this development and take additional time to evaluate it in full. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Swell.
Thank you. Did Seth Wheel also want to speak? Seth, you are in as a panelist as well?
And Seth is an appellant?
Yes.
Do we usually leave 3 minutes per side, but we'll just
They're co-appellants, if that's helpful. It's a single appeal.
so go ahead.
Seth, I see that you're unmuted. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I see that you're unmuted though. I guess we'll move on to the next speaker. We have the applicant's representative, Edward Love. And Edward, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now. Edward, you're in. You should be able to unmute.
Can we try to get the co-appellant back on? I wasn't very clear about the timing, so maybe if he wants to speak for a minute. It's usually 3 minutes per side, but
Hello, this is Ed Love. Can you hear me?
yes.
I just unmuted.
Oh, but Mr. Love is the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, and the architect.
Okay, Mr. Love, just 1 second. We're trying to get.
Seth, you should be able to unmute. Seth, you should be able to unmute. I'm seeing no movement from Seth.
Okay, then let's go to Mr. Love. Mr. Love, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes. The applicant side.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think Isabel did a very good job with the staff report. 2 points that I'll just mention and then I'll be open for questions. It's not an earthquake fault, it's a trace of a fault. Secondary trace, and I have the geotech engineer here also who can speak further on the issue technically. And the history of it is that the trench was dug diagonally across the whole site to investigate if there were any faults, and the trace fault was discovered. At the time, the consultant to the county, Gene DeMuth, the geotech consultant, agreed that a 10-foot setback was sufficient. And so we designed the house accordingly to that. And then a third party has substantiated that since that time. Unfortunately, Gene DeMuth isn't with us anymore. So we can't get any sort of answer from her. But a third party geotech engineer has agreed that the 10-foot setback is sufficient. Second, on the drainage is an issue from the people who live on Alton, the adjacent street to the north, or to the south rather. And Mr. Makeda has been very generous in that their solution to the excess water when it rains, flooding in the streets, et cetera, has been draining over his site for many, many years. Now he'd like to build his house there, so the drainage ditch that goes down the middle of his lot to Cypress, he's been, like I said, generous in allowing that to happen. Now the drainage, there's a concrete swale that comes from Alton and flows to the north and then flows to the west behind the rear property line. And that will be eliminated, and a concrete swale will extend down the east side of his lot, which he is allowing, which he wouldn't have to do. I mean, Mr. Makeda is not responsible for draining Alton Street, but he has allowed that to happen on his lot. That concrete swale will flow to the north, to the bioswale that runs along the north side of Cypress, the existing bioswale, and that will drain out to the inlet at the northwest corner of the lot and will extend down to the beach, as it already does and has for many, many years, draining Cypress.
Okay,
So,
Mr. Love, will you wrap up your
Yep.
comments?
Additionally, all the runoff from Mr. Makeda's house, the roof runoff and any other impervious, will go into a 600-gallon tank buried in the front yard and will be dissipated, as we do with all new houses everywhere. That's state law now. And most of the houses in the neighborhood don't have any of this, only the newer houses like Mr. Makeda's will be. So again, the Isabel staff report, I think, was very comprehensive and responded very well. And
Okay, thank
in
you.
addition, there should be no substance to the appeal.
We'll
And
sit tight in case we have questions, and just to be fair, Seth, I didn't catch his last name. He's still not available? Last try.
I am not seeing them in the meeting.
Okay. Anybody?
Okay, Michelle Wheel is raising their hand, so they might be together now.
Okay. We'll give you a
us
minute.
Second. Michelle Will, you should be able to unmute shortly.
Hi, actually, this is Seth Weil.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, Michelle articulated our points very well. The point we want to make is that that fault is, according to the county's geological survey and the staff report, the main fault. So, you know, it's basically unsettled science at this point. The other point I'd like to make is that a 600-gallon retention tank is woefully inadequate to handle and offset the amount of water that will result from this project. Basically, it will essentially undo a dam that currently exists and allow a tremendous amount of water to flow through the property along the cement swale directly to the culvert and result in massive increase in the erosion. So I understand that they're, mitigating actions that they're taking, but they're woefully inadequate given the amount of water that's actually involved. So those are the 2 points. One is that, the applicant's geotechnical reports.
Thank you, Mr. Will. I think we got both of the points the first time around. Appreciate it. Anybody from local government?
We briefly had Camille Young, the senior planner from the County of San Mateo, online, but I think she had a scheduling conflict. I am not seeing her in the meeting right now.
And others who oppose the application at the
There are
local?
no other speakers.
Great. So closing the public hearing, any response from staff?
Yes, just a couple of quick things. One, I think as Ms. Cooper showed in the PowerPoint, there's a fault trace on the site. I think the important thing in terms of LCP consistency is that the LCP doesn't allow for placement on top of a fault trace, but there's no LCP specific setback requirement. All the LCP requires is that it be a reasonable and appropriate setback. And so in this case, the county had 3 geotechnical evaluations and based a decision on the 2 of them that concurred on the 10-foot setback being quote unquote reasonable and appropriate, which is the LCP requirement. In terms of the drainage, as Ms. Cooper indicated, the drainage velocity and amount is not allowed to change. The county conditioned it for that. And so the applicant's going to need to submit a drainage plan that shows that that's actually the case. Whether or not that means the 600 the tank identified is the version of what gets signed off by the county or not is not the critical component, is that the county's decision requires that the drainage not change. So all in all, when the project's implemented, it shouldn't lead to an alteration of drainage patterns here on the site. And so with that, we're available for questions, including your staff geologist. And so with that, Madam Chair, cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Bringing it back for the commission for comments, questions, or motions.
Yeah,
Commissioner Cummings?
I just have one question. What is the current distance from the fault trace where this project is going to occur?
It was a 10-foot setback is what the county required.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think the staff has done a great job of doing their due diligence on this project, and I think that, yeah, it seems like a good project, and so I'm happy to make the motion if we want to move on, unless others have comments.
Blue, go ahead, make the motion.
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-5-VEN-22-0042 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30602 of the.
Sorry, Commissioner, I think that's the wrong motion.
Oh, that is the yeah, no, sorry, that was a substantial issue.
This is on page 5 of item 8A.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong item. See, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-2-SMC-24-0049 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second, and then if I could speak to my second, it'd be great.
Commissioner Cummings, Commissioner Wilson?
While I'm not generally in favor of consolidation of lots and basically de-densifying, that's not what is a part of the appeal. So with that, I support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And is everybody okay with the unanimous yes vote on this? Seeing that yes, we find no substantial issue. Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you heard earlier, items 9A and 9B were postponed by applicant right. So that brings us down to item number 9C, related to the Great Highway in the city of San Francisco. And I'd like to ask Luke Henningsen to give our staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this item as well.
All right, thank you, Dan. Good morning, Vice Chair Escalante and Commissioners. Item 9C is a CDP application by the City and County of San Francisco to permanently close a 2-mile stretch of the Upper Grade Highway between Slope Boulevard and Lincoln Way to vehicular traffic in order to allow the space to be used for non-vehicular public recreational uses, as well as to implement pedestrian safety and dune protection and restoration measures throughout the area, and to construct pedestrian safety improvements and a protected bike lane along Slope Boulevard. Before getting started, I will note that our staff distributed an addendum yesterday that made some minor clarifications to the staff recommendation. The Great Highway portion of the project emanates from the recently approved citywide Proposition K ballot measure, where the ultimate intention is for this area to one day become a coastal park. For now, however, the project before the Commission today is just to close this portion of the Great Highway to vehicular traffic to allow it to be used solely by pedestrians and cyclists instead. Any park project would be subject to its own process and its own coastal permit at some future date. This same 2-mile stretch of the Upper Great Highway is part of an ongoing pilot project previously reviewed by the Commission, which closes the road to vehicular traffic on weekends and holidays, thereby creating a pedestrian promenade for cyclists, visitors, and non-vehicular recreators during such times. Slide 1, looking south with Ocean Beach to the right of the image, provides a scenic view of public recreational access during a recent closure event. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the city of San Francisco with the San Francisco Bay to the right and the Pacific Ocean to the left. The project is located on the far west side of the city, where the Great Highway fronts the world-famous Ocean Beach. The 2-mile stretch of the Great Highway that would be affected by the proposed project is noted here in green, and the Slope Boulevard portion of the project is noted here in orange. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the west side of the city and shows the 2-mile portion of the Great Highway that would be affected by the project, again noted here in green, just inland of Ocean Beach. And as you can see, the project area extends from Golden Gate Park down to the San Francisco Zoo. Adjacent to the southern portion of the Great Highway vehicular closure is the area where multimodal pedestrian and bike lane improvements would be constructed along Slope Boulevard, indicated here in orange. Next slide, please. Slide 4 gives a different view, this time looking south, of the same 2-mile stretch of Great Highway that would be affected by the project, outlined in green on this slide with Ocean Beach and the Pacific Ocean on the right. During the pilot program closures, in which the Upper Great Highway has been closed to vehicular traffic on weekends and holidays, cars can still use the Lower Great Highway to get up and down coast, as well as other slightly more inland roads. As part of the closure, the northbound section of the Upper Great Highway, noted here in green, would be clearly marked for cyclist and other wheeled non-vehicular use. The southbound section of the Upper Great Highway, which is closest to the beach area, would be clearly marked for pedestrian use. The project also includes a series of dune protection and restoration efforts adjacent to the seaward edge of the Great Highway, where it meets the inland edge of Ocean Beach. Additionally, the project includes numerous traffic calming measures on surrounding streets, including additional stop signs, turn restrictions, and speed bumps, aimed at protecting the surrounding neighborhoods from any potential impacts from rerouted vehicular traffic, while also improving cyclist and pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. For the Slope Boulevard portion of the project at the southern edge of the Proposition K area, the proposal includes a new protected bike lane, as highlighted in blue on the slide, and other multimodal improvements, as well as ADA and crosswalk safety improvements indicated here in yellow. An example portion of the project is shown here on slide 5, about 3 blocks inland from the Great Highway, showing the middle portion of the Slope Boulevard project from 45th to 43rd Avenue. The goal here is to enhance public safety and maximize multimodal public access and recreation by establishing a 2-way protected bike lane all along the southern edge of Slope Boulevard, directly integrating with the Great Highway bike lanes and continuing about a half-mile inland all the way to the intersection of Sloat and Skyline Boulevard, which will also have traffic and safety improvements. For additional context, this stretch of Sloat Boulevard is an area which is currently relatively unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists, and Sloat has been identified as part of the city's street safety study, which found that about 13% of streets, just 13% of the city streets account for about 75% of severe or fatal traffic injury collisions. Next slide, please. Staff believes that the Great Highway portion of the proposed project is an exciting opportunity to reimagine a prominent shoreline area away from vehicular use to non-vehicular and more diversified multimodal opportunities, with an emphasis on safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and other recreators. It's also a proactive resilience measure in light of the potential for coastal hazards and climate change to seriously impact this section of road, as has been the case just south of this project along the South Ocean Beach area. The project also includes the consolidation of informal trails through the dunes seaward of the Upper Great Highway, as well as restoration in that area, all of which should serve to better manage beach access near the dunes and to better protect and enhance dune habitat resources. Furthermore, staff believes that the Sloat Boulevard portion of the proposed project represents a substantial multimodal improvement, a substantial safety improvement for pedestrians and cyclists, and a significant public access enhancement that also helps to improve public recreational access, including via the restriping of an underutilized informal parking lot to better manage and provide for parking on the Sloat Boulevard corridor. Next slide, please. The project, as conditioned by Commission staff, provides a unique opportunity for a 2-mile stretch of San Francisco's iconic coast to improve both public safety and non-vehicular accessibility, to protect and restore sensitive dune habitats along Ocean Beach, and to maximize public access for residents and visitors alike. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission approve the coastal permit. The one motion necessary to do so can be found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody has any ex partes to report? See none. Now we're going to open the public hearing. The applicant will go first.
Yes, we have Brian Stokel from SF Park, Rec and Park.
Mr. Stokel, how much time do you need?
I need 5 minutes to speak and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Appreciate that. Let's roll. Thank you.
And we have your presentation coming up right now.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Stokel. I'm a planner with the Recreation and Park Department. Staff from both Rec and Park and SFMTA are here and call for the Coastal Commission to approve the coastal development permit before you for the Great Highway Promenade and Sloat Boulevard Bikeway. Next slide, please. Proposition K, calling for the restriction of private vehicles on the Great Highway, passed by a majority of San Francisco voters this November, allowing for the 24/7 coastal promenade. The new promenade features excellent access to the coast and Ocean Beach, including separated pedestrian and bike facilities with many entry points, improved vehicular flow at intersections, and parking provided at a large lot to the north and along the adjacent streets. The promenade enables a flat and accessible space to experience the coastline, dune habitat, and connects to other parks and open spaces. Next slide. In particular, the Great Highway Promenade links existing and future bicycle and pedestrian promenades and paths shown in green to the Golden Gate Park and the JFK Promenade to the northeast, the O'Shaughnessy Seawall and Esplanade to the north, as well as the planned Sloat Bikeway within this permit application, connecting to Lake Merced to the southeast. Lastly, the future Ocean Beach Coastal Trail to the south as part of the PUC project approved by this commission last month. Pedestrian and bike and access points from the neighborhood are every 2 blocks shown in purple. On the right, the promenade is served by a total of 7 SFMTA transit lines crossing the city. Next slide, please. As shown on the map to the left for situational understanding, Prop K passage created the yellow marked promenade. The green line shows the slope bikeway project mentioned earlier, as well as the orange showing the Great Highway extension where the coastal trail will go. All of these points connect at 2 intersections necessitating improvements marked in white circles. On the north end, the intersection shown in the right image is at Lincoln, and it creates safe and efficient traffic flow for all modes and to points connecting to Golden Gate Park. Next slide, please. On the south end, at Sloat, a simplified intersection and gateway plaza would separate vehicles from pedestrians and bicycles while still providing access to the existing National Park Service parking lot. The 2-way bikeway on the south side of Sloat Boulevard would provide protected, family-friendly connections to points east. Next slide, please. The San Francisco Estuary Institute Dune Study recommended revegetation of the dunes with native dune grasses, among many other elements. As a first start, this transplanting of small amounts of an existing stand of native dune grass at Ocean Beach to Judah dune blowout, we will pilot ways to stabilize sand and create new habitat and learn from this so we can apply it potentially elsewhere. This effort is a partnership with the National Park Service and will also rely on volunteer help and will be implemented this winter. Next slide, please. Another element of the promenade is adding fencing to guide people to designated trails and protect dune habitat. Here's a typical crosswalk and access point to Ocean Beach from the neighborhood. New fencing shown in yellow follows the edge of the Great Highway and along beach access paths. We would also add signage, and this fencing would help consolidation of trails. Fencing would also surround the entire dune vegetation area, rehabilitation area shown at the bottom. In addition to adding fencing to protect dune habitat, the project would separate bicycle and pedestrian users to reduce user conflicts, add a new dual stream trash bins like the ones pictured here at Judah, and interpretive and protective habitat signage would be provided to help educate the public about this special space. Next slide. Both San Francisco Rec and Park and SFMTA strongly endorsed this project and encouraged the Commission to approve and issue the coastal development permit on this exciting project on our urban shoreline. This concludes my presentation. I and staff are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stelzner. Chris, do we, how many speakers do we have?
We have 51 speakers.
I'm sorry?
51.
Okay. We are never going to be here. Let me just discuss with staff for a second how we're going to manage, because this is, lunch is going to be in the way.
Lunch isn't ready, so I would suggest that we move forward with public comment and either get through as much as we can until we need to take a break, and we have to take a break in the middle of the hearing.
I see. What would we think about limiting comments to, maybe we start with 2 minutes?
Maybe
and
we
then,
could take a 5-minute break and we could discuss.
yeah, how
and
about
then
that?
come
Let's
back.
take a 5-minute break. We need to buy a break anyway. 1 second. All right, we're gonna get back to this meeting. So after doing some consultation with staff, I think that we're gonna do an hour of public comment. We're gonna start with 2 minutes for those folks in the room. We'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll go down to 1 minute for the folks that are on Zoom, depending on, if comments become repetitive. So why don't we start with folks in the room, Chris? 2
Okay.
minutes.
We'll start with Marie Hurabiel, Parker Day, Lucas Lux, and Zach Lipton. Marie.
And if you hear your name, just come up to the podium. It's not in particular order. Here we go.
Marie Hurabiel, Parker Day, Lucas Lux, Zach Lipton, Adam with no last name.
Hello. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Parker Day. I'm a
Parker,
San
just
Francisco.
1 second, the clock, sorry, forgive me.
I will keep it
Okay,
under
go
2
ahead.
minutes, I promise. Okay. My name is Parker Day. I'm a San Francisco resident and came here today on Amtrak to voice my full support of the Great Highway Slope Plan in front of you. San Franciscans voted by a 10-point margin to approve Proposition K to change this 2 miles of oceanfront roadway into a permanent recreation space. I'm happy to see the city responding to this mandate from voters and following through with the plan in front of you today. The pedestrian, bicycle, and intersection improvements included in this plan are key to ensuring a successful implementation of the park and improving access to the space. With the slope connection, and Great Highway, you'll now be able to ride a bike for multiple miles through the city from the Panhandle to Daly City without having to worry about cars. This is good for both active transportation and access to the coast. And I think it's remarkable for one of the densest cities in the country. I hope you'll approve these changes today, and I appreciate the work you do to maintain public access to the California coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Lux, Zach Lipton, Adam.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Zach Lipton. Sorry to bring all our long nonsense here to you and hope we can all get to lunch soon. I'm a volunteer with Friends of Great Highway Park, asking you to follow the staff recommendation and grant this permit. This park means so much to me that I took the time off work and came down here at my own expense to be here today. The Great Highway was created in the 1800s as a recreational promenade for people to enjoy the coast. But for a long time, virtually all of its use has been for non-coastal purposes. The Coastal Act is clear. Our precious coast should be used to maximize public access, recreation, and environmental protection. And this project does exactly that. Last month, San Francisco voters spoke loud and clear that this part of our precious Pacific coast should be transformed into a brand new coastal park. What's before you today is the last step to make that possible and show everyone what a world-class urban coastal park looks like. I know there's a lot of confusion over the parking impacts of this, so I just wanted to take a minute to address that plainly. The creation of the coastal park itself has 0 parking impact. It has nowhere to park or even pull over today. The whole coastal access plan before you today does only 2 things with parking. 37 spaces will become bike lanes to create a safe access path to the coast along what's now a high injury corridor, and a small number of spaces that are over a 10-minute walk from the coast will move just 100 feet into a now vacant lot that will offer free parking for all. This is just a handful of the spaces out of the tens of thousands of free and unmetered parking spaces adjacent to the park, both street parking and a large city-owned lot directly at the park's north entrance. The coast is also served by 8 bus and rail lines. Thank you so much. We look forward to continuing to work with the Commission and our mission to create an accessible and joyous oceanfront for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Lux, Adam, Jane Liu, Matt Busquetto.
Hi, Commissioners. Lucas Lux, I'm the board president of an all-volunteer nonprofit, Friends of Great Highway Park. And I have to admit a little bit of nerves standing here because we're standing in front of you because we're presenting the product of 4 years of a lot of volunteer work by thousands of people. And we, the folks who were able to come down here, have the privilege of getting to speak on behalf of those people who can't be here. And we're here because by a 10-point margin, San Franciscans approved the vision that we've been working towards for years. We have a very simple vision that the coast is a place They should be accessible to people of all ages and abilities to enjoy in as many ways as possible, and that it should be a place that we steward for the next generations. And we've been working since 2020 to make this piece of our coast fulfill those missions. And we're so pleased with the work that the staff of the Coastal Commission has done, and we're very appreciative of the support we've received over time from the commission itself. So we respectfully request the approval of this permit as beginning the next step of imagining a coast that is for people to enjoy and for all of us to preserve for the next generation. And we look forward to, over the coming years, working with you to help redefine what coastal access and preservation means in an urban environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Adam, we found your second sign up, Adam Egelman.
Yes.
And then Jane Liu and Matt Buscetto.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Adam. I live in San Francisco, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity, and I support the staff recommendation for a permanent Ocean Beach park. Granting a permit to turn San Francisco's Great Highway into a permanent oceanfront park is the best way to increase and improve access to our coast. The value this space brings to our city, both right now as just a closed road and in the future with amenities and habitat restoration, is immense and deeply in line with the core mission of the Coastal Act. Unlike many others commenting on this item, likely, I don't actually live on San Francisco's west side. I live in Haight-Ashbury, and before the city tested out a full-time park, I didn't visit the coast that much. With fast-moving traffic and cramped, inaccessible, non-contiguous public spaces, I felt like those of us looking to enjoy the coast from anywhere other than the sand were an afterthought. But then 2020 happened, and we finally got to experience a joyous coast with the space that brought us together to access rather than bypass our oceanfront. And boy, is it accessible. Ocean Beach Park is one of San Francisco's most transit accessible parks, with 6 Muni lines just steps away, including the newly reopened El Taravel light rail line. And I appreciate the Commission's holistic thinking around access here with the inclusion of protected bike infrastructure at Sloat and Lincoln. So with the passage of Prop K last month, the majority of San Francisco voters have spoken. We want an accessible coast. So please stand with the majority of SF voters and the values of the Coastal Act and approve the staff recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jane Liu and Matt Buscetto.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jane Liu, also a volunteer of Friends of Great Highway Park and the chair of our Environmental Stewardship Committee. I am an Outer Richmond resident of San Francisco. I moved to this neighborhood from the eastern side of the city during the pandemic to have easier access to the ocean. During this difficult and isolating time, being near the ocean felt like a safe haven for me. As a surfer and environmentalist, I'm passionate about protecting our coasts, not only selfishly for myself, but for all people and future generations to enjoy. During our time campaigning to create a full-time park on the Great Highway, I met a huge community of San Franciscans who shared the same desires for wanting to protect the shared open space that served as our sanctuary. I believe strongly that our coastal areas are better used for recreation than for transportation, and enthusiastically support the staff recommendation, especially the emphasis on dune restoration work. Dune restoration and the replacement of invasive species with native plants will revitalize San Francisco's unique coastal habitat while being a nature-based solution for sea level rise. Compared to the long overdue, necessary reactive response to sea level rise that has happened just 100 feet south of the park, I'm excited to see a more proactive environmental response through this project. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last in-person speaker that we have is Matt Buscetto, and then we'll move on to our Zoom speakers.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for being here today. Matt Buscetto. I'm a 4th-generation West Sider in San Francisco. I am a small business owner in San Francisco, and then also one of the leaders on the No on K committee. You know, all the speakers before me, the proponents and me, were very lucky that we have the time and means to take a Wednesday off and come down here and speak. Many of the opponents to this, 70% of the people who live and voted on this next to the place in question, voted against this. And a lot of those people don't have the time and means to be here and speak. like the proponents and like myself. So I feel very lucky to be here and to be able to speak on this. You know, this is a really thing that's close to my heart. My family loves Ocean Beach, my community does, and so I just really would like to ask for restraint. I feel like with the staff recommendation, there's nothing we can do to change your guys' minds here. So I just really ask for restraint. Just don't put the cart before the horse here. I mean, if there is a plan, which it doesn't really seem like there is one, or there wasn't supposed to be one, we got to make sure that it actually does provide access. It actually does restore the dunes. It does actually will result in what you guys are promising to promote through the Coastal Act. And, you know, if there is, I mean, it surprised me when I read the staff recommendation because it seems like there was a lot of coordination. And it seems like there is a plan that the public's not aware of. And, you know, there was a lot of coordination between departments, between the proponents and the Coastal Commission. So I'm really curious how long you guys have had these conversations, how long there's been coordination between the Coastal Commission, the proponents, how like drawn out these plans were, and how little the community didn't know about it. So I think I'll be putting through a Sunshine Act to the commission. And I just really request that you guys have some more restraint and measure as you go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to our Zoom speakers, just a heads up, we won't be promoting people in as panelists and moving them back to attendees in order to save time. We're just going to allow you to speak as an attendee, but this means you won't be able to turn on your camera. So just be aware. We'll start with Marie Hurabiel, which we now realize is on Zoom, Richard Rothman, Eileen Boken, Jay Bain. So Marie, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, I'm actually on my way to the meeting. So before you start my time, can I ask if I can show up in person? Can I speak when I get there?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't need to speak now. I'll see you in probably 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll move you down the list.
Thank you.
Richard Rothman. You should be able to unmute now.
There I go. Hi, my name is Richard Rothman. I live in the Richmond district, which is north on the other side of Golden Gate Park. And nobody talks about the north-south traffic. And Mr. Stokel's presentation and the other presentation, nobody talks about the north-south traffic. The biggest users of the Great Highway is the commuters from the Richmond district, the VA employees and other employees, and the plan they have to route people around is not accessible. And I don't know if you're familiar with Golden Gate Park. We have the chain of lakes, and when the Upper Great Highway is closed on the weekend, the western end of Golden Gate Park becomes a parking lot. And I don't want to see the Golden Gate Park. Cars are backed up on the chain of lakes, and MTA and public and Rec and Park need to do something. None of the other speakers talked about the chain of lakes and the traffic, what they have to mitigate. People aren't going to drive down to Ocean Beach and then up Sunset, all those cars on Lincoln Way. And how about when they have the outside lands? How are all the big 18-wheelers going to get to the staging area at Ocean Beach? These subjects, need to be talked about. You shouldn't approve this. You shouldn't approve this until they finish the pilot study and finish the traffic report of how to mitigate the traffic that goes north and south. You know, they cut the pilot study short. They should finish the pilot study first and then implement. And my supervisor offered a compromise, but nobody in this city wants to compromise.
Thank you. Next, Eileen Boken. You should be able to unmute on the phone now.
Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, speaking on my own behalf, strongly urging the Coastal Commission to continue this item, otherwise risk that the decision could be seen as abuse of discretion. This item was placed on the Coastal Commission agenda, and the staff report was released before the San Francisco election had even been certified. The local election was certified by the Board of Supervisors just 2 days ago. This item is being fast-tracked by a lame duck administration whose mayor was voted out by double digits. The mayor-elect ran on a platform of anti-corruption and government efficiency, and he opposed Prop K. And it's been reported that the mayor-elect will ask all department heads to reapply for their positions. The following is my excerpt from my comment at the Ocean Protection Council earlier this week. I would strongly urge the Ocean Protection Council to advocate before the Joint Legislative Audit Committee to instruct the state auditor to conduct an audit during the upcoming session as it relates to permits and grants issued by the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Conservancy for the City and County of San Francisco and its related agencies and departments. The last Department of Finance audit for the Coastal Commission was in 2016 and only addressed a significant cash shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jay Bain.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. I'm going to make this as brief as possible. I just want to say I also live in the Richmond district. I appreciate all the perspectives on this. I know it's a complicated issue for many. I'm actually driving down the Great Highway every morning to get my son to a school on the other side of, across on the other end of the slope. So I do appreciate the access issue. However, I do feel like that the city transportation agencies and the park department have done a lot of work to plan mitigations and optimizations of traffic flow. I think they should continue to do that and also continue working to generate data on how that's working out and optimize that. And I guess the other thing is just like try to move away from hyperbole and more towards like actual data on what's really happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling the next few names, we have Susan Lagardino, Judy Gorski, Glenn Rogers, Brian Adler, Paul Wormer. So Susan, you should be able to unmute now. We do have a number of speakers under the name Susan. There's no last name on the Zoom speaker, Susan. You should be able to unmute whoever the Susan is on Zoom. Okay. Seeing no movement, we're going to move on. Judy Gorski. Judy, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, commissioners.
Go ahead.
I hear an echo. Wait, let me try this. Hello, commissioners. Still an echo.
If you have the audio going on your end, you also need to mute.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Can you hear me?
Wherever you're listening to the audio,
Can you hear me now?
it's still a little echoey.
I'm going to turn my phone off.
Yeah, you should only have one of the devices on, or otherwise we'll have echo. Okay, maybe we can try, she can keep trying, move on to the next.
Okay. We'll come back to you shortly. Glenn Rogers is next. Glenn Rogers, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to mention that I am speaking as a landscape architect, and I am the president of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. My presentation represents the opinion of numerous informed neighbors in San Francisco. I read the staff report on the closure of the Great Highway and disagree with the logic and conclusion of the report. The closure of this highway is a non-democratic process whereby local residents have to suffer the will of San Franciscans far away from the coast. Those living beside the Great Highway will endure more congestion of traffic in their neighborhood with its closure. The lower Great Highway presented by staff is a residential road and not an acceptable alternative. Fencing was used in the past to stop trespassing of dunes, but eventually failed and was not replaced. The Great Highway being open will invite more dune trespassing, damaging vegetation which keeps the sand in place. With the increased pedestrian traffic across the dunes, the snowy plover habitat can be in jeopardy, which is a bird threatened by extinction. The voters in San Francisco and the staff seem to ignore the green space adjacent to the Great Highway that could provide all the amenities the closure of the Great Highway provides. The question arises, why close the Great Highway when another option is readily available? Supervisor Engardio has shown himself to be sympathetic to developers. The third slide shows development along a narrow median at the Sunset Boulevard in San Francisco. Today's Supervisor Engardio is suffering a petition for his recall. It would be very disappointing if the Coastal Commission supported the idea of a supervisor that was recalled. Therefore, I ask you to not approve the coastal development permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Brian Adler, you should be able to unmute. Brian Adler.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Adler, and I'm a 50-plus year resident of San Francisco District 4 containing the Great Highway. I'm one of the thousands of residents who depend on this roadway staying open for our daily travel. The application from the City and County of San Francisco should be denied. The permit is incomplete, and the Great Highway's future is uncertain at this time with no analysis of traffic effects and emergency access. There are legal concerns that will need to be adjudicated with upcoming lawsuits to be filed for the harm caused by increased vehicular traffic in adjacent streets. There are political concerns that need to be determined. 64% of residents on the western side of the city voted against this closure with Measure K. The local supervisor may be recalled, and our new mayor may delay or deny this road closure. There has been no planning or budgeting for emergency services, police, and utilities access. There is a major sewer line with transport storage devices under the Great Highway that drains almost a half of the western side of San Francisco. How can a decision to close the Great Highway be accomplished without an analysis of this critical infrastructure as well as emergency services needs? This also goes for the elimination of parking on Slope Boulevard. Closing the Great Highway is irresponsible without planning, a budget, and input from all these stakeholders, including the residents, the 64% who voted against this. I urge you to deny this permit until all of these issues can be resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next few speakers, Paul Wormer, followed by Judy Gorski again, and then Caitlin Kennedy, Susan Wolf, Carol Bronson. Paul Wormer, you should be able to unmute now.
Let's see. Still, good morning, Commissioners. I am speaking in strong support of the staff recommendation. I used to enjoy traveling down the Great Highway when I was heading south. This is one of those induced demands. It was a nicer roadway than other ones. When they closed it during COVID and I got to walk along the Great Highway for the first time, I realized, gee, walking on the Great Highway is a wonderful outside in nature experience, birds, dune vegetation, et cetera, sound of the ocean. And I was actually not putting people at risk by looking at the view, as I would have been when driving. And it turns out I can get there on transit very easily. I live quite a bit east and north of the closed area, and SFMTA does a wonderful job of getting people there, including mobility impaired seniors and elders. I have seen more than enough people with mobility devices and scooters on the buses making these journeys. It's a marvelous recreational space that before you could only enjoy from inside the box of a car. So I support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Judy Gorski again. Judy, I see that you're still on two devices. Please raise your hand on the device that you want to speak with. Okay, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, thank you for giving me a second chance. Judy Gorski from San Francisco. I live across the street from the Great Highway and I've owned this home for 46 years. I join those who are opposed to the Coastal Commission issuing a permit at this time and urge you to delay it until you are shown proof by the city that they have in advance protected the community from the more than 7 million vehicles per year that will be diverted from the safe, practically no injury Great Highway into the nearby residential streets, including some very high injury networks such as Lincoln Way, Sloat Boulevard, 19th Avenue, and Sunset Boulevard. Since 2020, all efforts to mitigate the traffic and make the neighborhood safer have failed. They've been very costly, and there are no new plans on the table that will likely work. Please understand that the city's response to the request by commissioners at the weekend pilot program hearing that the city be allowed to keep flexible their plans to provide modal separation by instituting separate areas for cyclists and other recreational users of the space is so they will be able to change this plan and this space into a commercial one that will likely resemble an amusement park rather than a beautiful natural stretch of Ocean Beach. This is what they have been doing during the weekend closures, holding events at night, endangering the wildlife, and escalating the erosion of the fragile dunes from unrestricted excessive foot traffic, lights, and noise. Among the many protections for the beach community that were crossed out in Proposition K and no longer exist are the need before closure to produce an EIR, shared data collection with the impacted community, and allow the nearby neighborhood to participate in decisions that will affect their daily lives. Access to the Great Highway is not ADA compliant and it should be accomplished before this permit is issued. Please protect our community before you issue this permit and see that these protections are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Caitlin Kennedy. You should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Kenny. I'm a student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography in San Diego. I'm here to speak in favor of closing the Upper Great Highway to increase public access to the coast and to protect and restore the dunes in the area. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area and have many fond memories of walking by the sand dunes and observing the native plants and wildlife that live there. It's experiences such as these that have led me to pursue a career in marine conservation. When the public is able to access natural spaces, they feel a greater connection to it and increased motivation to protect it. Further protections of these dunes would also promote increased research and study of coastal areas and native species in climate change adaptation. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration predicts that we are likely to see a rise in sea levels on the coast of California of up to 8 inches within the next 30 years. These sand dunes play a critical role in climate change mitigation and can protect communities near the coast in San Francisco from these potential flooding effects. Preservation of the dunes is critical in preserving this function, including the transplant of native plants to the area and increased fencing. I've also driven many times on the Upper Great Highway, and while I do agree that it's a convenient way to get out of the city from the beach or Sunset District and for commuters, and traffic would be increased if removed, there are other convenient routes available, and hopefully this would not significantly impact commuters. This project will also not affect the availability of parking, which is important to the public to be able to access the space. Access to natural spaces is vital for public welfare and increases community support for conservation, which in turn leads to future protection of our precious natural resources for future generations. I think the ways that this would benefit the community outweigh the inconveniences it may cause. For these reasons, I support the transformation of the highway to increase coastal protection and access. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Wolf. Following Susan will be Carol Brown, Rachel Clyde, and then Marie Herbiel. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, can
Go
you hear
ahead,
me?
Susan.
Okay, hi. I live 4 blocks from the beach. And closing the Great Highway, when huge trucks making deliveries of like wood and food and other things are rambling down my street and they cannot stop on a dime. They cannot stop if somebody's child or dog runs out in the street like a car can. It has been hideous. The few times that I actually have to go and someplace on 19th Avenue or Sunset Boulevard on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, the traffic is outrageous. If there was an emergency and there's an emergency vehicle, there's no place on those streets for the cars to go. This is an absolute disaster for this part of the city in case of any emergency or anything. The dunes have been destroyed by the people who come here to recreate themselves in their spandex, run with their 35-mile-an-hour bicycles running down the streets that do not stop for pedestrians trying to get to the beach. Closing the Great Highways does not make the beach more accessible. The beach is 100% accessible on every block along this area. The road that you want to do on Sloat Boulevard, I go down Sloat Boulevard almost every day, and I doubt that there are more than 25 to 50 bicycle riders that use Sloat Boulevard every day. That is just cutting off more ways for people to like actually go and get their business done. Not everybody has all the time and work at home so that they can take their children on the back of their $4,000 electric bikes and run down the street with them, not stopping. As far as the MTA goes, they are so brilliant that they put barriers around fire hydrants so that people can cross the street that nobody uses every day.
Thank you. Next, Carol Brownson. Carol, I see that you're joining via phone. You should be able to unmute now. I also see that you're joined via Zoom. Maybe you can unmute there. Carol Brownson. Okay, there you go. Carol, I see that you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Okay, now there you go.
There you go. Okay.
Carol Brownson. Carol, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Finally.
You're
Turn?
echoing that.
Yeah,
Please turn off the audio from your other device.
I'm sorting that. Okay, so my name's Carol Brownson. I'm a longtime San Francisco resident, and I strongly support the staff recommendation to grant this permit. I'm in my 80s. I have trouble walking, so I get around on a mobility scooter. And at last, I have access to the Pacific Ocean for the first time, and I don't remember when. Mainly without being physically endangered by cars, and without the noise and the smell of cars interfering with my experience of the ocean. Wow, I really love that ocean. But there's this huge, wonderful new discovery that I've made now that I can get out there on my mobility scooter: the dunes. I always thought that the dunes were just piles of sand that were sort of annoyance, but maybe people like to run on them with some kind of vehicles. Well, so I was out there one day, and this got sort of confirmed because the wind whipped up and it blew the sand into my mouth, and I had to stop chatting with the person I was talking to. Now I've read or started to read some of these amazing pieces of work on dune restoration. Wow. The dunes are complicated and interesting, and they don't have to blow sand into my mouth. And I would love to get involved more in the process of dune restoration. And it's pretty darn nice to be able to learn something exciting and new like that at my age. So please confirm this recommendation and give us back our Pacific Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Rachel Clyde. Rachel, you should be able to unmute.
How many more, sorry, before we start, Rachel, how many more speakers do we have?
We have about 22.
22. I think I'm gonna start cutting it to 1 minute so we can hear, as many people as possible. And lunch is served already, so I think we're gonna cut off at 12:20, as I said, 1 hour into this. So let's go for 1 minute.
Okay.
Chris, thank you.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. Hello, commissioners. My name is Rachel Clyde, and I'm representing the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition and over 6,000 of our members in support of the staff recommendation for the Great Highway Promenade and slope bike lanes. Our mission is to transform San Francisco streets and neighborhoods into more livable and safe places by promoting the bicycle for everyday transportation. We strongly believe the projects included in this application will help us achieve our mission. These plans will create a car-free promenade along San Francisco's coast that will incentivize sustainable forms of transportation such as biking, walking, and rolling. The Sunset neighborhood where this project area resides currently has no protected bike lanes, not one. Creating a completely car-free promenade that connects people from the southern end of the city to our largest park will transform how people move around in San Francisco. This project will improve street safety, reduce vehicle miles traveled, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, in addition to our numerous community and ecological benefits. On behalf of the Bicycle Coalition and our members, I urge you to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Herbiel, are you in person now? Go ahead.
Yes, I did promise that for people in person, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, almost afternoon, or good afternoon.
Let me just let them set the clock for you. 1 second.
Okay, thanks. Marie Hrabiel, I came down from San Francisco to be here in person to speak to you because I feel very passionately about this. The Great Highway is an important route for tens of thousands of San Franciscans. It's also important to preserve the habitat there, which has been destroyed. The dunes are constantly being destroyed. If you look at the DPW reports for 2024, there are 14 days when it has been partially closed for sand removal, and that's almost every single one of those is a Monday, or one was a Tuesday after Memorial Day. So following the weekends, when pedestrians are trampling the dunes, trampling the snowy plover habitat. I represent Connected SF. We have over 20,000 members, and I'm speaking on their behalf today, many of them who would love to be here but can't be. I think it was by design that this was scheduled for a day when it was in Southern California instead of Northern California. I'm sure that wasn't by design on your part, but as many of the people have stated, they have been working on this for 4 years. Well, the citizens of San Francisco didn't know about it until June of this year. And we were left scrambling and trying to figure out what they were talking about. Prop K was based on demonstrable lies, and I'd be happy, don't have the time in my 2 minutes, but to go through all of those with you. And those have been, had to be dug up slowly by sunshine requests and things like that. So the citizens of San Francisco were blatantly lied to, and so this entire thing is based on lies, number one. But number two, the people who live there voted 70% against this. Everyone who was actually impacted by this, some areas of that neighborhood or those neighborhoods voted in the 80s and 90% against it. So I urge you to hold off on making a decision until there is more information and until the pilot program is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments and appreciate you making it all the way here. Next.
Thank you. Calling the next few names: Tony Villa, Stephanie Denzer, Mahdi Rahimi, Srinivasan Vijayaragavan, Aiden Jones, Pia Kiddo. Be ready. So Tony Villa is next. You can unmute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Tony Villa. I live in
born and raised in San Francisco. Been surfing most of my life here for over 50 years. I'm in my 70s. I'm looking out right now at the Great Highway. And what everybody failed to mention, especially Park and Rec, 20,000 cars a day use the highway here. I'm right across the street. When it is closed, it is absolute gridlock. So they talked about putting in speed bumps, all this garbage, but they made a whole mess of this. Oh, you had a person from Bike Coalition. Well, San Francisco gives like $500,000 a year to Bike Coalition, who comes back and promotes closing our roads. I mean, it's a whole conspiracy. Now, who's going to pay for this? SFMTA is hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. So who's going to pay for this? Muni is a mess. They mentioned, oh, Terraville line just opened. 8 years it took to open it. 4 years ago, they had a ribbon cutting to open it. A mess.
Thank you.
I mean, please.
Thank you. Next, Stephanie Denzer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm a resident of the Sunset. I'm a mom to 3 kids, and I adamantly support the staff recommendation to grant the permit. As a parent in the city, it's so valuable to have open public spaces. For example, JFK Promenade, when it was closed, as a resident of the Sunset, I heard a lot of the same complaints from neighbors that it was going to cause additional traffic congestion. But I think that project has been an unmitigated success and is an incredible gem. And this project to connect so much open space in the city, I think it's kind of ridiculous to think that we should use one of the most coveted, beautiful coastlines in our city and allocate that to cars. I feel confident that there are ways to mitigate the traffic concerns that are valid concerns, but I think that the priority here should be opening up this space to the city, to families, to all sorts of people in our community.
Thank you. Next, Madi Rahimi. Madi, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Madi Rahimi. I'm a father of 2 young children living in San Francisco. In November, our city decidedly voted for Prop K. This was a gift from us to our children and their children and the next generations of San Franciscans. Over the last few years, during the Great Highway Park pilot, our family has enjoyed numerous weekend walks, runs, and bike rides on this magical stretch of our coastline. I urge you to approve the staff recommendation for a permanent park consistent with the will of people of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Srinivasan Vijaya Raghavan.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I was hoping to share a personal story. I had a spinal cord injury last year, after which I was not able to drive. I would look forward to the weekends to be able to take public transit in my wheelchair to safely access the coast and hear the waves and watch the sunset, which gave me a lot of joy during a time of very limited mobility. And as my recovery progressed and I moved from a wheelchair to learning to walk with a walker and then with a cane, this section of the coast continued to be one of the very few places in San Francisco where I could practice walking slowly without worrying about being hit by a car. And it's not just me. I see, several others, including the elderly, using this section of the coast, using, walkers and various other assistive devices. I'm just going to end by saying, this proposal would greatly improve the access for the coast to everyone, and I urge you to uphold the results of the election and to approve this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Calling a few more names: Aiden Jones, Pia Kiddo, Josh Kelly, John Elliott, Paul Wormer. Oh, no, Paul Wormer already went, I think. Aiden Jones, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi there. My name is Aiden Jones. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I wholeheartedly support the staff recommendation to grant the permit for the Great Highway. I don't own a car, so opening the Great Highway has made Ocean Beach accessible for me. I visited it for the first time since Prop K passed last week, and it was a beautiful experience, and I hope that you can grant the permit so that everybody else can have the same experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Pia Kiddo.
Good morning. I am here to speak in strong support of the motion to close the Great Highway.
and want to offer a personal experience encounter to the commute challenges posed. I live at 48th Avenue in the outer Richmond, and I've been commuting to San Mateo County for the last 10 years, both bicycle and by car. When on bicycle, the Great Highway is either the most pleasant or most anxiety-inducing portion, depending on if cars are present or not. When in a car, the difference between taking the Great Highway and taking Sunset Boulevard typically amounts to about 4 minutes of travel time. And I think it is ill advised to sacrifice the benefit of coastal access and active recreation for saving single-digit minutes in travel time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Josh Kelly. Josh, you should be able to unmute.
Yeah, hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, hi. My name is Josh. I'm a San Francisco resident of over 20 years, homeowner, parent, taxpayer. I live 2 blocks away from the Great Highway. I actually live on one of the side streets that sees an increase in car traffic when the Upper Great Highway is closed to private vehicles. I am strongly in favor of this recommendation to turn what is an expensive and unreliable highway into a magnificent oceanfront park. We've been trying this out on weekends, and I can tell you that it increases the access to the coast, provides a safe space for walking, biking, people who use mobility devices. And I can look out my window right now, and I can tell you on the weekends that these traffic concerns are being exaggerated. So please approve what the voters of San Francisco have already chosen, and we can give this as a gift to our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We're no longer seeing John Elliott in the meeting. Next will be Ann Madden, followed by Stephen Gorski, Evan Rosen, Amy Chu, Griffin Lee. Ann Madden, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ann Madden, and I'm speaking today to voice my strong support for the Upper Great Highway project. In particular, the establishment of new dune protection and restoration measures as part of the plan, which I believe will be a powerful natural tool for future mitigation of coastal erosion in California. I appreciate the addendum from Mr. Henningsen and colleagues, which outline more specifically the timeline and measures relating to the dune protection and restoration plan, and I'm glad that the city is committed to ensuring that the first phase of dune restoration efforts occur as part of the initial implementation of the closure plan. One specific element of the plan that I would encourage the commission as well as implementers to prioritize is the natural fencing and installation of informational signage, which could be used as a powerful tool for public education, not just about the wildlife and environment, but also the history of the park and how it came about, and how this project relates to building resiliency in California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Stephen Gorski, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. Basically, I'm going to address a few points. One, San Francisco wasn't told of the dramatic decrease in parking spaces that will happen. 44.4% of parking spaces will be decreased from what it was 5 years ago with this changes. Two, it's not a 4-minute commute. It's 11 minutes because I time it. I live across the street from it. Three, emergency vehicles. We just had an episode on 8th of December. An ambulance was stuck in the sand because it couldn't get past the locked gate with someone inside the ambulance. He had to be extricated from the ambulance. Another ambulance had to come. There's a delay. There's safety issues. Four, the tsunami warning that we just had is ample opportunity for us to realize the importance of the highway being open. It could have been used as an evacuation.
Thank you. Next, Evan Rosen, you should be able to unmute now.
Last night, I attended the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods gathering. The mayor-elect who opposed Prop K was there, so was the president of the Board of Supervisors who opposed Prop K, and many other officials, and the discussion, the buzz, was all about how the outgoing, defeated administration proffered highly questionable data, including traffic and cost analysis. This apparently misled voters into approving Prop K, and frankly, it's incumbent on the Coastal Commission to show restraint and do a deep dive into the data apparently used to mislead the voters and how closing this critical artery will negatively impact public access. Eliminating cars and making parking inconvenient does not equal increased access. This commission's job is to protect the coast and protect public access, and the staff's job is to analyze rather than cheerlead. The phrase exciting opportunity in the staff report and presentation simply echoes the marketing by advocates and is troubling. One would expect an analytical and dispassionate staff report. I mean, closing the Great Highway is equivalent to closing key sections of Highway 1 along the coast, which should not be rushed through as a favor to the outgoing administration. Let's show restraint.
Thank you. Next, Amy Chu, Griffin Lee, Joff Moore, Kaylee Fish, and Kathy Herzl. Amy Chu.
Hi, hi, this is Amy. So you should not approve this. I'm not living in the neighborhood, but I have been drive there during the weekend. I think it's dangerous to drive the local route. I almost hit another car. It's very dangerous. And then also, this has a political shot in San Francisco. The district, as you mentioned, you did in your report, you didn't mention Richmond district. Actually, the Richmond district supervisor was the person strongly no on K got elected, surprised many people. And then also that's a political shot. People going to record the supervisor Joey Gardio, and also the mayor-elect Noah K got elected. So I hope you don't approve this because it may create more political shot, even in commission, coastal commissioner. Yeah, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Griffin Lee. Griffin, you should be able to unmute.
Yep, I am here. Griffin Lee, resident of San Francisco. I am here to oppose the approval and moving forward with the permit. The reason why is the SLK supporters have gone completely around the community's back. As Marie mentioned, a ton of lies on what was actually being planned behind our backs for over 3-4 years. Their argument around increased access is, in my opinion, false. As mentioned by previous speakers here, there is already more than a half dozen lines of public transit that make the coast and the Upper Great Highway accessible. Over 20,000 cars, or roughly 20,000 cars, are using the road daily. These are middle-class, hardworking families getting to and from, most of them getting to and from work using the Upper Great Highway. The argument against,
Thank you. Next, Jeff Moore. I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now. You may need to press.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, commissioners and staff. And thanks to Bill McLaughlin in particular for his comment earlier about the feasibility of relocation of the wastewater treatment plant. Please take a step back and revisit the seawall alongside the dune restoration proposal. While I agree strongly with the idea of dune protection, I'm concerned about the implementation plan, which creates new dune impacts, suggests corrosive wire fencing, and omits any dune revegetation just north of slope. There's no budget here. There's no way realistically that a tiny coastal conservancy grant for dune protection can hope to compete with a $170 million seawall, which is going to destroy the dunes north of slope, period. There will be no beach recreation for anyone if the two seawalls at OB eventually converge. And the project, completely off balance, doesn't recognize the obvious and evolving shades of the coastline, which has demonstrated that new development should be sited as far north as possible, and only in the accretion zone up by the Cliff House. Separately, there's a questionable framework. Special condition number 1 relies upon an undefined construction.
Next, Kaylee Fish, and then Kathy Herzl. Kaylee, you should be able to speak.
Yes, hello. My name is Kaylee Fish, and I support the proposal to close the Upper Great Highway to private vehicles and create a public recreation space. This project offers significant environmental benefits, including protecting fragile dune systems and reducing sand migration into nearby neighborhoods. It also safeguards threatened species like the snowy plover and bank swallow by restoring habitats and managing human and dog activity in sensitive areas. Additionally, integrating this project with SFMTA's quick build cycle track creates a cohesive, sustainable transportation network along San Francisco's coastline, reducing emissions and improving public access. I urge the Commission to approve this project while ensuring protections for wildlife and habitats are fully implemented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Herzl. You should be able to unmute. Kathy Herzl. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're echoing, so please turn off whatever device you're listening to.
Okay. Hi, this idea of closing the Great Highway was hastily put on the ballot by the district supervisor in Guardio, who was at the time about to be recalled by his district. He is now officially being recalled by his district for rezoning the entire Sunset District. His rezoning allows houses to be torn down and replaced by luxury apartments. And he's allowing lot mergers and eminent domain to give developers the ability to build high-rise luxury apartments that will be used more energy because they have to be air conditioned. And not great for the environment either, right along the coast. In other words, Supervisor Ngardio's vision is to change Ocean Beach into Miami Beach, and closing the Great Highway is the first step to do this. And so that's why you don't see a budget, how much it's going to cost to do this.
Thank you. We're not seeing any other names on the list in the Zoom list. If I call your name, please raise your hand. Susan Longardio, John Elliott, Glenna Wazema, Artem Malishev, Josephine Zhao, Renee Lazier, Sarah Katz-Hyman, Katerina Bellardetti, Brian Reyes, Philip Rafe, Kelly Close, Aaron Fiberling, Jennifer Warburg, Bill McLaughlin. Okay, I see a few hands raised.
Chris, just because I promised that we would take a break 1 hour after, let's take one more speaker, and we'll just take, if there's any remainder ones after lunch, let's go with that.
Okay. I see the one under iPad 5. Please go ahead. State your name. You should be able to unmute.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name.
My name is Susan Longardino. I live in the outer Richmond. I am the mother of a disabled child, a grown child, actually. His one recreation that he really enjoyed was for me to drive him through Golden Gate Park, past the Conservatory of Flowers and the windmills and the waterfalls, etc. When they closed that to vehicular traffic, our alternative was to then move over to the Great Highway. And we drive every day back and forth on the Great Highway for him to see the waves and see the birds and see the dogs and see the people walking. And to tell you the truth, I feel like I speak for a huge disenfranchised amount of the citizens of the outer Richmond who will be adversely affected by the closure of the Great Highway. Not only is it our main transportation to the south and to Pomeroy, but
Thank
it's
you.
Thank you. And to revise what I just said, just because we only find 3 more speakers in there instead of just dragging them, let's finish those. Just 3 more minutes.
Okay.
1 each.
We have someone under the name Maina Young. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Maina Young. I'm
We didn't receive a sign up under your name, so we're going to keep moving on. Someone under the name RL. RL, please unmute and state your name for the record. RL, you should be able to unmute. I see that your hand is raised. We're giving you one more second. Okay, we're going to move on. And then the last speaker under the name Jennifer. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Warburg. Thank
Okay,
you
go
for
ahead.
delaying your lunch. I live in the Sunset District, 1 block from the Great Highway, with my husband and my young son, who you might hear because he is currently sleeping on my chest. We want to share that we strongly support the staff recommendation to permit the Ocean Beach Park. Okay, I'm going to hand him to my husband. Hang on. Here, baby. Okay. Yeah, we wanted to call in as a family to say we so value access to a safe recreational space on our coast. I'm about to go for a daily walk to the beach with our infant son, and I so look forward to the time when I won't need to run across highway traffic with him to reach this public resource. I also want to say the days when the park pilot has been active and the parkway is open to all users have been such a beautiful experience of the future that's possible, with thousands of folks of all ages and abilities enjoying the safe access to the coast. I want to say too that we walk and bike and drive for our transportation around the neighborhood. I went into active
you.
labor with my son, and I was one of the people who probably most
Thank you,
needed a
Jennifer.
swift route.
Thank you. No other speakers.
Thanks, everybody. I think we got pretty robust public comment on this issue, so glad we could wrap up before lunch. And then recommendation room council to all commissioners is to have no discussion about this item while we're.
Should we go ahead and finish out the item? It doesn't seem like before lunch, it might, I think when lunch can wait a few minutes if you want to close it out and then we don't worry about it.
Yeah, you guys want to plow through? All right. Yeah, okay. So let's keep rolling.
I will turn it over to Dan. I don't believe we have much to add, but Dan, go ahead.
Back to staff.
No, we don't have much to add. I think we've heard all those comments. We think the staff report and addendum appropriately addressed them. We continue to think this is an important reimagining of a vital and critical coastal space, and we recommend approval continuing. So we're available for questions.
Great. And did we just, I forgot, did we have to give the applicant time for rebuttal? No, not for this.
They did request 2 minutes, I believe.
Yes, they did. Do you need those 2 minutes to respond?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then any comments, questions, or any motions? Bringing it back to the commission. Commissioner Guerra has a question. Commissioner Cummings after that.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank all the speakers on both sides for taking the time, and especially those who made the drive down here. I do have a question just regarding the bike paths. I did see that there's going to be signage, but I wasn't clear if there's going to be speed limit signage. And that question stems from, it's an emerging concern that we're dealing with down in San Diego with electric bikes. So just curious about that.
I'd say this is probably a question for Mr. Stokely. I would note that there's two road segments, and the one that's further inland would be dedicated to bikes and wheeled vehicles, and the one that's further seaward would be dedicated to pedestrians. But Brian, do you have an answer to that about the speed limit?
Yes, in general, we're cognizant of that concern, and much like Mr. Carl mentioned, we are separating the users, and that we haven't contemplated establishing a speed limit at this time, but we can look into that. However, we are working on potential ways to slow bicycles down as they approach the crosswalks through physical measures to make sure that it's narrowed and slower, so they know that there's cross bicycle and cross pedestrian access.
Well, thank you very much, and I strongly encourage you to look into that because it is an issue, especially around, when you have pedestrians and biking, it can become a safety concern. So I would strongly encourage that, but overall, I'll just say I'm very supportive of this project, especially because it increases access to the coast. It's multimodal, and especially the habitat dune restoration, which also helps us not just with endangered species, but also with resiliency. So I will be supporting this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings?
Yeah. Also want to thank the public for being here to make the comments on this item. And just want to remind folks that, the city and county of San Francisco are the ones who approved this, and they're the ones that brought it to our attention. And that has now been reinforced by the voters who voted in support of us moving in this direction. And so what's before us today is this permit. And if the city and the county want to reverse course and they don't want to make this happen, it's going to be challenging given that the voters voted in support of this, but it really goes back to the local jurisdiction if they want to shift course on this item. So I'm happy to support this, and I share the same enthusiasm around the project, especially as it relates to providing access, but also as we're starting to see the impacts of climate change, it also provides us with an opportunity to have a buffer that can help mitigate some of the impacts of sea level rise. And so happy to make a motion unless somebody else wants to, and look forward to supporting this.
There's a couple more comments, but we'll come back to you for the motion. Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Wilson?
I just had a question around the timing of implementation. So someone could, and that speaks to, there were some questions from the public around that, and I just was wondering if that's
we can ask quickly about their plans specifically, but under the coastal permit, once it's issued, they would be able to implement the closure, and the intent would be, I believe the intent is to do it relatively quickly. Part of that is also to implement some of the dune restoration protection measures also immediately. And so, but again, specifically to timing, Mr. Stokely, do you have an estimate of that?
Yeah, much like you said, that we're planning on implementing some of these dune replanting efforts, as well as the required fencing along the edge. And we're targeting sometime this spring to have, but we would close the road and open it as a promenade, but would require that all the traffic interventions at the ends and along the fencing be completed before we do that.
Okay, great. That was what I was asking about. Thank you.
I have, Commissioner Rice, did you want, please?
Yeah, no, my question was asked by Commissioner Wilson and answered, and I just appreciate everyone's input on this project. I have to say, COVID, one of the silver linings of COVID was some of the innovative things that happened that allowed people to get outside and take advantage of public space that actually had been primarily used in the past for cars, whether that was parking that became a parklet for outdoor dining, and or the closure of the Great Highway, the temporary closure. I'm also, and a lot of those trends have now been built into policy that continue to allow this public space that was created for cars to actually be used for people in a different way. And I think it's really important. But I don't want to dismiss the impact that a change of use has and a diversion of traffic to different places. So I think that we all acknowledge that, but I think the greater benefit is huge. And in terms of our Coastal Act and what we're looking at as a commission, coastal access and the dune restoration pieces of this are, spot on. And then lastly, I just want to say, as a daughter of parents who were born and raised in San Francisco, I took my mom, who's now 91, on a drive through, I want to say Fort Baker, but that's probably wrong. But she'll also talk about Crissy Field, and she grew up without having access to these places that were cut off for a different reason from the general public, and how incredibly valuable it is for these shoreline, coastline areas that were preserved for either federal purposes and locked out the public, or for cars, to be accessible to the greater public in such a dense and vibrant city. So anyway, I think it's a great project. I'll be very supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. And of course, your wisdom will definitely be missed. That was a wonderful comment. So a motion we had from Commissioner Cummings?
Sure. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 2-24-0933 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
And I'll second.
Oh, you got. I was going to speak to my second, if that's all right. If you want you second.
I'll let you speak to my second.
I'll let speak to your second. That's great. So I just when these projects are proposed that remove things and replace them, oftentimes I think about if the thing that we're replacing it with existed today, would we select or vote or move to go to what is the existing condition? And I think in this case, 20 years from now, and it's developed into the vision of what's here, would a community or a commission select or move to go back to what it was, and not even back to, because it would be the future for that in that case. Would we do that? And so that's why I'm just saying. Oftentimes it's like, would you, if a road didn't exist here, wherever that was, would you seek to build it? And is that something you would do? And in this case, I don't feel like that would happen. So that's why I'm leaning in to support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Cummings, and everybody. I just associate myself with fellow commissioners' comments, especially Commissioner Cummings. I'm looking forward to seeing this project come into fruition. So I guess should we take a roll vote, or it's up to me? Yeah, let's just take a roll since there was a lot of public comment. So why don't you take us into that, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Vice Chair Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, and this item has been approved. So now congratulations all, and now we go off to lunch. I'm thinking, try to come back at 1:10. 1:15? 1:15, y'all, 1:15? I feel like we were just rolling through this. Okay, 1:15. Sorry, I switched hands from left to right, so didn't count on the power of my gavel. Hello, I hope everybody had a nice lunch. We are back to this Coastal Commission agenda, and now we are in the enforcement item. And I'll give it back to our staff, our team. Mr. Modelmock and Ms. Hagee, how are you?
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, well, afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. Staff would now like to present agenda items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3, which share a single combined staff report. We're ready to have you announce this matter, Chair.
And I know that you were very thorough with sending me the, but now my computer is crashing, so I just need 1 second to get the script up. My brand new computer, by the way. Yeah.
I have a hard copy of it. What?
We will now consider agenda items. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, that's very, very nice. We will now consider agenda items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3, which share a single combined staff report, including the proposed consent cease and desist order number CCC-24-CD-03, the Consent Restoration Order, CCC-24-RO-03, and the Consent Administrative Penalty Number CCC-24-AP3-03. The orders are all proposed to be issued to HMBAP LLC regarding properties including the public right-of-way owned by the City of Los Angeles adjacent to Paseo Miramar in Pacific Palisades in the City of Los Angeles, as well as numerous adjacent parcels as identified in the staff report for this matter and owned by HMBAP LLC, Villa Miramar LLC, and Topanga State Park. Would the alleged violator or their representative identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ken Ehrlich of Elkins Cult on behalf of HMBAP LLC.
Ms. Ehrlich, thank you. Staff, can you please identify what items are already part of the record?
Yes, thank you. The record consists of the contents of the staff report and supporting documents, the public documents in the violation file, and today's hearing and materials.
How long do you, staff, how long will you need for your presentation?
30 minutes, please.
There should not have been any ex parte communications, but do any commissioners have any of such communications to report? Seeing none, I will now review the rules for this proceeding. Staff has asked up to 30 minutes for this presentation, so I'll give the alleged violator the same amount of time, and they may also request to reserve some of that time for their own rebuttal. After any presentation by the alleged violator, we will allow 3 minutes for any other party who would like to speak as an interested member of the public, after which the chair may allow the alleged violator to use any reserved rebuttal time to respond to comments from interested persons. Staff then typically responds to the testimony and to any new evidence introduced. Anyone who speaks at this hearing may propose questions, either orally or in writing, that they would like commissioners to ask of any other party, but it is not appropriate to suggest questions to be asked to yourself. Commissioners may, but are not required to, ask the proposed questions. We will now begin the public hearing with the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Staff is pleased to announce that HMBAP LLC, hereinafter referred to as respondent, so I won't do that again, has worked with staff to reach an amicable resolution of this case by entering into the proposed consent cease and desist order, consent restoration order, and consent administrative penalty, which we're going to refer collectively today as the consent orders. As you may recall from the extensive public comment we heard at the August hearing at Gillette Ranch, this matter involves both unpermitted development that negatively impacted environmentally sensitive habitat, including rare chaparral, and also blockage of public access to a public right-of-way. As you will hear, this unpermitted development was done without measures in place to protect water quality, and so had the potential to greatly exacerbate the impacts if nothing was done before this winter rainy season. As you may recall, our enforcement staff went out to the site the very next day to post a so-called field notice of violation, and we thereafter immediately moved to address the situation as quickly as possible. We investigated the violations, contacted the responsible parties, and provided notice, and then negotiated and brought the proposed consent orders to you today. The views from the public right-of-way and the private parcels here are very scenic, and very importantly, the area at issue is immediately adjacent to Topanga State Park. The proximity of the state park means that what happens here also affects the park, as you will hear. Staff worked closely, quickly, and collaboratively with respondent and greatly appreciates their cooperation and participation in crafting the proposed resolution. We're now pleased to detail a proposed agreement for your consideration, one that we think could provide excellent restoration of the habitat impacted, as well as a significant amount of additional mitigation restoration work done off-site, and which also presents the opportunity to protect one of the very valuable parcels adjacent to Topanga State Park, and to dedicate it to a public agency or nonprofit for conservation. This provides a very unusual and valuable opportunity to conserve a parcel that would otherwise be subject to development. Staff recommends that the commission issue the proposed orders to resolve the unpermitted development on the properties. Today's presentation regarding this case will be given by Rob Modelmog, who's an attorney in our headquarters enforcement unit. Alexander, excuse me, Alex Helperin is also available for any legal questions. Thank you. Rob?
Good afternoon.
Here, you can use this one.
Yeah, here. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. On this slide, oh, can we pull up the PowerPoint? I'm sorry. All right. On this slide, beginning at the top center and going clockwise, you can see Topanga State Park in the background. On the right, you can see a portion of the public right-of-way that is adjacent to parcels that respondent owns. Respondent's parcels are visible in the foreground and towards the bottom of the photo. At the bottom left, you can see the parking lot for one of the main trailheads in the state park, the Los Leones Canyon Trailhead. This case involves violations relating to unpermitted grading and excavation on both public and private property, as well as obstruction of public access to the public right-of-way, as we'll cover shortly. Next slide, please. The area of the unpermitted development is located in the Pacific Palisades, which is part of the city of Los Angeles. On the map, you can see that Pacific Palisades is near both Malibu and the city of Santa Monica. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see a more close-up map of the region. The violations took place about a mile from the ocean near Paseo Miramar, which is a street that can be accessed via Sunset Boulevard. Topanga State Park is located to the north, west, and south of the area at issue. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the public right-of-way outlined in white and respondent's privately owned parcels outlined in black. Respondent owns 6 parcels that are adjacent to the public right-of-way. On the left side of the image, you can see that the relatively pristine chaparral wilderness of Topanga State Park surrounds the area. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have added stars that indicate the general areas where the most unpermitted development occurred. In the areas of the stars, the land was graded and excavated within both the public right-of-way as well as on private property. Next slide, please. Now I will show you some of the stunning views from the area. This photo shows the view looking west towards Topanga State Park. To be specific, the canyon below that's visible in the center of the photo is Los Leones Canyon, where a popular trail exists. Next slide, please. This photo shows the view looking north towards Topanga State Park. As you can see, the area is located next to very large stretches of relatively pristine chaparral habitat. The public right-of-way and private parcels at issue also include environmentally sensitive habitat areas. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see an aerial view of the area prior to the unpermitted development, with the public right-of-way outlined in white. On the left, you can see pavement within the public right-of-way, and at the bottom of the photo, you can see that no pavement is visible, and all that existed was a dirt trail. The area that we are referring to as the public right-of-way used to be part of the longer street called Paseo Miramar, but has been closed to vehicles for approximately 80 years due to recurring landslides, as we will discuss in more detail in a moment. The areas where no pavement is visible are the areas where it was damaged by landslides. At the very bottom right corner, you can see a white parked car. That car is parked at one of the 2 entrances to the public right-of-way. Since it was closed to vehicles 8 decades ago, the public right-of-way has been used as a walking trail by the public to enjoy the scenic views of the ocean and of the state park. Next slide, please. This photo shows the part of the public right-of-way where the pavement is remarkably well preserved, especially considering how the other portions of it have not fared as well, which we will discuss shortly. The city owns the public right-of-way and has closed it to vehicles, but as you can see, there's great views of the ocean and the state park. Next slide, please. This slide shows the area where the vehicle portion of the road ends and the area at issue begins. You can also see signs that the city has placed to try and stop vehicles from entering the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. And here's the north entrance to the public right-of-way, which is also blocked to vehicles. A few feet past this roadblock, the pavement ends entirely, and there's a steep hillside that's only accessible on foot. Next slide, please. Yeah, 12. Thank you. On this slide, you can see the title of the tract map that dedicated this right-of-way to the public. The history of the public right-of-way is very relevant because it helps explain how the unpermitted development occurred here. In 1927, the area was subdivided and Paseo Miramar was dedicated to the city of Los Angeles for public use. The area was originally developed as a paved road for vehicles. Next slide, please. And now we're going to discuss some of the geology issues, which are important here, because in areas of geological instability, precautions must be undertaken when doing construction work. In this geological map of the area, you can see the public right-of-way at issue demarcated in white. You can also see a large orange teardrop shape that crosses the public right-of-way. That's the location of a large landslide that occurred in 1944, but has remained active. The landslide damaged much of the paved road that existed, and so the city closed it to vehicles. As you can see towards the bottom right, the city rerouted traffic onto Resolano Drive, a street that now connects the two ends of Paseo Miramar. Next slide, please. In this aerial image from 1983, the teardrop-shaped landslide is outlined in blue and appears to have been reactivated in the 82-83 El Nino. This reactivated slide covered the public right-of-way with even more soil. As you could imagine, this posed challenges for landowners who wanted to develop the private parcels, as the only road leading to them was closed, and it would take a lot of engineering to make houses and a road safe here. Thus, while most of the other parcels in the 1927 subdivision have been developed over the past century, respondents' parcels remain undeveloped and the public right-of-way remains closed to vehicles. Next slide, please. Now we're going to cover the story of the unpermitted development. On this slide, you can see excerpts from an email sent from respondents' representatives to Commission planning staff in 2022. Tony Russo of Crest Real Estate, which is a local permit expediting business hired by respondent, wrote to Commission staff and stated that the conversation that he had with them was very helpful to understand the feasibility of roadway improvement. He acknowledged that studies would be required, including a biological review, and also acknowledged that a CDP would be required and that because the city holds the public right-of-way, the city would need to be a co-applicant on the CDP. When Commission staff received this email and another similar one from respondents' representatives, they expected respondent to submit a CDP application. However, respondent did not do so, as you're now about to see. Next slide, please. Here's a still image from a video received from the public, which shows a dump truck and a member of the public standing in front of it to try and block its way on the right. At the beginning of February 2023, only months after talking with Commission planning staff, respondent arrived at the public right-of-way with large construction vehicles and attempted to begin unpermitted grading. Members of the public confronted respondent and stood in front of their vehicles, and respondent replied by continually honking at them in an attempt to get them to leave the public right-of-way. Respondent did not get past the members of the public and abandoned their efforts to begin work that year. However, they did come back the next year, as we will describe in just a moment. Next slide, please. Now we are going to do a before and after to show an overview of the violations. In this aerial image taken before the violations occurred, the areas of the white stars show where the most unpermitted development would later take place. Next slide, please. In this photo taken on July 2nd, 2024, you can see that the areas of the stars on both public and private land have been excavated and graded and cleared of vegetation. The total area of unpermitted development is approximately 2 acres. Next slide, please. Now here are more before and after images of the public right-of-way. On the left, in the before photo, you can see that this part of the right-of-way consisted only of a narrow dirt trail through vegetation. On the right, in the after photo, following the unpermitted excavation and vegetation removal, you can see loose soil and the rough shape of a dirt road. The unpermitted development began in early May of 2024. The photo on the right was taken in June of 2024. The work stopped in the middle of July 2024. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to show some photos that we took 2 weeks ago on Thanksgiving. In this photo, you can see how the bottom of the slope consists only of loose soil. That's because this area was excavated to uncover pavement underneath it. This slope is now overly steep and unvegetated and was therefore likely to cause sediment runoff or larger land movement of the hillside during a large rainstorm. At the time, no best management practices were installed to prevent sediment runoff here or anywhere else on the site. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see one of the areas where excavated soil has been stockpiled along the boundary of an arroyo that drains to Topanga State Park, where mapped wetlands exist. If nothing were done, when a large winter rainstorm arrived, this soil would run off into the park, where it could cause negative impacts to the habitat and could also potentially fill wetlands there. Next slide, please. Here's another photo of the excavated and graded area. Again, you can see how soil was stockpiled on the edge of the arroyo on the left and how the hillside was cleared of vegetation on the right. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see another image of a destabilized slope that presents another sediment runoff concern. All of this unpermitted development was done without analysis of the impacts or review by the relevant city departments or the commission, and without safety measures to protect habitat area and public access. Next slide, please. Continuing to walk up the public right-of-way, you can see that a large area has been relatively cleared of vegetation where many trees existed before. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see another large area of hillside that used to support native vegetation, likely including environmentally sensitive habitat area that has been cleared. No BMPs are visible, and so a large amount of loose soil would have been likely to run off into the adjacent Topanga State Park if nothing were done. Next slide, please. Here's another image of unpermitted grading and vegetation clearance on one of the private parcels. Next slide, please. And here's one more slide of one of the private parcels cleared of vegetation and graded. Next slide, please. This image shows unpermitted signs that are inaccurate and are restricting public access to the public right-of-way. You can also see unpermitted cameras on the left. The signs state that no trespassing is allowed, even though the sign on the right is placed within the middle of a public right-of-way held by the City of LA. In addition, there are several signs restricting parking within the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see text from a memo issued by the City of LA's Bureau of Engineering Department that evaluated the effects of the unpermitted development. I'll read the text in a moment. On June 13th, 2024, the city issued an order to comply to respondent in an attempt to get them to stop work. Respondent did not stop work until at least July 10th, 2024, almost a month later. On July 23rd, the city issued this memorandum, which stated that, quote, such activity carries inherent risk for initiating or triggering further movement of the landslide mass during excavation or in the potential mobilization of any loose material left on site after such removals. As such, this type of work would normally be done under the direct oversight of a competent professional, such as an engineering geologist or geotechnical engineer certified with the state. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see a photo of the north entrance to the public right-of-way. This case is important for environmental justice because the land here is extremely expensive, but the public right-of-way in Topanga State Park present free or low-cost recreational opportunities for those who can't afford to buy a house nearby. The unpermitted development has negatively impacted coastal resources in this area that are free for all to enjoy, and so has therefore caused environmental injustice. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see a posted notice of violation that was placed by Commission enforcement staff at the site. At the Commission's August hearing, several members of the public spoke in public comment regarding the violations at issue. Commission enforcement staff responded by posting this field NOV the next day on August 8th and sent a written notice of violation to respondent on August 13th, 2024. Commission staff let respondent know that because of the urgent need to get BMPs into place before the rainy season, Commission staff would be seeking to bring this to hearing in December. However, Commission staff were at first concerned that respondent and Commission staff would not reach an agreement in such a short amount of time. But after respondent hired their current counsel on November 1st, respondent then began working very quickly and amicably with Commission staff towards this proposed resolution. As you may have noticed, this was a very fast resolution of this matter given the scale and complexity of the issues involved, and we appreciate respondents' work. I also want to note that Commission enforcement staff have coordinated with city and state parks, with the city and with state parks, both of whom have been supportive of our work to address these violations. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see one of multiple rattlesnake warning signs placed near the north entrance to the public right-of-way. Their placement adjacent to no trespassing signs may have had the effect of further discourage use of the public right-of-way. We're now going to discuss the basis for the proposed issuance of the consent orders. The work undertaken constituted development under the Coastal Act, but no coastal development permit was obtained. Thus, there's a basis to issue a cease and desist order here to bring respondent into compliance with the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see Topanga State Park in the background and part of the unpermitted vegetation clearance in the foreground. Here, the unpermitted development was undertaken without a CDP. No CDP could likely be obtained for it, and it continues to damage coastal resources. Therefore, there's a basis for a restoration order here to require restoration of the areas of unpermitted development. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see another one of the areas of unpermitted vegetation clearance. Respondent has agreed to remove the invasives and restore the area with natives. A person who's in violation of any provision of the Coastal Act other than those related to public access, such as the habitat, views, and other resource protection provisions of the Act, is subject to an administrative civil penalty under Section 30821.3 that may be imposed today by the Commission after a public hearing like this one. Next slide, please. I will now go through the 5 factors for the Section 30821.3 resource penalties. First, while important habitat was greatly impacted, the violations have only persisted since May of this year, and respondent has been working to implement BMPs to prevent further impacts. Second, although the violation can be remedied, chaparral can be difficult to restore, and some further sediment runoff will occur even after the best BMPs are implemented. Third, the habitat affected is sensitive area adjacent to the relatively pristine Topanga State Park, and the impacts here will also impact the park. Fourth, the Commission has spent relatively less time on this matter due to it being proposed for an amicable resolution within only a few months of the case being opened. Fifth, the degree of culpability is high here, given that, as we mentioned before, respondents' representatives, Crest Real Estate, told Commission staff they understood the need for a CDP, but then respondent undertook the unpermitted development anyway, and when members of the public told respondent that permits were needed, respondent honked at them. To resolve these resource penalties, respondent has agreed to pay a $500,000 cash payment to the violation remediation account, and also to preserve one of their private parcels and dedicate it to a public agency for conservation forever. Next slide, please. Now I'll show some photos of some of the interim BMP measures that respondent recently began implementing after being instructed to do so by the City of LA. In these before and after photos, on the left you can see large soil stockpiles on the edge of the arroyo that posed a risk of running off during a winter rainstorm. On the right, you can see that respondent has moved the pile of soil away from this area. The city asked respondent to implement interim BMPs before this hearing because the rainy season is already starting. Respondent worked with the city to obtain the required local authorizations to begin implementing interim BMPs as soon as possible, and they were able to start work last week. We've coordinated with respondent on this, and we're appreciative of their work with the city to attempt to minimize the impact of the violations. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see a view of Los Leones Canyon with respondent's private parcels in the foreground. The consent orders would require respondent to submit a report to Commission staff detailing the interim BMPs implemented so far for review and approval by the Commission's water quality and geology experts. Commission staff could then require more or different BMPs this month and as needed. All of the future restoration work would be done only after erosion control plans are approved by Commission staff. Next slide, please. Here's a closer up photo of some of respondents' private undeveloped parcels. As you can see, there are steep slopes in this area, and as you heard, there's an active landslide. Respondent would be required to submit a remedial grading plan to restore the topography to its pre-violation condition, and the Commission's geologist and water quality staff would review their proposals to ensure that they are safe and that they are the most protective of coastal resources, including of natural landforms and of water quality. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see one of the private parcels that has some chaparral but also some invasive grasses. As mitigation for the violations, respondent will be undertaking restoration of an area 3 times the size of the area of unpermitted development in other locations in the Santa Monica Mountains. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the north entrance to the public right-of-way. As mitigation for the public access violations, respondent has also agreed to install public access signs at both ends of the public right-of-way to clarify that this is a public area, in addition to removing any unpermitted signs that are there that restrict public access. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see another view of Topanga State Park. To resolve the monetary penalties, respondent has agreed to pay a $500,000 cash penalty to the violation remediation account and to protect and dedicate one of their private parcels to a nonprofit or public agency. The protection would include deed restricting the parcel for habitat conservation. The private parcel has been appraised at approximately $1.8 to $3 million, which would bring the total value of the proposed settlement to approximately $2.3 to $3.5 million penalty. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see a map of the parcels in the public right-of-way with the yellow stars showing the parcel to be protected and dedicated. As you can see, the parcel is bordered on two sides by Topanga State Park, so this dedication would help to expand the protected area of the park. Also, the fact that the parcel is already surrounded on two sides by the park will help to limit habitat fragmentation. Next slide, please. In this photo taken prior to the unpermitted development, you can see that the area around the parcel to be dedicated is relatively pristine chaparral habitat, as is the area of the parcel itself. This is important because chaparral habitat is very rare, and so this parcel presents a special opportunity to protect it in this area. Next slide, please. Here's another more close-up aerial view and more recent view of the parcel to be dedicated. The financial value of this parcel is very high, and so it also presents a rare opportunity to expand the protected area of Topanga State Park in a place with very high land values. Next slide, please. And now we return to the amazing view from the public right-of-way and the parcel to be dedicated. As you can see, the views from this area are excellent, and it's only a mile from the beach. I want to thank respondent for their commitment to resolving this matter very quickly and amicably in order to best protect coastal resources. Most importantly, respondent has also agreed to preserve and dedicate one of their parcels adjacent to the state park for habitat conservation in perpetuity, which is a great value to the public. We want to thank respondent for agreeing to such a great resolution for our coastal resources. And we also want to individually thank respondent's counsel, Ken Ehrlich, who was only hired on November 1st, and yet has worked very hard to make sure this agreement came together in time for this December hearing. We recommend that the Commission approve the proposed consent cease and desist order, proposed consent restoration order, and proposed consent administrative penalty as set forth in the staff report. The motions can be found beginning on page 9 of the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muddlemug. Ms. Hague, did you have any final comments, or you can jump to the respondent?
No, we'll respond to any issues raised by public comment or by commissioner inquiry at the end of the hearing.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
So then the respondent or representatives can come and address the commission. You'll get the same amount of time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit at a loss. I've never been commended before personally, so I'm embarrassed and humbled by Mr. Modelmag's comments, but it's appreciated. It is accurate that we were just been
And
retained.
please, let me remind you to say your name and let's start the time, please.
Of course, Ken Ehrlich on behalf of HMBAP. It is true that we were just retained on November 1st in this matter and have worked extraordinarily hard on a daily basis with commission staff, which has included both the legal and technical staffs, and we do appreciate their responsiveness as well to bring this to resolution so quickly. I just want to say that I think the resolution recognizes and understands the value of the resources to the public. I think that the resolution is fair. In addition, just a note, the resolution's value to the commission, we note, does not include the amount of costs incurred by HMBAP in implementing the resolution, which is quite significant as well. But overall, we're happy to the implementation. The resolution was accurately described by Mr. Modelmag. We agreed to it. We signed to it. We look forward to working with the community and staff moving forward to implement it and to say what we do and do what we say. So thank you for your time. We're happy to respond to any questions or comments as well. But for now, I'll reserve the rest of our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ehrlich. Appreciate that. We'll save that time in case there needs to be any rebuttal, but we'll now take any public comment on this issue. For those who submitted a speaker slip, Chris?
Okay, we have 11 people signed up, 10 in person. We'll start with Catherine Werner, followed
And
by Victor Dela Cruz, Peter A.
We will
Kraus.
give them each 3 minutes. 2? No, I think it's 3 minutes for enforcement.
Yes.
It's at the discretion of the chair.
Oh, I see. Then let's make it 2, and if you need to have 3, we'll go to 3, but let's try to keep it short. It's a long day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I did send in a presentation. I don't know if you got it. It's not, okay. I don't want to comment too much on the presentation. I just want to get my words out first. I have here, good morning, commissioners, but obviously good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Catherine Werner, and I am the co-chair of the Miramar Homeowners Association. On behalf of our community, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude to you for your ongoing efforts to protect our homes and our fragile landscape around us. Your support means a great deal to us. The HOA's mission has been for nearly past 80 years, has been to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. Unfortunately, we continue to face challenges from a developer who has a troubling history of disregarding both local and state regulations. 10 years ago, this developer was found to have engaged in illegal piecemealing, submitting different permit applications to different City of Los Angeles departments, all in an attempt to hide the full scope of his proposed development. Despite then pledging to comply with CEQA guidelines, his actions have continued to raise concerns. We all know that the reason he did all the illegal work this year was to pave the way for as much of his residential project as possible, much of it done without proper approvals and without the apparent support of certain city departments. While we fully support the current consent order and welcome it, we are alarmed that the developer seems to be overstepping again. This presentation outlines yesterday's activities, including the widening of the roadbed and excavation and stockpiling of additional dirt. This is in direct violation of the A permit issued by the city, which clearly states that all dirt must be hauled away and that no additional grading or slope trimming is authorized. If you can go through the slides, you see the other photos from yesterday. So this is from the Coastal Commission's exhibit, and the next slide will show you what they did. So they're excavating further into the hill of undisturbed land that wasn't disturbed until yesterday, basically. It seems the developer is attempting to establish a new baseline for its site's environmental conditions, one that reflects the current damaged state of the property. For the purpose of environmental review, I'm going to wrap up. The baseline should reflect the site's conditions before the recent authorized activities, not the artificial altered state he's created. He could then argue that his project would improve the environment even though much of the damage was done illegally. We have serious concerns that the city might accept this distorted representation, claiming that the site has no environmental sensitive habitat, serves no important ecological function, and is ready for development. We urge you, commissioners, to make it clear to the city and the applicant that any such environmental review based on these false premises would be in bad faith. The HOA does not seek to halt development. We only ask that all developers adhere strictly to all laws to ensure safety of our community and the protection of our environment. I thank you again.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Next, Victor Dela Cruz, followed by Peter A. Kraus, and then Bruce Brody.
Good morning, well, good afternoon now. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Victor Dela Cruz with Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I'm here on behalf of the Miramar Homeowners Association and Peter Kraus. First, I want to thank all of you for acting so quickly after community members and I spoke during public comment at your August 7 meeting. You clearly understood the gravity of the situation by asking staff to immediately look into the violations, and we are so grateful to you and staff for everything you have done to put an end to all of the illegal development on the property. My clients wholeheartedly support the consent orders, penalty, and agreement, but we do want to make a few comments about the process moving forward. We believe the property owner, in anticipation of submitting development applications, decided to first destroy ESHA, create flat building pads, and do advanced road work, all without permits, so that when he submitted the application for a CDP, he could take the position that the property lacked any environmental value, this project would actually be an improvement and very little grading would be required. Accordingly, we caution that this property owner might still believe he can submit applications to the city tomorrow and take the position that the property today, because he destroyed it, has no environmental value. And the city might accept that. Fortunately, Section 23 of the consent agreement provides that the property owner agrees not to modify these consent orders indirectly by seeking a permit that would purport to authorize any activity that is inconsistent with the terms and intent of these consent orders. We believe that if the property owner were able to take advantage of his illegal destruction by making the property's current condition the environmental baseline in any permit application with the city, that this would violate Section 23 of the agreement, and we hope that you will make clear to the property owner today, and by implication the city, that the commission would not take kindly to the property owner benefiting from all the illegal, unpermitted work. It is imperative that the property be restored to its prior condition before a development application is submitted, and we hope that this commission agrees. Thank you again for everything you have done in connection with this property. We are all extremely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter A. Kraus, Bruce Brody, and then Anatora Shore.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Kraus. I live immediately above the subject property on Paseo Miramar, abutting the north entrance to the public right-of-way. I too want to thank all of you, commissioners, for everything you've done for this community. After being frustrated by what we saw as a complete lack of responsiveness and transparency from the city, you have restored our faith in good government, and we are so appreciative of everything that you have done and your staff has done to both protect our community and ensure that the illegal grading of ESHA and an active landslide came to an end. Having gone through the proposed consent agreement, we know that a lot of details for a restoration plan will need to be worked out with staff in the future. And I would ask that we in the community be informed and provided with copies of the submittals as the developer goes through that process so that our experts and residents can weigh in. We hope the commission understands that all of this illegal work was done to facilitate a future development project at the property, and we think it's important that any future grading for a restoration plan is geared exclusively to bringing the property back to the condition that it was in before, rather than advancing a future project. This developer's attempt to advance a future project by cutting corners at every opportunity, previously by trying to piecemeal his product in CEQA, piecemealing his project in CEQA, and most recently through the illegal grading and vegetation clearance, has given us much cause for concern. We hope that through the consent agreement, the commission will ensure that the developer put the property back in the baseline condition before the illegal work, and that he should not benefit from his prior malfeasance in future development process. We hope that the consent agreement will remedy all the violations, ensure that this never happens again, and is not another tool for this developer to pursue shortcuts for his future project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce Brody, Anatora Shore, Suzanne Stewart Duffy.
Good afternoon. I want to add my thanks and my appreciation.
Your name, sir. Can you repeat your name, please?
I'm very sorry. I'm Bruce Brody. I am a neighbor on a piece of property that overlooks the property in question. I want to thank you all, the commission. I am old enough to remember when the commission was founded, and I remember my response, which was, thank God. And you are living up to my expectations. And I also want to thank your staff, which was extraordinary. I live in a house that was built by my parents in 1952. Part of the property overlooks or abuts the part of Paseo Miramar that was withdrawn from public use or vehicular use 80 years ago. And you can imagine it has been very disconcerting for me to wake up and walk down and look at the fact that the toe of the landslide, which is part of which is on my property, to see that that has been worked away routinely over the past few months. I hope that this will stop and that the property will be restored, as people have said. In the meantime, I again want to thank you all and want to thank especially your staff, which has done just an extraordinary job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anatora Shore, Suzanne Stewart Duffy, and then John Duffy.
Good afternoon, commissioners, commission staff. Thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do and all that you stand for. I'm Anatora Shore, and I spoke with you at our last meeting about standing in front of the bulldozer and calling 911 when our situation escalated. Early the next morning after our meeting, I saw a neighbor of ours walking up at the end of the road, and I went up to talk to him about our meeting. But it wasn't our neighbor. It was Andrew Willis. And I can't express how that felt to experience your care and your concern for this piece of land and the nature and the hillsides, and your devotion to helping to protect it. Thank you so much. I've read your consent order. It's wonderful, and my husband and I are deeply grateful and fully in support of it. I'm quite alarmed at what's going on up there right now. They are cutting into the hillsides again, and I was walking my dogs yesterday morning up the road there. There was a man standing watching the backhoe working, and he kind of had this look to him. I thought he was a geologist, possibly providing oversight. He said no, that he's with the construction company. When I asked what they're doing to the hillside, he said, well, they're going to be putting in K-rails. He went on to explain what K-rails look like, how they stack. He explained to me that there used to be a road through here and that they're getting ready to put a new road in because they're going to be putting in a housing development up there. There was no mention of the Coastal Commission or remediation or restoration. Please, if it's possible, if you could send someone out just to take a look at what's going on there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Suzanne Stewart Duffy, John Duffy, and then Valeria Serna.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Stewart Duffy, and Bruce Brody kind of stole my thunder because I live exactly at the opening to this, what we call the old road. So our house is right there, and my parents built it, and I've been on that hill my whole life. I've also been a private school principal for almost 30 years. And what we teach our kids is if there's a rule, then we're going to consistently and fairly enforce it. We, on this hill, have not seen evidence until this Coastal Commission became involved of any consistent, fair, or adequate enforcement of rules that are in place for these reasons. And to give you an idea of the quality and caliber of people that have been working there, when they showed up this last summer with massive earth-moving equipment, we lost everything at our house. They drove over and tore up the spectrum cable, so we had no Wi-Fi, no internet, no phone, no security, no TV, nothing. If they're being held accountable, if people are guiding them, if professionals are helping them do a safe, sane development, how can you not know where the spectrum cable is located? You just drive over it in your giant machinery and tear it up. And then I had to replace equipment that blew out in my house, and I had to take care of it. That's the quality and caliber of this developer and how it translates to this project. And they are not remediating at this point. They're continuing to destroy, to dig out, and to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Duffy, Valeria Serna, Lorraine Totino.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to state,
Just
and I'm not gonna
remind us
go
of your
over-
name before.
Oh, my name is John Duffy. I live at 600 Paseo Miramar, which is right where the road comes to an end there. And you've heard my wife address some of our concerns, but I do want to let the commission know, and your staff has done such a wonderful job. I looked through the consent agreement and felt that at least now something is being done, because the city of Los Angeles had failed in every respect. So I just want to reiterate that to you and thank you for what you have done. That's all.
Thank you. Valeria Serna, Lorraine Totino, and Deborah Hunt.
Good day, dear commissioners and staff. My name is Valeria Serna, and I manage various homes on Paseo Miramar. Thank you for your attention and time in this matter. Since your involvement, we'd had some peace of mind, but our concerns are not over. I'd like to highlight the fact that this illegal development began back in May. As a frequent restoration volunteer in Santa Monica Mountains, I asked if the environmental reports or nest surveys had been conducted. Spring is nesting season. I've documented numerous sightings: turkey tail vultures, red-tailed hawks, owls, gray California fox. Weeks after the illegal work began, we found a baby owl abandoned. Willows and cattails, which grow primarily by water, are rare at this elevation. A healthy backdrop for the raptors who hunt is now a sore wound visible throughout the hillside to local hike trails. The coastal sage scrub, chaparral, are rare, highly sensitive habitats that must be protected. Given climate concerns, biodiversity being a key issue, protected at all cost. The day illegal work started, I was told by a representative from the developer that no environmental or such permits were needed. Then I was yelled at and was shoved, and he shoved his cell phone in my face and pushed me against my car. These folks have not sought permission to work, preferring forgiveness, the forgiveness approach before agreeing. These folks have not sought permission to work, preferring the forgiveness approach, breaking agreements and the law. The illegal grading and hillside destabilization compromise the safety of the residents, and the upcoming rains and the removal of the vegetation further impact the human and more than human residents' well-being. We're all jeopardized. Thank you for continuing to uphold enforcement and protection of the invaluable California coastline. None of this work would be possible without your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Totino, Deborah Hunt, and then our only Zoom speaker, David Sandy.
Lorraine Totino. I am the co-chair of the HOA for Miramar Homeowners. I want to thank you guys. This means
Want to pull up the mic a little bit to you?
the world to us to be able to be heard and for someone to understand what's happening. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for responding to our cry for help and going out to investigate all the illegal work that was taking place at this property. When we came to speak at public comment a few months ago, it was out of sheer desperation, since the city was ignoring us while the property owner removed all the sensitive and vegetation, extensively graded the property. I know this is a little repetitive, but no one knew what anyone else was saying. So the way your staff kicked into action to prevent even more destruction was beyond admirable, and I want to thank you again. I fully agree with the consent, cease and desist order, restoration order, and administrative penalty, and urge you to approve them. While I believe that much more severe penalties would be appropriate, I don't know, I've heard a lot of it now. I don't know if I agree with that, but I was devastated by the destruction that took place this year, as we all were. This is our ground. We're all such close neighborhoods. We walk our dogs. Our kids grew up there, blah, blah, blah. A lot of us have grown up there. I have. The developer has been playing games for far too long, and I was I am also a pragmatist and realize that the agreement before you is ultimately a big win for the community. Thank you to staff for all the wonderful work, and thank you, commissioners, for listening to what we had to say when we spoke to you during the last public comment. I do just want to add that this is not the only situation on our street. There's another street, Aspera Avenue, where they are doing the same thing, preparing to do the same thing. I've already changed our complete environment, not as aggressively as this, but they're on their way. And we are trying to bring your attention to that as well. We have submitted a few things there, and it's the same players. Crest Real Estate is behind it. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Deborah Hunt, and then David Sandy.
Good afternoon. My name's Deborah Hunt. I live at 571 Paseo Miramar. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Commission for your ongoing efforts to protect the homes and the fragile environment around us. Your support means a great deal to us. I fully agree with the consent order and urge you to approve it. We hope you will continue to protect us from illegal development which threatens our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And then David Sandy. I now see you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Great. Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. Do you have my audio?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. As a resident of this area, this same area, I probably live 500 feet from the lots in question. I greatly appreciate the involvement of the Coastal Commission in this matter, and I am here today to support the cease and desist order, the restoration order, and the administration penalty, particularly the land dedication. And I urge you to approve those measures today. Also, considering the abuses that have gone on in the past with this developer and may still be ongoing today, considering what we've heard at this very meeting, I hope the Coastal Commission will continue to have oversight in this matter and continue to protect this fragile bit of our environment. Finally, I would also ask that you keep our local HOA informed of all future steps in this matter so that they can keep local residents like myself informed. We are grateful for you. Many, many thanks.
Thank you. There are no other speakers.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks to the public for keeping their comments within the time allotted. I appreciate that. Staff, I guess if they allege it, you reserve some time for rebuttal, so I think that let me invite you back to give some testimony, and then staff can respond.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to make sure that the commission, the public, understands what staff and I frankly already understand, and HMBAP already understands. That once this consent order was signed in right around Thanksgiving weekend, we immediately assembled a team to respond and to start implementing the consent orders. So included on the team is Michael Baker International, which is probably a firm you all have heard of before. They're resource ecologists, biologists, water quality experts who are leading our response on both the emergency BMPs as well as the restoration and mitigation. In addition to that, we have a professional geologist on board, as well as a general contractor and a grading contractor. All these folks have been vetted with, not necessarily vetted, but informed of both the commission staff as well as the city staff, and they've gone to work on a scope of work that all agencies involved are aware of immediately. So what I would suggest is I think there's still a pretty large information disconnect between the community and HMBAP, and hopefully we can work on that moving forward so there's more clarity as between what work is going on the ground and what that represents. So let me be very transparent and clear right now. The site is being prepared for the implementation of the emergency BMPs. So the stockpiles of dirt have been removed, or less impactful is to place them on the interior of the site if they're intended to be used in the future. Debris has been cleared. The site was inhabited by at least 4 or 5 homes up until the landslide. There's foundations and other concrete that we have photographed and vetted with commission staff. We've photographed it, vetted it with commission staff, and gotten the approval to remove it as part of this removal. So all this is preparing for the implementation of K-Rail on the inside to prevent further erosion as a seasonal remedy for the rainy season. Beyond the rainy season, there are institutional BMPs that are going to be in place. The site's going to be jute over with natural materials. This is all spelled out in the consent order. All of that is underway right now, and that's what this work is part of. So I want to be clear on that. In addition, multiple speakers talked about the developer or him. The developer is an entity called HMBAP, which has multiple investors, multiple controlling parties. So there's no one person behind any of this, just for the sake of clarity. So we look forward to working with the community. I'm here to answer any additional questions. I haven't gone over all my notes, frankly, and trying to be as brief as possible here today, but I'm happy to respond to further questions or comments. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bullock. And yes, please, I'm sure if there's questions, we'll call you up. Ms. Hagee and staff?
Great, thank you. We have a couple of things that I think it's worthy of response, and I'll take a few and then I'll turn it over to Rob and Alex. In the first place, we do encourage communication. I'm glad to hear that their council says that they will reach out to the community. We think that's a good idea. Somebody asked for copies of the submissions as they come in. Those are public documents, and we'd be happy to make them available. There's no reason that they wouldn't be available to the public. And I realize that, there are questions about not ensuring this doesn't happen again. And I just wanted to assure you that and the public that in the order they have agreed to comply with the order and its terms and its enforcement and of the Coastal Act. And so they've already agreed by contract as well as just by pre-existing law to follow the law. And there's stipulated penalties in the agreement for $3,000 per violation per day. And we don't have to go to court or anything to get those. So if things do come to pass that there are troublesome activities as the orders are implemented, we have a tool to be able to address that. And we do plan on keeping our finger on this as it goes forward. And as you can see, we have a very involved community that will let us know if we need to know what's going on more than we can see from ourselves. So a lot of the comments were about work that's ongoing on the site, and Rob's going to address that. That is partially because we couldn't get this order to you quickly enough. We wanted to, this was the first available order, hearing date. And so in advance of that, we worked with the city so that they could authorize some interim measures. And as Rob's going to explain to you, the interim measures are being put in place right now to try to stop it in case it rained before we got to this hearing. But nothing is permanent. Everything is going to be looked at again under our orders, and everything will be addressed. We have provisions in the order. It's a layered process. It has emergency response. It has a longer term restorative grading. Then there's mitigation, and there's replanting. Someone else raised the question about the nature of their contractors. Under the terms of the consent order, they have to submit the qualifications of their contractors to the commission staff for approval to make sure that they are qualified and they're not just having somebody out there who's unfamiliar with the area or unfamiliar with the issues at hand. And somebody else also mentioned that there was activity happening at another street nearby. We're aware of that, and we're looking into it as well. So with that, I think I'll hand it over to Rob, who's going to talk about the current work, and then Alex, who's going to address the baseline. And we have both provisions in the order and an existing case law about what the baseline is for restoration here.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. With regards to the ongoing work, so we were really concerned about the incoming rainy season here. And so early on, we really wanted to make sure that we got to at least a December hearing. But even with the December hearing, the City Bureau of Engineering was still very concerned that, even if this resolution was approved and they got to work immediately, that there could potentially be large rainstorms impacting the site before that. So the City Bureau of Engineering instructed respondent, and respondent has been working with them on BMPs, including removing the soil away from the edge of the arroyo, where that would be the first thing to move if there was a large rainstorm. They've been working with the city And we've been coordinating with them, but what's the word? We have, like, our geologists and whatnot have not reviewed and approved this. Instead, what we have in the consent orders is that they have to submit a report within 10 days from now that details exactly what they've been up to, what they've been doing, for review and approval by our technical experts, geology, engineering, water quality. And we do have to review and approve it. So if our experts want them to remove something or change something or fix something, they will have to do that. In addition, with regards to the excavation on the sides of the hillside, I tried to call the city's engineering geologist this morning, and he let me know that he's available to talk tomorrow, and so I will be talking with him sooner. So we will be addressing this issue sooner than 10 days from now, but in 10 days we will have a report from them. In addition, they will, as part of the restoration plan, they'll have to submit their, as Lisa mentioned, their proposed ecologist, geologist, and engineer to us. And we will have to approve those people. They then will submit really detailed, like, geotechnical reports about the landslide and everything, because realistically, right, to do remedial grading out there to make this the way it was, which is what they're required to do to return it to its pre-violation condition, you know, what our geologist told me is, you know, we really need site-wide geotechnical reports, right? And that's what they're required to provide very soon. But I'll let Alex jump in.
I just wanted to address one issue. A few of the commenters expressed concern about the possibility that the respondents might be destroying habitat in this area in order to change the baseline conditions at the site to result in an undervaluing or a disguising of the impacts of future projects, and that they might therefore benefit or thereby benefit from their illegal activities. I just want to reassure the commenters and you and the public that that can't happen. This isn't a new issue. We've recognized the perverse incentives that would result if developers could do that, and the need to prevent that sort of gamesmanship for decades now. As a result, we've long taken the position that the baseline for assessing impacts of any proposed development should be the condition of the site as it existed prior to any illegal development. And we've secured published case law more than 15 years ago affirming that principle. That's the LTWR versus Coastal Commission case. So we're well aware of that, and we've taken the steps necessary to ensure that that kind of situation that the speakers were concerned about can't happen. I just wanted to make that clear.
And with that, we turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haggie, Mr. Halpering, and of course, Mr. Malmock for all your great work and the rest of the enforcement team. With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations. Does anybody have any questions for staff or the respondent? Commissioner Bochco, Nothoff?
Thank you. This is such a beautiful area. I used to go hiking there every Saturday because it's just one of the best places in the world to see the ocean and Santa Monica Mountains. So I'm still a little confused, and I think what I'm confused about is, are they to restore what they've done back to its original configuration? That's the first step, right? You put it back to where you had it.
The first step was actually to remove what they had stockpiled around, but the next thing is to put it back. Yes,
But it is to put it back.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there isn't anything out there that they're like grading to make lots or grading the lots to make places for homes to be at this point?
No, and they're going to be doing restorative grading that restores the slopes to what they were prior to the unpermitted development, and replanting habitat that is at least as good, if not better, than what was there before.
Okay.
And they're doing offsite mitigation as well. And that's the point that I think Alex was trying to highlight, which is that none of this does count towards any development potential. That in fact, it's sort of it's the opposite, is because they're
Right.
going to be putting in ESHA when they do the revegetation, and they will have to apply for any permits for future development and meet the standards in the Coastal Act like any other location.
Exactly. Okay, because that was my second question, is once it's back together again, this organization wants to develop it in some way, then they come in. And what is our relationship to the city at this site? Is this a co-permit site?
Yeah, Alex can take this. It's a mixture. It's kind of
Mixture of
complicated.
sites?
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, the city of LA has that complicated permitting system, unique among all coastal jurisdictions, where they
Big shock.
can issue permits prior to their LCP being certified. And in that situation, there's what's called the single permit jurisdiction and the dual permit jurisdiction. In the single permit jurisdiction, the city there's no permit required from the Coastal Commission, but every city permit is appealable. So we would have appeals jurisdiction over all of it. In the dual permit jurisdiction, they need a permit from both the city and us. So the commission has the direct permitting authority, and they can also appeal the city's
Right.
permit.
And which one is this?
So some of this is dual permit
Some of
jurisdiction, and
this
some
is
of it is
that.
single
I see.
permit
Oh.
jurisdiction.
That's
Oh,
what I meant
good.
by it being
You're
complicated.
going to
It's
earn your
not-
money on this one.
But
Yeah.
it will come to you in either case is what.
Right, of course. I see. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. And then in terms of the dedication of this particular lot, I think the evaluation is probably, difficult to determine at this point because a lot of it's going to depend on what happens with the rest of the property. But I think it's a great idea. I like the idea that we're getting, something of real value rather than just a donation to a fund or whatever. And then the $500,000 that will be going into our remediation funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
And the evaluation of the parcel, you're right, it is somewhat speculative, and that's why we put a range in the staff report when we were evaluating the value of the settlement. But we also had our biologists look at the various parcels that they owned, and this was the one that was of the greatest habitat value, both because of the nature of the vegetation on it and because of its adjacency to the state
Right.
park. So, and it's not the kind of parcel that state parks could afford to purchase and add to their holdings normally. So that's why we thought it was of significant value.
right. Okay, thank you. I guess that's all the questions I have. Thanks very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Noroff?
I just want to thank staff for jumping on this so quickly. I think this is one of several instances that we've heard at this meeting and previously about how responsive commission staff is to public information that we gather through the public hearing process. So I want to thank the public for being vigilant. I want to thank the coastal staff for jumping on it. And I want to encourage the applicant here to really, I know you've only been on board for less than 2 months, but to help improve communications between what's going on site here and the community. Because as you can see here today, there's a lot of concern about what is and isn't happening. And you and the staff have been very good at reassuring us that this is all consistent with the consent decree. But that, I think, going forward, it would be good to have some of those direct communications, and to the extent that staff can help facilitate that, I would just urge them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lowenberg?
I just have one question. So what's the relationship between CREST and HMBAP? Is this just a limited partnership that they oversee?
No. Crest is an independent contractor. They're a consulting firm that was brought on to do land use consulting for our mutual client.
Okay.
They serve at the pleasure of HMBAP, as do I.
Okay. And you may want to tell the HMBAP, it's not a committee. It's one person makes these decisions. I'm a developer. So, at the end of the day, whoever is the top of the heap makes the final decision. You get a lot more from honey than you get from vinegar. And,
we hear the point loud and clear.
yeah,
but
and doing it the wrong way, look what it's costing them. I have to say personally, it just drives me crazy that developers do this because they give all of us a bad name. And this is no way to go forward. And I hope that they've really learned a good lesson. It's been expensive, and it ain't going to get cheaper. It's less expensive if you do it right the first time. I'm not saying that to you, sir. I know you just got brought on board, but if you could convey that message. I'm also disappointed they didn't come today to be here to hear what we all have to say and what the people they're affecting have to say. So,
Understood.
thank
you, Commissioner.
No, thank you.
Thank you,
And thank you
Commissioner
for all
Dolan.
your help, sir. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguirre and then Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I also want to echo what my fellow commissioners have mentioned regarding the public flagging this and staff for your hard work. And Mr. Maromag, I hope you weren't working on Thanksgiving Day.
He was.
But I
he
know you
was.
probably were. So my question, and I appreciate the willingness of I guess the violator here, to work with staff, but the 500,000 fine, is that the max amount that we can charge?
No.
So I
it's-
know we said you have a range, and I was doing the math between the $11,270 times 197 days. Is it that we landed on 500,000 just because they're willing to work with us, and or what was the rationale?
We landed on 500,000 because we wanted the parcel. We thought that was of greater value. We looked at it as a package. If we were getting penalties only, it would have been much higher than $500,000. There's no question. But because the value to the public to getting a parcel protected from development in perpetuity, and the fact that it was right next to state parks made us think that it was of great value. If they had not offered or agreed to donate that parcel, the penalty would have been much higher.
Okay,
Just so we look at all the penalties as a package, and the dedication of the parcel is in lieu. Another thing that we didn't mention is that parcel will go to either a governmental entity or a nonprofit. We've talked initially to state parks. We don't know yet if they want to take it, but it's up to the executive director, and that can happen after. But under the terms of the order, they have to put a deed restriction on immediately so that it's protected in perpetuity before and after it's picked up by an entity.
Understood. And thank you for doing all that work. And I just want to say that I appreciate the enforcement's teamwork. And it's just, I understand that the violator's been working with us, but it was pretty egregious what they were doing. And we just need to name that and acknowledge that. And I want us to make sure that those violations are well charged and that we throw the book at them whenever we need to. And to the young woman who was assaulted, I'm very sorry that happened to you, because violence against women is never right. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. Commissioner Rice, and then Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the work and the thorough report. I have a question, and this goes to the request and the appropriateness of having a good, clear education about the work that's going on site. Was there anything in the order that speaks to actually putting signage on site that specifies that the work that's happening, the restoration work, what it is, a description, and what it is, the why of it? It is the result of a, response to a violation, and even refers to the Coastal Commission in that, or the Coastal Act. It seems like the education that we were talking about was more between the violator and the neighbors, immediate neighbors, and yet this is an area that's accessed by more members of the public than that. It seems to me that there will be other members of the public that will have questions about the work that's happening, and some of it which will look like more actual degradation versus part of a restoration plan. And then I'm assuming there's also a monitoring aspect to this, and that will be taking place over time. Can't remember what you said the duration of the monitoring is. It's usually
Right.
5 years. So it seems to me that there's probably some value just in terms of pure education as to what's going on there, and also letting the public know you can't mess with Mother Nature or the Coastal Commission without a permit.
So, Commissioner Rice, through the chair, the consent order does have a sign plan element to it, and that has to do with public access. We wanted to make sure that the signs are clear, and that the public who use the trail will know where they're allowed to be and that they're allowed to be there. And that's part of the mitigation plan, and it's section 7.7.5.1, which said the signs have to be 3 feet by 3 feet. We were trying to make them big enough so that they wouldn't be missed and so forth. I do think, though, that we could either add to that section or or do it in advance of those signs if the respondent were willing to agree to put up some educational signs, like we often do when people have work being undertaken under a permit, saying this is subject to blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
So if, I don't know if you
Could
would
the
want to ask.
respondent come up and maybe answer this?
I think we understand what the commissioner is meaning. If it's to somehow state in signage that the work is being undertaken pursuant to consent orders and reference the consent orders, I think that's perfectly fine. What's in previous instances, I think the language can be as confusing as educational to the public if it gets too long or more than necessary.
Well, I think there's probably a way to put something fairly simply that says this is a restoration and maybe even a link to where to go to learn more, because this is all part of the public record. Anyway, I would, if you're agreeable, I think that you could probably work with staff to figure out the right language there to meet this objective.
We're happy to talk further with staff to come up with some language.
And if they're willing to post signs, we're happy to work with you on the appropriate language to make sure it's not overly long or confusing.
Yeah, the other point that I didn't want to make earlier is that there is some controversy over who placed the signs that were in the presentation at the site, because we have no information as to who placed those signs. And nor do we know how we'd get jurisdiction to place like a City of LA no parking sign up there. But we understand the point, take it, and we'll work with staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson?
As we know, our staff across the board overworked and underpaid. So, but I'm just going to slice out our enforcement staff, and specifically our staff that works across the state. And what I mean is the coast, from all the way from Crescent City to Imperial Beach. And so the service that they provide to the public is across the board wonderful. And we're a fan club, and it looks like we have a bit more. The fan club has grown a little bit here. So I like that. I like to see that. And so just a solid thank you, because it really does. Our enforcement staff does work on holidays, does go out at night, does go out at weird times, because it turns out people who violate these rules and laws and ordinances, they do those at weird times in non-working hours, and so that is a real impact on the life of our enforcement staff. Again, overworked, underpaid. My point is, now that we have, and also in communities that are very resourced and under-resourced, it's as what the principal said today, trying to equally apply the law and the work as equitable as possible across the state. To our new fan club that's out there, please keep track of and support and these efforts and this institution in those works. And there are other incidences and work that our enforcement staff is doing in your community and around your community to support not just environmental issues, but also access issues as well. And so keep an eye out, and thank you to the staff for the diligence and the hard work. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson. And see if no other commissioners.
Ready to make a motion?
Great, great, and I'll do that. I'll just make one final comment. As the oldest honorary member of the Enforcement Commission sitting here, I am always very, very proud of all your work in bringing resolution to these incredibly hard problems that, this is oftentimes in these areas of the Coastal Commission is like the only law standing between, us and mayhem, and very few folks, incredibly talented and always under-resourced. So we appreciate that you are appreciating them as much as we do. And we're grateful for the attorney and the respondent for being able to come to this conclusion. I do think it's been it's a great outcome, in particular the acquiring that piece of very, very special land. So that's wonderful, and we'll continue to stay on top of it, as you can see. So stay involved and stay engaged. We welcome it, definitely. So with that, Commissioner Nahab, do you want to take us away on the motion?
I'd like
There's
to
three
make a
motions.
motion.
There was 3 motions for today's hearing on page 9 and 10 of the staff report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
No, I have.
Okay, read the motion.
Aguirre?
I move that the commission issue consent cease and desist order number CCC-24-CD-03 to HMBAP LLC pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Oh, Aguirre had seconded, but thank you. All right, Ms. Miller, anybody wants to speak to their motion anymore? We're good? Okay. Then, Ms. Miller, please take a roll call. Vote.
Commissioner Bochco? Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon? Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Notoff?
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Vice Chair Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Excellent. So that means that this is enforcement
So
item has.
next motion,
Oh,
there's 2
that's
more
right.
motions.
Sorry. There's
Um,
three.
I move that the commission issue consent restoration order CCC-24-RO-03 to HMBAP LLC pursuant to the staff recommendation and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Can we do that on consent?
All right, Ms. Miller, a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Aye.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff?
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco? Bochco, yes. Vice Chair Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, last one. I move that the commission find that as a result of the actions and failures to act described in the associated findings, HMBAP LLC is in violation of various provisions of the Coastal Act, including but not necessarily limited to provisions protecting environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and that the commission impose consent administrative civil penalty number CCC-24-AP3-03 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and recommend asking for a yes vote.
I'll second.
Ms. Miller, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff?
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco? Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Vice Chair Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So we have approved this item, and thank you to the enforcement team for all your great work as well. Am I supposed to say something else?
No, I was just going to say thank you so much for your support and for all the kind words. It means the world to us. We work hard, but it really means a lot when we can make you happy and protect the coast.
They always make us happy. So we'll just wait until our staff switches. I think we're ready to get started on our next item.
All right, thank you. That does bring us to item 11. That's the Deputy Director's Report for the South Central Coast District, which includes 2 permit waivers, 1 immaterial permit amendment, and 3 permit extensions. We're not aware of any opposition to these items being reported today, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's Report. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Any speakers on this?
No speakers.
Okay. And then do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the DDR report? Seeing none, the commission concurs. And then let's move on to item 13A.
Thank you. Yes, item 13A will be presented by Gabriella Goff, a coastal program analyst in our South Central Coast District. She'll be presenting via Zoom. And if we could pull up the presentation, please. Gabriella, take it away.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, commissioners. The next item, 13A, is the substantial issue hearing for an appeal of a coastal development permit for the demolition of an existing 1,991 square foot, 17-foot-high single-family residence and construction of a new 5,860 square foot, 24-foot-high residence with a basement, garage, second unit, pool cabana, on-site wastewater treatment system, and associated development at 6734 Zumeros Drive in the city of Malibu. Next slide, please. The project site is located in the Point Dume neighborhood, adjacent to a coastal canyon near the Pacific Ocean and adjacent to existing single-family residential development. The site's topography gradually descends from Zumeros Drive east toward a canyon drainage. The city's permit action was appealed by Janet Friesen, who contends that the approved project is inconsistent with Malibu LIP section 4.6.1 that requires new development to avoid encroachment on slopes of 25% grade or steeper in the Point Dume area. The appellant further asserts that the approved project would extend into coastal sage scrub and chaparral environmentally sensitive habitat area, or ESHA, and the approved project is not the least environmentally damaging alternative, and that the project would impact scenic public coastal views. When the commission certified the City of Malibu LCP in 2002, the commission found that Point Dume canyons do not meet the definition of ESHA and chose to exclude the riparian canyons in the Point Dume area from any present and future ESHA designation. However, the commission also found that the new development should not extend into the canyons and determined that a different buffer requirement would apply to these Point Dume stream canyons. If a project is adjacent to a stream canyon within Point Dume, the general ESHA policies, most notably those that concern buffers, do not apply to such a project. Instead, the LCP imposes an alternative buffer requirement, requiring development to be set outside slopes with 25% grade or steeper. In this case, commission staff concurs with the city's findings that no ESHA is located on site or would be impacted by the approved development. Thus, the applicant's contention that the project would result in impacts to ESHA, inconsistent with the resource protection policies of the LCP, does not raise substantial issue. Next slide, please. In the city's action on the subject CDP, the city determined that the proposed project would avoid encroachment on slopes 25% or greater based on 3 topographic surveys and 4 associated slope analysis maps provided by the applicant in an effort to alleviate concerns by neighbors. This image shows one of the slope analyses where blue shading indicates slopes less than 25% and yellow indicates slopes 25% or greater. Based on commission staff review of the surveys and slope analyses included in the city's record, a 2018 LiDAR-based topographic survey showed slopes of 25 to 27.9% in the middle portion of the site between the 102 and 92-foot contour lines, circled on this slide in orange, where the pool deck, and portion of the new residence would be situated. However, the city's record includes additional slope analysis maps based on 2 subsequent surveys that were conducted using a more accurate depiction of ground elevation via on-the-ground survey methods, one performed with and one without the presence of vegetation, indicating slopes of 19 to 23% in the same area, below the 25% threshold. Commission staff, including staff geologist Philip Johnson, reviewed all of the slope analysis maps in the city's record, and we find the city's reliance on the ground surveys rather than the less accurate aerial survey to be reasonable and appropriate in this case. The maps and slope analyses that the city relied on in their action show the approved development avoids slopes 25% or steeper, consistent with the LCP provision regarding ESHA protection in Point Dume. Thus, the applicant's contention that the project is inconsistent with the Malibu LIP section 4.6.1 that requires new development to avoid encroachment on slopes of 25% greater steeper in the Point Dume area does not raise substantial issue. Next slide, please. As can be seen on this slide, given the configuration of existing development and required fuel modification for existing residences in this area, the city determined that the approved project would not increase fuel modification or impact undisturbed sensitive habitat areas. The appellant also contends that the approved project is inconsistent with LIP section 6.5, requiring protection of ocean views from scenic public roads, claiming the city failed to require a view corridor as required by the LCP. Zumiez Drive runs perpendicular to the coastline, and the subject property is adjacent to a canyon and does not front the beach, and no public access exists along Zumiez Drive to the beach. Next slide, please. There are no existing ocean views across the site or other adjacent sites from Zumiez Drive due to existing development and mature vegetation. Also, the site lies on a curve in the road that is angled more toward the canyon, and in the absence of existing vegetation, would only offer a limited, distant view of the ocean diagonally across the site. The city evaluated whether a view corridor, as defined in LIP section 6.5E2, as a single contiguous corridor across 20% of lineal frontage, would be protective of ocean views from the road in this case, and they determined it would not, since such a corridor would only provide views of the mobile home park development across the canyon and would not provide views of the ocean. Next slide, please. The city also analyzed the project's visibility from Paradise Cove Beach based on story poles and a site visit and determined that the project would not impact public views of the mountains or scenic areas from the beach due to distance and existing mature vegetation and residences in this area. The two-story poles of the home are sited at a similar distance to the top of the hillside as neighboring properties. Next slide, please. For these reasons, the city accurately demonstrated that the approved development would not result in scenic public view impacts and is not required to provide a view corridor, in this case, to restore or enhance significant scenic ocean views, given the configuration of the parcel in relation to the coast. Thus, the appellant's contention that the project would result in adverse impacts to scenic public coastal views does not raise substantial issue. In conclusion, the project, as approved by the City of Malibu, conforms with the relevant policies and provisions of the Malibu LCP related to the protection of ESHA and scenic resources. The city's record includes extensive factual evidence and legal support for their findings that the project is consistent with the relevant policies of the certified LCP. As such, staff recommends that the commission find that the appellant's contentions raise no substantial issue with regard to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed. There is an addendum for this item that provides a response to correspondence received from the appellant regarding the measurement of site slopes, which is also addressed in the staff report. The motion to find no substantial issue can be found on page 7 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Now, anybody has any expertise to report? Bochco and Cummings? Commissioner Bochco?
Yes. In full disclosure, I've known Ms. Friesen for years, like 20 or 30 years. So I took an ex parte, which I don't generally do. Anyway, it's on file, but I didn't have it until December 5th, so I'm not sure it's within the 7 days, but I'll just read it anyway. Ms. Friesen wants not to not have the project be developed, but wants to have the project pulled back from the bluff further. She was relying on the fact that the bluff was measured by our Dr. Mark Johnson at 27%. And when the new slope analysis came out, there seemed to be a discrepancy between Mr. Johnson's theory that the overall slope was to be considered versus incremental areas of the slope. And so that was one of the reasons they pursued this appeal. So I suggested that they might want to, document what Mr. Johnson had said, or Mr. Mark Johnson had said on the record, and that would give us some opportunity to discuss the different ways of measuring the slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, on December 4th, 2024 at 2 p.m. via Zoom, I had a meeting with Don Schmitz on behalf of the project applicants, IBN Properties LLC. My staff members, Trina Barton and Sandy Brown, were also present during that meeting. And when we met with Mr. Schmitz, he more or less walked us through the project, reminded us that staff determined that there was no substantial issue. That area has been built out with surrounding homes that have been approved by the Coastal Commission and by the City of Malibu under the local coastal program. When adopting Malibu's LCP, the Commission determined that the area under question contains no environmentally sensitive habitats. He also stated that the LLC prohibits development, or LCP prohibits development on a slope determined to be 4-to-1, greater than 4-to-1 ratio, and they conducted 3 slope analyses, and including topographical maps, which confirm compliance with the LCP's prohibition on the development on such slopes, and that this area under question was not within the prohibited area. They also did cross-sectional analysis to confirm that they would have no impacts on the view corridors, and the appellant additionally cited concerns about sea level rise geology, view sheds, which were deemed insufficiently substantiated to alter staff's findings. That concludes my ex parte.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you, Chair. On December 2nd at approximately 2:30 p.m., I had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Don Smith where we discussed the project, and he shared a slide deck with me that fully described their position, and they are in favor of staff recommendation, and it is on file.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no more, we're going to go out to the appellant. It would be 3 minutes per side.
Okay, we have Janetta Giovinco in person. Please turn the mic on.
Excuse me, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the commission. My name is Janetta Giovinco, and I am representing the appellant, the Gil Friesen Trust, on behalf of Janet Friesen. We respectfully oppose the staff recommendation and instead urge the commission to find substantial issue here. My client specifically wants to convey that it's very unfortunate that the applicant is potentially being allowed to avoid the purpose, as we understand it, of LIP section 4.6.1A and to measure the slope in the truncated way that it did. The staff recommendation unfortunately gives undue deference to the City of Malibu's action in this matter, which is not warranted, and we instead respectfully urge that the commission require assert jurisdiction and require further analysis, particularly given that there, as mentioned in the staff report and in the staff presentation, was a analysis showing that the slope was indeed greater than 4-to-1 or 25%. The approach to slope measurement that the applicant took and that the city allowed fails to consider the whole of the slope. And as Commissioner Bochco stated, Dr. Mark Johnson, who was this commission's former geologist who helped write the Malibu LCP, has said that considering the whole of the slope was the commission's intention with this policy in order to provide a complete picture of the slope gradient. The applicant's approach will mean that future applicants for projects can cherry pick specific parts of a slope to try and show that the project does not encroach onto 25% or steeper grades. And there will be, unfortunately, then no consistent approach to the requirements. And the selective approach would mean that there are no safeguards for development within the Point Dume area where this policy is applicable. Again, we urge the commission to find substantial issue, to allow for further analysis of this matter, and to find ways that the proposed project can be moved away from the slope to comply with the LCP. Thank you very much.
And then next we had the applicant's representative, Don
Billy,
Schmitz.
Could you pull up my PowerPoint, please?
Yes, give us a second.
Afternoon, Commissioners. So again, Don Schmitz on behalf of the applicant. We support the staff recommendation of no substantial issue. Next slide, please. This is a property that has is surrounding development, including the next door neighbor, Ms. Friesen, who we believe simply doesn't want a house to be built next to her. I don't believe this is occurring because of altruistic reasons. Next slide, please. This property has been thoroughly reviewed by the City of Malibu over 4 years. It's received approvals from the city biologist, health department, fire department, geology, repeatedly, public works. Next slide, please. This property's been developed for 3/4 of a century. Next slide. And we have done numerous surveys. This was the first one that was done. Next slide, please. As they continue to call into question the surveys that we did, this is the second slide, excuse me, the second survey, which was done by a different firm. Next slide, please. When they continue to question the surveys, you can see the area where the last part of the house is proposed. Next slide. You can see the jade bushes and the ice plant, non-native invasive species. We removed them. We went out with the third surveying crew and resurveyed it very accurately. Once again, there is simply no portion of this project which is going to encroach on slopes 4 to 1 or steeper. It's just not. Next slide. Additionally, we produced these surveys, full-size sheets, submitted them to the Coastal Commission staff so they could actually drop a scale on it and make sure that we were not getting into any of the steeper slopes. And this concept that the appellant's representatives are putting forward in regards to this averaging, it isn't cherry picking. This is exactly what the City of Malibu and the California Coastal Commission has been doing since certification of the LCP in 2002. And the specific criteria is designed so that you do not propose development on any band of slope which is steeper than 4 to 1. And I'm kind of shocked, actually, that they continue to cite Mark Johnson. I've passed out to you a letter from the Board of Professional Engineers, Land Surveyors, and Geologists, where they have cited Mr. Johnson and told him to cease and desist from being involved with this project at any level. The work that he has done, the assertions that he has made are candidly completely unprofessional. So can we go to the next slide, please? There is no new fuel modification proposed for this project. The assertions that there's going to be ESHA impacted by this is just completely factually incorrect. And we're several hundred feet back from the stream. Next slide, please. They actually promoted that we were going to be impacted by sea level rise. We're 100 feet above the ocean. Next slide. I'm running out of time. I got to wrap this up. Next slide. We did a view corridor exhibit. Next slide. Next slide. And if there was a view corridor, it would show you the mobile home park across the canyon. So with that, I'm out of time. We support the staff recommendation, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schmitz. Now, anybody from local government?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, no other speakers. So then closing the public hearing and then coming back to staff for any response.
All right, thank you. I'll have a short response, but first I'd like to turn the mic over to Gabriella, who would like to briefly respond to a few of the points raised by the appellant.
Thank you, Steve. Regarding the comment about the slope analysis, I just want to note that there is no basis in the LCP to support the appellant's assertion that the slope analysis should be calculated using overall gradient of site slopes rather than incremental slope measurements. The slope analyses in this case correctly evaluated slopes at 5 to 10 foot contour intervals to get an accurate depiction of areas of slope that meet or exceed 25%. I'm going to turn the mic back over to you, Steve, for any additional comments.
All right, thank you, Gabriella. Just quickly, I'd like to note that we do have Phil Johnson, the Commission's engineering geologist, is here today via Zoom and available to respond to questions. And for clarification, there are two Mr. Johnsons that are relevant to today, and both geologists. So I just wanted to avoid any confusion. Dr. Mark Johnson, a former Coastal Commission staff, is in this case not with the Commission. He is representing the appellant. So Phil Johnson is our geologist and available for questions. Now, just to add to what Gabriella had mentioned as well, I would note that when we looked at this, there was an original survey. This is really about a mathematical formula and those slopes on the site and how far back it's set back. Based on that original survey, we don't disagree with the appellant that there was a discrepancy and it looked like the house should have been set back. But in the city's record and provided by the applicant's representatives, there were additional surveys. The problem was the first survey based on LIDAR was not accurate. The more accurate surveys, which our geologist and our staff have closely looked at and confirmed are accurate, show that the city and the applicant did correctly apply the correct formula, and they are set back. So we are satisfied that this house is in the correct location and complies fully with the provisions of the LUP. With that, I'll just note that our team is available for questions, and I'll end our comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson, and to Gabriela as well. I think we have some questions up here. Commissioner Bochco?
Thank you. I think the first point of my misunderstanding is that Mr. Mark Johnson was working for us, and then he left, because I obviously remember Mr. Johnson very well. In fact, I thought it was kind of funny, but we only hire people named Johnson as geologists. It's like it's a prerequisite. Okay, so he was actually hired by the appellant to do the measuring. And so the other measures were done by other private people, and then our geologist, Mr. Philip Johnson, reviewed them and said, yes, this is the way to be measured. So we all sort of agree that in the future in this area or any other area, that we're going to be measuring incrementally, and then you add it all up to see if there's a percentage. The whole percentage comes to more than 25? Is that kind of the way it works? Or just where the place is going to, the building is going to be is less than 25?
Yes, I think your summary of the history and the personnel is all correct. The incremental measurements are just a clarification to describe how we measure it. So rather than an average of the entire slope, we're looking at the specific topographical lines and applying those lines, not an average.
In the building footprint is what we care about, not what the cliff is doing further out, let's say.
Exactly right.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wachko. Seeing no other commissioners wanting to ask, is there a motion? Commissioner Uranga, you want to move it?
I move the commission determine that appeal number A4 MAL-24-0039 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 30603 of the Coastal Act. I recommend a yes vote.
Is there a
I'll second.
Uranga moves, Cummings seconds, and is there a willingness to take a unanimous yes vote? All right, it seems like it's unanimous, so there's no substantial issue on this item. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
All right, thank you, and we're going to do a quick personnel shift again.
Great. You know what, why don't we take a quick 5-minute bio break, and while you guys do that, 3:20, we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for that brief recess. Moving forward with our agenda, Mr. Schwig, our South Central Coast.
That takes us
South
down
Coast,
to
sorry, South Coast
right.
District, Orange County.
Item 14, which is the Deputy Director's Report for South Coast District, Orange County. In this packet, we're reporting the City of Newport Beach's adoption of the Commission's suggested modifications on their LCP amendments, updating their LCP provisions on accessory dwelling units. The Executive Director has determined the city's actions are legally adequate to complete the certification process on that item. The report also contains 2 waivers for routine projects in San Clemente and 1 CDP time extension for a project in Newport Beach. There's no known opposition on those items. I do want to note that a second CDP time extension for the City of Newport Beach's confined aquatic disposal project in Lower Newport Bay was on as a time extension as well, but that is being postponed and no action will be taken on that matter this month. An addendum reflecting this, as well as related correspondence, was attached, was posted to the agenda earlier this week. So with that, we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers or the single CDP time extension.
Thank you, Mr. Schwenk. Do we have any speakers?
No speakers.
Excellent. Any three or more commissioners want to pull any item of consent? Seeing none, the commission concurs. Sorry, to the director report, not consent. Moving on.
Thank
to,
you. So that does take us down to item 16A, which is the substantial issue hearing on an appeal of a permit issued by Dana Point to construct, to widen the subject lot through a lot line adjustment and build a two-story, 7,531 square foot house on a beach fronting lot at 35815 Beach Road. There is a staff PowerPoint on this item. You could bring that up. The appeal contends the subject site is a narrow beach that is currently subject to wave hazards and flooding that will increase with sea level rise, exposing the proposed development to those hazards, and may ultimately threaten the private road used to gain access to the lot. And the city's action fails to address whether some or all of the proposed structure may need to be removed as those hazards to the proposed residence increase and the boundary of public trust lands moves inland. Preservation of public access to and along the shoreline is also a concern, especially in light of the presence of an existing seawall. And finally, the appeal contends that visual impacts of the development were not adequately analyzed or addressed. So staff's recommendation is that the commission find that these contentions raise a substantial issue as to conformity with the Coastal Act and the LCP. And since staff is recommending finding substantial issue, unless three or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on that question, substantial issue will be found and will return at a later date for a de novo hearing on the merits of the project. I just do want to note that if the commission does wish to hold a hearing, we do have a more complete staff presentation we can provide. And that concludes our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. And your voice is getting lower and lower, so just wanted to think of that, Mike. Thank you. Very calming. Okay, any ex partes? Do three or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? All right, substantial issue was found, and as you said, we'll continue the de novo review to a later hearing.
Thank you. So that does take us down to item 16B, and this will sound a lot familiar. This is an adjacent lot. But this is also a substantial issue hearing on an appeal of a Dana Point permit to demolish a 2,160 square foot house and build a two-story, 7,257 square foot house on a beachfronting lot at 35811 Beach Road. Again, the appeal contends the subject site is on a narrow beach that's currently subject to wave hazards and flooding that will increase with sea level rise, exposing the proposed development to those hazards and may ultimately threaten the private road used to gain access to the lot. City's action also fails to address whether some or all of the proposed structure may need to be removed as those hazards to the proposed residence increase and the boundary of public trust lands move inland. Preservation of public access to and along the shore is also a concern in light of the presence of an existing seawall that is proposed to be retained, as well as stacked boulders that may not be permitted. Finally, the appeal contends that visual impacts of the development were not adequately analyzed or addressed. So again, staff's recommendation is the commission find substantial issue here, and unless three or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on that question, substantial issue will be found, and we'll bring back the application on de novo at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any ex partes to report, commissioners? Seeing none, do any three or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? Seeing nobody wants to, so we'll continue the de novo review to a later hearing. And we move on to our next Deputy Director's report, San Diego.
Yes, that's correct. We're down to item 18, which is the Deputy Director's report for San Diego Coast District. In this packet, we're reporting the City of San Diego's adoption of the Commission's suggested modifications on their LCP amendment, updating their Otay Mesa Nestor Community Plan. This is the plan that includes the designation of new residential area for the proposed Bellamar multifamily housing project that includes new affordable units, Executive Director has determined the city's actions are legally adequate to complete certification on that item. We're also reporting 6 waivers, 2 amendments, and 1 CDP extension for projects in San Diego and Solana Beach. There's no known opposition, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers, the amendments, or the extension.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any speakers on this item, Chris?
We have one on Zoom who's just available for questions.
Sounds good. Any 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the DR report? Seeing that, then the commission concurs with the Deputy Director's report. And now we move on to item 28.
Yes, that's correct. Item 20A is an appeal by the Commission and Surfrider Foundation of a City of Encinitas permit to demolish a 1-story, 2,017 square foot duplex and construct a 2,665 square foot 2-story single-family residence on a bluff-top lot with an existing seawall. An existing basement will also remain that would be remodeled and converted into an ADU and a garage. The appellants allege that the approved development raises a number of LCP consistency issues, including that the approved project raises concerns with regard to geologic stability and bluff setback requirements, that the project maintains the existing basement and converts it into an ADU without requiring plans or conditions for future removal, should it become endangered or exposed through erosion, that the city didn't analyze or require removal of the existing seawall, and that the city didn't require the property owners to assume the risks or waive rights to future shoreline armoring. Since publication of the staff report, Surfrider Foundation, one of the appellants, submitted a letter that concurred with the staff recommendation. The applicant also submitted a response letter, and staff has fully addressed the assertions in the staff report addendum. And staff continues to recommend the commission finds substantial issue. And again, unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on that question, substantial issue will be found, and we'll bring the de novo back at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any expertise on this item? Do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? Seeing none, we'll continue the de novo review to a later hearing. Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Moving on.
Thank you. That takes us to item 20B. This again is a commission appeal of an Encinitas permit to demolish a 2-story, 3,513 square foot single-family residence and construct a new 5,468 square foot 2-story residence with a basement and attached garage on a bluff-top lot. The issues here are, again, that the project with a new basement does not address the future removal of the basement should it become endangered or exposed through erosion. The approved project raises concerns in regards to geologic stability and bluff setbacks, and raises LCP consistency issues in regards to accessory structures within the bluff setback and on the bluff face. And finally, that the approval rate fails to require removal of an existing revetment just seaward of the subject site and fails to require an assumption of risk and waiver of rights to shoreline protection. Again, since publication of the staff report, we did get 2 letters. Surfrider Foundation letter in support of the staff recommendation, and the applicant submitted a response letter that staff addressed in the staff report addendum. Again, staff's concluded the appeal raises a substantial issue, and unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on that question, we'll bring the matter back at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any expertise to report, commissioners? Seeing none, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? Seeing none, we'll continue the de novo review to a later hearing. Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Moving on.
Thank you. So that does take us down to item 20C. This is Appeal A6 ENC 2451, Toll West Coast LLC. There is a staff presentation on this matter, if you could bring that up. And Stephanie Leach with our San Diego Coast District Office is going to do the staff presentation on that matter. And I also want to note that Holly Hall with our water quality staff is also available for questions. Stephanie, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Carl. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 20C is an appeal by the Bataquitas Lagoon Foundation of the City of Encinitas permit for construction of 42 single-family residences with associated landscaping and trail and site improvements. Upon review of the appellant's allegations, staff has determined that the project and the city's action appear to be in conformance with the LCP and is recommending that the Commission find that the appeal raises no substantial issue. Staff believes that the appellant's contentions have already been addressed through prior Commission action on this site or will be addressed through a separate pending application, and the issues raised by the appellant are unrelated to the city's approval of the homes. Next slide, please. The project site is a 14-acre parcel located on an inland bluff on the south side of Bataquitas Lagoon. The site is located approximately 60 to 70 feet above the lagoon, and the majority of the developable portions of the site are located at least 100 feet away from any wetlands. The site was used for agricultural purposes until 1958, when it was converted to a greenhouse operation that ceased in approximately 2015. Next slide, please. The authorized development is limited to the construction of 42 single-family residences with associated landscaping, trail, and site improvements. No grading was approved, as all grading and site preparations took place under a previous CDP for the site, which I will discuss on the next slide. Next slide, please. In July 2020, the Commission approved a permit on de novo for subdivision of the site from 3 lots into 48, including 4 lots to support very low income housing, along with grading, utility placement, and construction of a public access trail and viewpoints. This approval did not include construction of any of the homes. Future build-out of the community was understood to require approval of a separate appealable CDP from the city. This slide depicts the area approved for build-out under the city permit currently being appealed. The previously approved project also included the remediation of the site through encapsulation of pesticide-impacted soil from the previous agricultural operations. The burial of the impacted soil was reviewed and determined to be adequate remediation by the County of San Diego Department of Environmental Health, San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, California Department of Toxic Substances Control, the City of Encinitas, and Commission water quality staff. All conditions of the Commission's prior approval, including those for stormwater management, remain in effect for the work approved under that project. The approved grading and encapsulation of the soils has occurred and is considered complete. Next slide, please. The appellants contend that the approved project is inconsistent with the water quality protections of the Encinitas Certified Local Coastal Program. The appellant alleges that the encapsulated agricultural pesticide contaminants on the site are continuing to, or will likely pollute the groundwater of the site, which drains to the Bataquitas Lagoon, and that adequate monitoring is not in place. The appellant alleges that the applicant failed to perform stability testing and analysis for the bluff on the north side of the property adjacent to the lagoon, which resulted in a bluff failure during a storm event in January 2024 and the discharge of contaminated stormwater and sediment into the Bataquitas Lagoon. Finally, the appellant broadly alleges that the applicant failed to comply with the project's stormwater quality management plan. The appellant's contentions are outside the scope of the approved project in question, which is limited to the construction of the homes. Nevertheless, staff will take a moment to explain how these contentions have been addressed through other permits and thus do not raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. The appellant's assertions regarding water quality are tied to the encapsulation of the contaminated soils on the site, which is not the subject of this current approval and was previously reviewed and approved by the Commission. In coordination with relevant agencies, the Commission approved encapsulation of the contaminated soils on the site. And since then, the permit has been issued and the applicant has demonstrated compliance with special conditions. During the prior project review, Commission water quality staff verified that the pesticides in the impacted soil are not water soluble and therefore are not capable of impacting groundwater or by extension the lagoon. The impacted soils were buried prior to site grading, and a closure letter for the encapsulation process and remediation of the site was issued by the Department of Environmental Health in August 2024. Therefore, the appellant's assertions regarding the contaminated soils have already been addressed. The appellant also broadly alleges that the applicant failed to comply with the grading requirements of the city's LCP. However, the grading permit was already approved by the city of Encinitas for the work covered under the prior commission approval, and no grading is proposed as part of this project. The allegation that the applicant's non-compliance with necessary stability testing of the bluff resulted in the failure of the bluff during the storm event in January 2024 is also not part of the city's current approval. A geotechnical report prepared for the prior approval concluded that a minimum 25-foot inland bluff setback is maintained for all structural foundations, which also matches the requirements of the LCP. As approved, the plan for build-out of the site complies with this requirement. Next slide, please. Other allegations brought forth by the appellant relate to a pending commission application for a bluff failure on the northwestern side of the site caused by a large storm event in January 2024. Again, the appeal contentions are not relevant to the city's approval. In March 2024, the commission issued an emergency permit for deployment of plastic sheeting and gravel in response to a bluff failure and to prevent further erosion. Grading plans and stormwater BMPs were already approved under the commission's prior approval, and city staff has stated that the temporary stormwater BMPs planned for the construction phase were installed per the approved stormwater management plan, were found to be up to code, and regularly inspected by qualified staff. However, the BMPs were overwhelmed by the unprecedented storm event and were later restored after the incident. The applicant has submitted the required follow-up application, and the applicant and commission staff continue to work together to address the impacts to the slope and the wetland at its toe that was partially buried by the fallen slope materials. The appellant alleges that the pesticide found in samples of water taken in February 2024 was a direct result of the bluff collapse, which caused contaminated water from the groundwater and water table to spill into the Bataquitas Lagoon. However, the encapsulation of impacted soils was completed prior to this rain event, and Commission Water Quality staff's previous review verified that the pesticides are not capable of impacting groundwater or by extension the lagoon. The encapsulated soils are also located well inland of the location of this failure. Next slide, please. Therefore, upon review of the locally approved project and the certified LCP, the construction of 42 single-family residences with associated landscaping and trail and site improvements does not raise a substantial issue as proposed regarding potential impacts to water quality or bluff instability. The appellant's assertions are not within the scope of the current project and indeed have been addressed through either a previous permitting action by the commission or a current CDP application to resolve any outstanding issues concerning the January 2024 bluff collapse. Thus, staff recommends that the commission determine the project raises no substantial issue regarding conformance with the certified LCP and the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. The motion can be found on page 7 of the staff report. There is an addendum to the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. Any ex partes to report on this item? This is back to getting confused on this. Of course, I wasn't going to end the day smoothly. So open to a public hearing, right? This is the one. Okay. Do we have any speakers on this?
Yes, we have 4 speakers.
Thank you, Simone. It would be 3 minutes per side. But let's start with the appellants.
The appellant's not available. We don't see them on Zoom. So we'll go right to the people that are in here. We're going to call up Greg Deacon, Chris Burke, and Dolores Welty. If you're here, please come on up.
So we don't have anybody from the Bataquitas Lagoon Foundation?
We do have David A. Hill signed up as an appellant. They are not in the meeting.
He's not in the meeting. Ms., can you please turn on the mic? It's a little button at the bottom of your mic. Okay. And tell us your name and your relationship to the appellant.
All right. I am a member of the Bataquitas Lagoon. I am Dolores Welty. I live on the edge of the Bataquitas Lagoon. I live on 2076 Sheridan Road. And I have come I have pictures for you. I sent them to Stephanie.
Just give me 1 second. Our attorney is gonna,
If you're not, are you authorized to speak on behalf of the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation as an appellant in this instance, or are you coming to speak as an opponent, as a member of the public?
I am a member of the public speaking. David Hill has sent you all kinds of things, and I expected to see him on Zoom today.
Then so we should still take the applicant, and if we find the representative of the appellant, we should take him too. And then when we move to opponents of the project, she can speak as a member of the public.
I should sit.
that sounds like a, yes,
Thank you.
please. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you. Thank you for standing up, though. We'll try to find that, but in the meantime, we'll have the applicant 3 minutes, please.
Morgan Gallagher on the Zoom is going to speak on our behalf, our attorney.
All right.
You have her?
Okay, Morgan Gallagher, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Morgan Gallagher. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Morgan Gallagher with Cox, Castle, and Nicholson on behalf of Toll Brothers West LLC. We appreciate staff's careful consideration of this appeal and fully agree with their determination that there's no substantial issue. Ms. Leach did a great job of overviewing the history of this appeal, but I'd like to highlight a few points. In 2020, the Commission did approve the subdivision of the site that included all on-site grading and encapsulation of the pesticide-impacted soils and carefully considered the grading at that point. That is not the appeal that's before you today. Today's appeal is a design review CDP that is limited to the homes and landscaping and trail aspects of the project. So we fully agree with what Ms. Leach said, that there's no substantial issue with respect to the issues that the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation has raised on appeal here. In late 2023, the remediation concluded and all of the pesticide impacted soil was encapsulated between 7 and 11 feet below finished grade. There was a major storm event that caused erosion, and that's the subject of a separate CDP than the CDP that's on appeal before you today. In August of 2024, after carefully considering all aspects of the remediation effort and Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation's concerns, the County Department of Environmental Health issued a case closure letter for the remediation, confirming that the site was fully remediated. After Planning Commission approved the project, the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation appealed to Council, and the Council approved the project and found that it was in compliance with all applicable policies and the LCP's policies as well. And then the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation appealed that decision, and that brings us to today. There are a few points about the encapsulation that I'd like to emphasize. First, it's a very common remediation method used throughout the state. The city and the commission extensively considered the remediation method and authorized it in 2020. The encapsulation was determined to be adequate by all applicable oversight agencies, DEH, the San Diego Regional Water Quality Board, the California Department of Toxic Substance Control, the City of Encinitas, and finally, the Commission Water Quality staff. Both DTSC and the Regional Board thoroughly reviewed this project and provided comments that were incorporated into the mitigation plan, and Toll properly encapsulated the contaminated soil in compliance with all applicable conditions. And the pesticides that were encapsulated between 7 and 11 feet below grade could not have been exposed during the storm event and could not have been exposed to groundwater, given that the pesticides are water insoluble and groundwater is over 50 feet below the maximum depth of the contaminated soil. It looks like I'm out of time, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I guess we'll keep trying for the appellant. But I'm assuming they haven't shut up yet. Are they here? No. Do you have anybody from local government?
No.
Okay, now others who oppose the application at the local level, you can come up now, ma'am. And please remember to state your name. Thank you.
Yes, Dolores Welty. And this is the second time I've been to the commission for this particular project. I thank you for the last time. You made the developer um, you made the developer to make the low-cost housing scattered, and you had the bad soils put under various houses, not just the low-cost houses. And I thank you for that fairness. I am here, though, because somehow this bluff collapse is being ignored. Do you have my pictures so that you can see them, Ms. Leach? Are they going to be put up? I sent them in. Yes, there are many more. This is the house at 2076 Sheridan Road. And this brick wall that you see separates her house from the development. The problem is with not the house area. As far as the bluff collapse is concerned, it's with those 4 other lots, 12, 13, 14, and 15. When these people graded, they left 11 feet of fill on those lots. And when the rains hit that fill, they didn't have sufficient BMPs to stop it. The water just poured through there. It hit this brick wall, went over the brick wall. This is dirt on her driveway, went some bit into her driveway. Here's a little bit more to show you. Went around the back of the house here and covered her front lawn, which is right next to the lagoon. At the same time, at the house on the south, her house is here. Perhaps you can see how this land is being trenched, absolutely trenched by that, hitting that wall and rushing to then toward the lagoon. Here's some more trenching. Now it blew out, it went down there till it uncovered a pipe and blew out the bluff. People are blaming it on a rainstorm. There were 2 inches of rain on the 22nd and 23rd. That's no 500-year storm, not in Encinitas. I have that on your papers too. See that trenching? That's what blew out the bluff. And here's the kind of thing we have to protect the bluff. Good grief. This is the foundation of her brick wall. This would be the next one. That's kind of upside down. See the trees going that way? Okay, try this one. It's right side up. Well, we're not doing too well with those. Maybe this one. This is that hole. Here's her foundation. The brick wall, it's kind of covered with some of her overflow of whatever. And you guys have left this like this for us. Here's my last picture. Shows how that tarp helps stop the runoff. I am here because maybe
Ma'am,
even
you
the
are up against your
pesticides
time,
came
so wrap
from
it up.
under her wall. And I want some help before the rainy season starts again and her house, her wall falls off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dolores. Any others in line to comment?
No.
Okay, so I guess we won't, too bad we won't hear from the appellant, but we'll close the public hearing. Any response from staff?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escalante. We share the general concerns that Ms. Welty raised, but as we did outline in our initial comments, that is a separate matter. The event there that occurred, staff, we did issue an emergency permit in order to address the immediate erosion problems. We now have a follow-up CDP pending with us to subsequently address the more permanent condition. And that includes what's happening on the bluff as well as the soil that fell into the lagoon. So that application, I believe, is still incomplete, but we will ultimately be bringing that in front of the commission as a separate matter. The appeal that's before you today includes the homes on lots that are set back from the bluff. There is no overlap between the project that the city authorized and is before you today and the bluff issue that was raised here. So that concludes staff's comments, and of course, we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing, and we'll bring it back to the commission for any questions or comments. Commissioner Nothoff first, then
Well,
Wilson.
I'm fairly familiar with the long history of problems of sedimentation in Bataquitos Lagoon, and so this is a particularly sensitive issue in that drainage. So, but you're saying that the sedimentation and the water damage that we just heard about is separate, is not what's involved in the appeal in front of us.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then Commissioner Wilson and Bochco next.
Thanks. I remember when this first came to us, and there was a fairly specific agreement about the public access trail, and so I'm just kind of wondering, that was supposed to be part of this project and to support the residents here, but also the public in general is supposed to have access through that space and be able to view the bay from there. And I'm kind of wondering, is that not part of the construction outlined in this part of the development? And if not, when will that amenity be developed?
Thank you for that question. I think I'll ask Ms. Leach to go over what this current proposal covers with regard to the trails. But it's our understanding, I mean, there isn't an issue between the trail and the bluff collapse issue.
I hear that, but what I'm saying is that what was agreed upon in our permit that we gave is that that would be part of that. And what I'm seeing in front of me is a permit that doesn't include that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, how is that how are we bifurcating that in terms of the amenity that was supposed to be a part and parcel to this development? How's that working?
So my understanding is all of the requirements that were imposed under the original permit are fully complied with, including the trail requirement. But Stephanie, if you could address that in any more detail, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, Carl, that is correct. From the commission's 2020 approval, those conditions are still in effect, and those conditions include the phasing for the trail. Under this current city approval, it does say that there are trail improvements included, but that is exclusively for the materials that will be used for the trail. So it's really just kind of a design requirement. So the design would include decomposed granite, which it does tie back to our previous approval from 2020. I'm taking a look at our staff report from 2020 about the phasing of the project, and I can pull up that language, but I believe that there were aspects of the trail, at least the phase 1 trail was required to be started upon issuance of the permit. And then there was a phase 2 of the trail that would undergo construction once a number of conditions had been met, or one of several conditions had been met. I can pull up the language to find it exactly, but all that to say that the construction phasing was approved under the previous permit and is still at play here.
Okay, so thank you. So what I'm hearing is that, well, the reason I got confused is because there's this blue line on and what I was assuming is that everything that was being constructed was in that boundary. But what you're telling me is that that's just the housing within the boundary, but then the public access trail will be built in this phase, but just with a certain material. Is that what I'm hearing?
So the trail construction is underway per the last one, but with this current approval, it's just confirming the material used for the trail.
Okay, I appreciate that. And this one last thing, which is when the next phase is developed, I just have a concern now that these issues around erosion are being brought up, that the area, the easement within, or that the trail is in, I'm hoping that is adequate for the protection of that trail in the long term. So I want to make sure that if there's review of that in the future, that's part of that review. I just put that out there. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Did you have any response to anything? Okay, Commissioner Bochco?
Yeah, and I do apologize. I find this really very confusing. So the land in question that has all the dirt on it that slid into the other lady's property that covered it, that happened because not only rain, but that has no vegetation or anything to hold the dirt down. Is that why it failed? Yeah, it's a grade, of course, but I guess my question really is there anything this lady can do to prevent this from happening again? Because obviously our new CDP application is not going to be in for a while. It may rain, God hopes it rains, between now and then. And so I saw that we had the plastic sheets up, which is helpful, but it seems like there's also something on that surface, something that could hold the dirt. Is that not in our purview, not in our jurisdiction?
Well, the underlying permit for the subdivision and the grading, it does include water quality BMPs, construction phase that are required to be maintained until the area is vegetated. So there is a requirement in the underlying permit to address that.
So what is going to happen then to address that? Because we see it wasn't working. The dirt went.
Well, we can look further into that, but the city did review that. Commission staff, of course, reviewed the BMP's plan, but the city also did have a look at that plan and made sure that after the storm, the BMPs were, reinstalled to their satisfaction. So we're not expecting any particular problem with that.
So if we have another 2 inches of rain, you don't think this is going to happen again? Based on what you all just said.
As far as I mean, I can't predict the future, but.
Well, yes, you can, because you know what happened in the first time. So let's say the conditions are just the same this year and 2 inches of rain come. Do you feel that the BMPs are sufficient to keep this land where it belongs instead of sliding down the hill and into other people's homes?
Well, we had confidence in the plan, but I do want to mention that the developer is here, and they can answer questions about this as well. So
yeah, that would be
questions for
nice,
them.
just to find out. We just don't want it to happen again. I mean, there's no reason that in waiting for the law to take its course, which it has to do to get the CDP, that someone has to worry about a flood of mud coming over to their homes. Who is the developer?
Can we have a representative of the developer come up and please remind us your name?
If you don't mind, sir, I just want to clarify it for this lady.
Yeah, Greg Deacon for Toll West Coast.
You're very tall.
Greg Deacon for Toll West Coast. The substantial grading for the project has now been completed.
Is what?
Has now been completed.
Completed.
And so the way that the land was during the intermediate condition had a lot of the water going off of that area because that was a low point of the project.
Okay.
It has since been changed to flow inwards into two desilting basins.
Okay.
And over into the city of Encinitas into
All
the
right.
side.
So you
So
can
it's-
say with
so
some
it's-
confidence, the same issue is not going to arise if we have a lot of rain.
It's a very, very different situation. And to remind everyone, the amount of water we had was in a very, very short amount of time up and down the coast of California. And it was just, the site was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
You know, we did preparations. We had daily inspections with the city of Encinitas. Everybody was satisfactory with how we prepared for it. Obviously, we were faced with extraordinary circumstances and conditions that overwhelmed. But the site is in a much, much better condition today
Well, that's the
than it
important
was
answer. Thank you.
a
That,
year
and
ago.
that's what I was looking for, because if it was exactly the same as it was before, you have a very good chance, because all of these very odd storms we're getting are not going to be so odd in the future. We know that.
Yeah.
So I think the neighbors are right in being concerned that if it stayed the same, but since it has been remediated, they have a different way of drainage and
And we've worked that neighbor, we've cleaned up that neighbor, we're in good relationship with that neighbor.
good. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Boschko. And luckily, we were able to get the appellant on the line. So since I promised I would do that, let's go back and give them 3 minutes. Please, Chris. Or Simone, I'm sorry. Thank you,
Okay.
Simone.
No worries.
Thank
David
you.
Hill, go ahead and unmute yourself and speak, please.
Okay, I think I did. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm David Hill, a volunteer with Bataquitas Lagoon. We're a 501(c) organization, and we are the steward of 550 odd acres of the Bataquitas Lagoon Ecological Reserve. And our concern, and has been for the last 8 years, when this project started off back in 2016, and we've been opinionated on how the lagoon was going to be protected over this period of time, and we still are concerned. And we have been analyzing the sediment and the water quality for the last 4 years. And the first 2 years, back in 2021, there was no detection of OCPs in the lagoon, but we did have E. coli and Enterococcus bacteria because it's a 90-year-old leach field septic, and it's still active on the western property. So we found that. So early in February, we did samples again on a 2-year cycle for our base, and we found OCPs at the same locations where we had the E. coli and Enterococcus bacteria. And then we were kind of wondering how we got to how the OCPs were there. We know there's OCPs on the property. We know that for sure because they've gone through the phase 1, the phase 2. They hauled 2,000 cubic yards away, and they buried 5,300 cubic yards or 5,300 tons of OCP contaminated soil. And that was the issue back in 2019 when we filed, and the appeal under 11A, which you have in front of you, which I included. And there's several sections in there that are somewhat violations of the Clean Water Act. And currently, with the staff report, we felt that it was not descriptive enough in what we put in our appeal. And that was the fact is that we have this 2-year cycling analysis of the lagoon, and we have OCPs. And the OCPs in there is an environmental issue because we have endangered species in the lagoon. We have fish, we have water, we have birds, and we have gnatcatchers, and we have a lot of other egrets. You even have an osprey flying around. So we are an ecological reserve, and we are very much concerned and very much in a grave situation where we have an environmental problem, and we know it came from, there is no other source of these OCPs. And,
Thank-
but we cannot get any indication
Sir,
from the,
Thank you. Your
yes.
time is expired, so I think the next 10 seconds to wrap it up, please.
Well, what I wanted to say is that this is we need further analysis of this grave environmental impact for Bataquitas. And as we're a steward for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, they've asked us to participate in this in this webinar to discuss the problem with the lagoon. And there is no other sources of these OCPs. And we want to we want to find out the extension of where the contamination is and determine how much is there. Plus, we need to know analysis of the groundwater as well as the water table. And when the 100-year storm came, it flooded everything and it
Thank you,
washed
sir.
over.
I
Okay.
think we got a good idea, and we'll come back to staff to respond.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escalante. So again, the appeal that's in front of you today doesn't include the grading or involve any of the water quality issues that are being discussed here. Those were addressed in the underlying permit. As far as further questions about that, we do have our water quality staff available remotely, and they are available for questions about that.
Thank you, Mr. Shrink. Bringing it back to the commission, I know Commissioner Cummings had a question.
No, I think my comments were, and my issues were addressed. Really, the separation between, the runoff that happened and the erosion that happened and what's before us today are two separate issues. And so, it sounds like the issue regarding the runoff has been resolved, and it'd be great to get some kind of formal letter just explaining how that was resolved so we can just have that on file. But that's a completely separate issue from what we're focusing on today. And so I just support the staff's recommendation. At this point in time, it sounds like, other issues related to the creek and water runoff and contamination is it's an issue in and of itself that may not even involve the Coastal Commission, or maybe it would. But I think what's before us today seems pretty clear.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions or comments? Is anybody ready for
I'm
a
happy
motion?
to make the motion.
Commissioner Aguirre?
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-6-ENC-24-0051 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Aguirre moves, Cummings second, and Ms. Miller, do you guys have any other comments? Ms. Miller, please take a roll. Thank you.
Commissioner Nara.
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Vice Chair Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Wonderful, thank you. So that means no substantial issue was found, and we are done with the items, except that I just want to make sure yesterday if we make sure we don't have any statewide items pending. I know that we approved the minutes, but were there any reports from any of the conservancies or from any commissioners? Okay, we're going to have a brief closed session right after the end in the next 2 minutes. It'll be brief, and then we'll report back tomorrow. So thanks, everybody, for participating.
Vice Chair, I do think we might have a report out from the Attorney General.
What item? Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners.
I'm pleased to report, and I'd like to recognize Deputy Attorney General Joel Jacobs, who prevailed in the Court of Appeal in the case Casamira versus Coastal Commission on the meaning of existing structures. As you're well aware, the Coastal Act authorizes shoreline protection when necessary to protect existing structures. And in a published decision, the court upheld the Commission's interpretation that the term existing structures means structures that existed before the Coastal Act's effective date. So great thanks to Joel and everyone who worked on that case.
Very exciting. Congratulations. And just to confirm, Mr. Shrink, our 22A went to consent, or that's a consent or? Okay, sounds good.
Correct,
So we are
yes.
done with our agenda. We're going in for closed session.
Correct.
Reporting back tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.